Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Genshin Impact Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic. I am Blep, one of your commentators for today, and joined by Sumi. Sumi, how are you doing today?
Honestly, pretty good. I am extremely excited for day two, though. We have a full host of exciting matches coming off day one.
Yeah, we had a lot of action in day one, and this is, of course, our second day of streaming. But if you are joining us, we are live on the Genshin Impact official channel today. So this might be your first time, and you might be wondering what this is. Well, this is Competitive Genius Invocation TCG. That's right, we've gathered 32 of the best Genius Invocation players from both the Europe and Americas regions to compete for a combined prize pool of over 60,000 US dollars, which is huge, with first place taking home 16,000. That is crazy.
That sure is. But if you're not interested in competitive Geniusification TCG, no worries, because you can get involved too. If we go over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, there will be a raffle link in there where you can win a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. So that is also going to be super exciting. I know in my downtime, I'm going to head over there as well.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if we're actually allowed to compete. We'll have to double check with the organizers on that one. But yes, we will be holding raffles for Welcome Moons just for watching. You don't have to do anything, but just come over. If you're on the official channel or watching from elsewhere on Astro Carnival on YouTube or Twitter, you will have to go over to the Twitch channel specifically for Astro Carnival. That is where the raffle will be held. We're gonna have 3 winners for every single game. So that's going to be a lot. So the longer the games go, actually, the better for it is. We're going to be giving away even more prizes. But you have to be there. We'll give more details to come when we get to the games, but just have your UID ready because you will need that to enter. And of course, if you enjoy what you watch today, make sure to also subscribe to the Astro Carnival socials on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter as well, as we have a lot more TCG action to bring you, not just this weekend with one more day left of it, but in the coming weekends as well. And if you want to be notified when we go live again for more games and potentially more prizes, make sure to subscribe.
Speaking of games and TCG action, though, why don't we take a look at today's bracket and see what players and games we're going to be seeing today?
Yeah. So we had 5 games yesterday in the upper bracket round 1, with each of our competitors, as you can see highlighted there, progressing. And we played one of our upper bracket round 2s with DVDia advancing over Shan here. We're not going to be seeing DVDia play today. I believe we have 5 more best of 3s to bring you to decide not only who's going to advance to top 16 and potentially have a chance to play for top 8, but we're going to be sending home 4 competitors today.
Yeah, so we're going to start off by casting the game of Beeloo and Kayori, as well as Fufu and Riku, and then we're going to finish off our cast with Hakuo and Robot Wizard. So if you don't know these names, that's okay, we'll explain their histories later on, but after we are done, Leah and Rin will be taking care of, which matches was it? It was...
the other 2, the round 2 of the lower bracket finals.
Yes, it would be... Yeah.
And so, for those of you who may be not familiar with the double elimination bracket, you want to explain real quick what that means?
For sure. That is indeed a good idea. So, our players are gathered into 4 different groups containing, I believe, this is 8 players each. And then we are in the double elimination format, which means if you lose in the upper bracket, you'll be put into the lower bracket for your one final chance at making it to a top 8 for our in-person event in LA. And throughout the event as well, they will be playing in best of 3 conquest format, meaning players bring 3 decks, they ban one of their opponents, and they must win with both of their remaining decks in order to move on.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shift. I've casted Prince Cups before, and it's been single elimination and not conquest. But this is definitely more competitive, right? Having to bring 3 decks and win with the 2 that are remaining after the ban does mean there's some strategy involved with picks and bans, and hopefully we'll get to see that later on. Again, we've had a day of competition already. And one of the things that we've seen in previous formats like this, where players can change up every day, there's been some evolution and adaptation as the tournament progresses, right? Like day 1, I think one of the things I noticed was there's a lot of similar decks being brought, but that might change into day 2. And I'm assuming, what are your thoughts of the metagame in general going into the second day?
Honestly, moving in from day 1, what I was really surprised about was that, a lot of people kind of stuck with their guns, right? We're still seeing a lot of Yelan OTK, we're still seeing a lot of, Xingqiu Hyper Magic, although they have switched into the underwater treasure version of it instead. And also, a lot of players playing the new deck, Fatuizon, Linny, Farazan, Lynette. I think moving forward... It's a great name, I heard it somewhere, someone said it in the VC, and it's honestly just a banger name, but yeah.
Ooh,
Game 1, though...
Yeah, we have some stats for the players going into game one. Been tracking these as their games progresses. Obviously, we didn't have any data on the first day, but now that we have some matches, we see there some stats for the games. The one that's always interesting is the average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds. That bottom statistic. It's kind of like how lucky the play is. 5 is actually very average.
Yeah, no, 5 is like typically what you want. I know Kayori in particular has been playing a lot of Fatuizan, and in that deck you want 6 usable turn 1, so it seems they've been getting rather fortunate in that regard.
You're saying that to play that deck you gotta get lucky?
I mean, yes. Like, I know in their first 2 matches they got... Moving on though, we'll talk about that later. Beeloo, 6! Oh my god.
So Beeloo is lucky enough to play Fatuizan. Also with the... it looks like based on the graphic, the strongest single hit from day one. We'll probably see that number climb. You know, I remember we saw these stats during our last large tournament at the Asian Invitational, but that number went up to about 16 at some point, so we'll have to see.
Oh, and this will be Beeloo's deck. This is the Yelan OTK deck I was mentioning earlier. Running the new Underwater Treasure card is that blue card with the clam and I think it's Freminette in it.
Yeah,
Freminette. I remember correctly, yeah. We'll kind of discuss how the deck works a little bit later on, but just know that this is a very popular deck among the players, and we're probably going to be seeing it a lot today.
Yeah, and you know, this is the highlight I think of this tournament. Yelan OTK 1-turn kill, that stands for. So the goal of this deck is to basically draw through your deck, then play a bunch of dice, generating cards all in one round, and then KO your opponent in a single turn before they have a chance to respond. And one of the things that makes that happen is, of course, the Underwater Treasures card, which, to note, and we also see Kayori bring it in this deck as well, we are still playing on the original version 4.6 patch, so this does not yet have the balance adjustment that brought Underwater Treasure from 1 to 2 cost. And this is why you'll probably see it so much in these decks, and probably part of the why it was adjusted is it's actually very strong.
Yeah, so for those of you unaware or don't really pay attention to TCG changes, there was a slight balance adjustment last week, which changed Yelan's burst from doing one initial damage on cast to 3, and her follow-up damage being reduced from 2 to 1, and Underwater Treasure was changed from 1 aligned dice to 2 aligned dice.
Yeah, so we're seeing a very, you know, I said this yesterday as well, but basically it's like, these players are now showing us what the meta could have looked like if we didn't have those patches. And as you can see, you know, most of the players are bringing a Yelan deck. A lot of them are bringing an Underwater Treasure deck as well, and for good reason.
And here is our round 1 with Kayori and Beeloo. Keep in mind, this is our lower bracket round 1, so that means whoever loses the best of 3 here will be sent home. And of course, the winner will move on, and not only securing them a chance to continue playing for top 8, but also doubling their initial prize earnings from 600 USD to 12.
Yeah. And don't forget, again, now that the game has begun, we should be holding the raffle in the Astra Carnival Twitch chat. So to enter, please enter the name of the player you think will win this match, followed by your UID with a space in the middle. Make sure you have that correct, or you will not be picked as a winner. We have 3 winners per game, so there will be another one if you miss out. So we saw this matchup a few times yesterday. Who do you think is actually favored here?
I was discussing this a little bit with Leon on stream yesterday, and typically the Yelan deck is favored because you are able to get your setup done faster. However, the other deck, the Xingqiu deck, has more access to freeze with the power of Chongyun's Frost Field, so it is a little bit reliant on whether or not your opponent has fast swap or not. But typically Yelan is able to get up like her burst faster, and because you have Thunder Manifestation as well, he can do 4 damage on normal attacks plus the piercing, so it is a little bit faster in that regard.
Ooh, and we see a Treasure Seeking Sealy being played on the Yelan side, plus a Minty Meat Rolls.
Minty Meat Roll reduce the cost of your normal attacks from 3 dice to 2 dice, so it's going to be really helpful in getting up that turn, like just writing the Yellow on burst turn 1, so turn 2 you can go all in on that damage. Even drawing a Chang the 9th from the rings, flowing rings. I can't remember the full name of that artifact, but it gives you 1 card on normal attack.
I think
so
it is
extra
flowing
draw
rings.
It is flowing rings?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Oh, perfect.
Hopefully it's not Longo. I don't know. Everyone calls it flowing rings, but
yeah, it could be something else. But yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, card draw is the name of the game here. Both players are looking to draw as many cards as they can in this first round, churn through their deck, find their underwater treasure hunts, play those, and then keep digging or diving, as it was corrected yesterday by Rune and I guess Leah as well, diving through their deck for those treasures, which importantly generate 1 dice and a point of healing for the active character.
Now, if we look on the other side, Kayori playing the Lumenstone Adjuvant. For those unaware, it costs 2 aligned dice to play, and then if you play 3 cards each turn, it will draw you 1 card as well as give you 1 Omni dice.
Yeah.
So
and
a very powerful card for going through your deck.
It is very powerful, and you can see all the 0 costs in both players' hands. It's very easy to do that when your deck is basically filled with free cards. Ooh, there's a stove.
Ooh.
Very early stove, though.
Yeah, no, that stove, Legend of the Stove God, is a card that was really popular back in like 3.3, maybe a little bit into 3.4 as well, but it got changed to now, instead of drawing card equals round up to a max of 4, it is card minus round number. So round 1, if you play it, will draw you 0 cards. Round 2, it'll draw you 1, so on and so forth, up to a maximum of 4 cards at round 5. It kind of fell out of popularity because of just like how slow it was. Most decks like finished the game by round 3, so it was a little bit of a waste to run it most times. But like now that we have Underwater Treasure and like a lot of decks now running Lumenstone Adjuvant, it is a 0 cost card, so it will help churn through your deck a little bit more.
And you also end up like, you know, a lot of these decks will draw through. It's funny, you might think it's difficult, but these decks have no trouble going through their entire deck within 3 rounds, all 30 cards. And now you're actually adding even more cards into your deck to continue drawing. So something like, I know we call it Stove God colloquially, but it is in every house a stove. Stove for short. But that will help you, again, dive for more of those treasures. I know I've had games where like, I've drawn through my entire deck, it's empty, I play my treasure card, and then I play Stove to draw like 4 treasures right away. It's a great feeling.
Like Treasure is an absolute powerhouse of a card that we are going to continue to see, but yeah, just moving into this game though, it looks like Kayori is going to have the turn advantage. Of course, Xingqiu needing 2 energy instead of 3 enter first, and also have the burst prepared. Beeloo as well has the Yelan burst prepared. Maybe thinking of replacing their artifact with Kavarina, expecting Xingqiu to burst and just getting a free draw right off the bat, but we'll decide against it at the end of the day.
Interesting. I would have thought that they would have gone for it because I think they played Boar Princess, which is of course generating dice every time they replace an artifact, and they could have played Shift Mal. But it looks like they're opting not to do that because we are heading into the second round. So pretty standard openings from both sides. The Yelan side, again, going for that 3 action opening. You can see 3 energy already generated is a little bit unusual. You'll usually only see them go for 2, but because they started with that minty meat rolls, opted to go for a faster start here.
The normal Yelan star in most matchups is scaled into normal attack. That way, you, if you get your breakthrough barb to 3 stacks turn 1, it'll go to 2 stacks turn 2. And for those unaware, if Yelan's breakthrough barb has at least 2 stacks, you will draw 1 card upon normal attacking. By doing that opening, you're able to draw like more cards than usual, and you're able to churn through your deck that much faster. Although it is a little bit slower, and because Xingqiu's at burst is only 2 energy, it does open the risk of a fast swap Tonguing skill turn 2 to stop your burst.
Yeah, well, of course, this won't be happening now, and that might be why Beeloo went for that line, knowing that there could be a way to shut down Yelan Burst. And we've seen how important Yelan Burst is. Oh, there's that Underwater Treasure card going down. You can see those 6 treasures going in and drawing 1 right away.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit lucky in that regard. I mean, won't use it this turn. Typically, these decks like to go all in turn 3. Oh, is going to use it. Maybe trying to roll for a little bit of a Hydro Dice, or just prep the Lumenstone as well. Yeah,
I think they're just trying to see what they draw from the Lumenstone. That's one, you know, if you're watching these matches trying to get tips, one thing you always want to do is if you want to make sure you plan your turn appropriately, but play your card draw, trigger card draw effects before you do anything, just to see what options you have. And that's what these players are doing, right? Triggering that Lumenstone to just see 1 more card in case that changes their plans.
Beeloo's hand, though, is so absurdly full. You were talking about how like fast these decks can churn through your decks. I think we can see a great example right there. Just 8 cards in hand turn 2. That's completely crazy. Not to mention, there is still like card draw options in hand as well, right? Heart of Kavarina, if they get hit on any of their characters, if they equip that, that's more card draw. I believe the Flowing Rings is still active this turn, plus the Yelan Breakthrough Barb. They want to burst into normal attack. That is like another 2 cards in hand right there, plus like the Strategize. It's absurd.
Yeah, I'm not sure though how much one of the downsides of doing that minty meat rolls start is you can see Yelan hasn't really been able to make any use of those breakthrough stacks. That's 2 extra cards that potentially could have drawn. So it is a bit of a trade-off, going for that faster burst. We'll have to see if it pays off here. I do like the setup, I think, on KO side a little bit more.
I would agree as well. They have both the Luminstone Adjuvants, which means that going into turn 3, they will have 2 additional dice to play with, as well as 2 additional cards. And that Chang the Ninth is about to go off as well, so that will be even more cards in hand. And they already have a treasure going, plus the treasure-seeking Sealy in hand. That is a lot of cards they could use to dig for their treasures.
Yeah, this is what we in the business like to call, I think, a bit of a high roll, right? Luminstone is one of those cards that's like super good round 1, but because it takes 3 rounds to trigger, and these games don't last typically longer than 3 rounds, you have to really draw it in round 1 or 2 to even make use of it.
Things are about to get dicey.
That is a Yelan Burst going down, 1 damage on cast, and for the rest of the next 2 rounds, sorry, not rest of the game, Beeloo's will do an additional 2 Hydro damage on normal attack. This is super powerful because you combine it with something like Thunder Manifestation or like Yelan, who deal elemental damage on their normal attacks, meaning you can get reactions for free, and then you combine that with effects like Minty Meat Roll, who reduce the cost of your normal attacks. You're able to dish out so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, and this is where the OTK, the one-turn kill part of the name, comes from. Although Kayori's deck as well you can see that they share a lot of the same elements, right? Like you have Yelan as your Hydro, applying Hydro on hit. Then you have Signora for Beeloo, but Chongyun on Kayori's side for helping with Cryo application. And then both sides have an Electro as their damage dealer. But it's kind of funny, like players, you'll notice, like to order their cards and characters from left to right based on which ones they prefer to go through. And that's what we see right here. The bottom deck prefers to go from Yelan into Manifestation for damage, whereas Kayori's deck prefers to go from Xingshu to Chongyun to freeze and then go to damage.
Although another thing about like the placement of the cards, it's actually not just because of what order you like to go in. There's actually slight micro optimizations based off the matchup. Leo and I were talking about this yesterday, but Fufu likes to organize his cards as Yelan rightmost card, and then Thunder Manifestation leftmost with Xenir in the middle. That is because there was a deck that was popular last patch, being Lynette, Cryo Hypostasis, and Fischl. And Cryo Hypostasis will always, his burst summon will target the character who is across from yours. And typically they would align Cryo Hypostasis as the rightmost character, meaning that when they burst, it will target your Yelan, who at that point in the game should have already done her burst and should have already done her job. So you just tank it on essentially useless character.
Great. And we can see that exactly happening here. Beeloo is staying on Yelan, about to go for a normal attack with that Northern Smoked Chicken eaten by her. Basically forcing Kayori to take out Yelan here for a free swap. And of course, Kayori taking the standard line, going from Xingshu, as I mentioned, left to right, into Chongyun to hopefully apply the
Breakthrough Barb and the Cavalryna draws double underwater treasures. That is actually going to be so big, because after Chongyun attacks here, it'll be 0 dice on the side of Kayori, which means Beeloo can just use their 2 remaining dice to play those 2 underwater treasures, and then next turn they'll have full setup. Like Minty Meat Rolls in hand as well, plus Gamblers. It'll just be full setup for the 1-turn kill you're talking about so much earlier.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Kayori wants to opt for that or not this round. It does play a Treasure-Seeking Sealy. Is at 2 dice, but of course you can see those 2 pink cards on the top of their screen. Those are the underwater treasures we have been talking so much about. Each of them is going to generate not only additional random die, but 1 healing as well for the active character, which can really add up, in these high damage decks as 1 HP is really all you need to survive sometimes. If you can bring a character just that little bit above, it can make the... And I think we saw that on stream yesterday as well, where that 1 HP did come in and matter. Shooting a treasure.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think you would have much rather used it last turn. Does draw another underwater treasure. Unfortunately, no dice to play it, so we'll have to do that next turn. It is now Beeloo's turn to act. 3 dice remaining. Because they played that board and Yelan had an artifact equipped, it will give them 1 extra Omni dice to potentially do an attack. I don't know if they want to go for one, though, as attacking here will give Kayori turn priority, which means that Chayu can just instantly freeze with Thunder Manifestation next turn. We'll go for it, though.
Ooh, but Minty,
I think this makes sense, right? Because Minty Meat Rolls and they have Covenant as Covenant of Rock, which will give 2 extra dice for another normal attack.
Yeah, actually, I think it will be 3. So looking at it now, they also have a Gamblers in hand. Of course, I'm sure most players are familiar with that card by now. It's going to give 2 dice when they take down a character.
Oh, you're right.
Which could be now.
Yeah, because they have Boar Princess as well and the zero cost Kavarina. This could be potentially another, like, 2 normal attacks on top of this. This will be absolutely devastating if Beeloo can get it off. And I think this is why we generally favor this matchup. It's just more damage efficient overall.
Yeah, so Beeloo definitely doing identifying what he needs to do in this matchup to get an edge. As I think yesterday on camera we did see the Chongyun Razor deck, I think at least take more matches in this specific pairing.
I know when when I was casting with Leah, the Chongyun Razor deck did win over the Yelan deck.
Here we go.
That might change today.
Covenant being played. Did not roll an Electro. Of course, Covenant generating 2 random dice here. Sometimes you need to get a little bit lucky, but no matter, we're going to get a Omni die generated by playing that Gamblers. It is going to take out Chongyun here to get 2 extra dice. We do have 1 more use of that Minty Meatballs remaining, so that manifestation guaranteed to be able to attack 1 more time.
What sucks here is that Kayori is actually forced onto the Razor. Because if Kayori swaps to the Xingqiu, 1 more normal attack will take him out, and it will apply Hydro onto Razor. And like with 1 character remaining, as long as Beeloo has a Leave It to Me, as we see he does have in hand, Kayori will be forced into a perma-free situation next turn, so we'll have to take the extra damage onto their carry, which is not ideal. 4 HP as well is within 1-shot range too.
Yeah, but very important that we see both players have that Leave It to Me in hand, the Noel Quick Swap card. That is gonna, so a lot of this matchup ends up being dictated by freeze and freezing your opponents before they can take you up, right? These are 1-turn kill decks, so they do a lot of damage, but you can't do damage when you're frozen, and there's no way to break out of freeze. So round 3 is almost certainly dictated by freeze. I think Beeloo has put themselves in a great position, taking out one of the opposing characters and bringing them low. But I wonder if Kayori is able to get out of this just by having turn priority here.
It depends on whether or not Kayori can get enough dice. We know they've played 1 treasure in hand already, so that is 3 cards, 3 dice remaining, or 2 dice, because they already played 3 treasures.
Yeah.
So there's at least 2 dice like they could still have. I think that's 1 more underwater treasure hunt in hand. There's the Lumenstone as well, and plus the stove, right? That could be potentially another 5 dice, but it just depends whether or not they can get it off.
Yeah, I'm sure these players now, when you're playing the treasure deck, you have to like pay attention to what you have left in your deck and how many cards, because that does end up mattering, as each card less is another chance to draw a trade. But we see like 3 cards coming in from Kayori, playing the Shadow of the Sand King there, which does draw you a card on play, and then that also was the 3rd card, which triggered both of the Lumenstones. So very strong opening, like I said, playing all the card draw first to look at all of his options.
Minty Meat Rolls coming down as well. The Northern Smoked Chicken on the Xingqiu for that 1 extra draw with the Chef Mao. A really smart thing that I want to point out here is that Kayori is playing their Chef Mao before they strategize to thin out their deck, so it has 1 less food in there, so he is more likely to draw treasure.
And that paid off there with another treasure. I think that might be either the last one or second to last one from that first treasure, but we see the deck symbol there for Kayori, coming down to 1 card, which means I think that is in single digits now. Ooh, going for the quick swap.
The fast swap onto the Xingqiu.
Yeah,
I think this is smart, right? Because Kayori knows that if Beeloo has a Leave It to Me, they will use it and they're going to freeze their Razor, right? And then the Razor is more high damage. But Kayori also knows that Zenora, if she attacks, will 100% kill Xingqiu. Meaning that they get a free swap back onto Razor and you get to maintain him in an unfrozen state to deal more damage.
Right, so it's just trying to be more damage efficient here.
Another thing as well is because they played Northern Smoked Chicken onto the Xingqiu, they want to preserve the Minty Meat Rolls on Razor, which will reduce more dice. So that's just more damage in their hand.
Yeah, so it looks like Kayori's taking a line to try and end the game this round, and I think Beeloo isn't going to be able to do anything about it, right? Like, I think the deck does run a egg, but we saw him tuned
earlier.
Very early on, so he can no longer revive Yelan, and that could have been...
The thing is, though, the breakpoints don't favor Kayori. Because with Freeze, with Rain Swords, after a change like all the way back to 3.7, Rain Swords only do 1 damage on cast, 2 damage on normal, and then +1 for reactions, which is 4 damage. Zenora has 10 HP, which means it'll take 3 hits in order to take her out, plus the revive. So potentially 4 attacks on Zenora alone, which is up to 12 dice.
Okay. I mean...
Kayori needs to really dig deep for those treasures.
We do, but we do see one more underwater treasure hunt in Kayori's hand, plus the stove is not yet played, which could represent 2 more additional cards, and that Sealy about to pop, and the chain. I mean, I was talking about at the beginning how much card draw these decks bring, and you can see why. They need that card draw to dive through their deck for those treasures, and then, as you said, generate potentially 5 additional dice this round, but that's very much possible with all of these cards, and Minty Meat Rolls, importantly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Kayori can do it?
Just gonna play the. I mean, I think for sure there's an opportunity, right? Because that underwater treasure is potentially another 5 extra dice, and they have the Sealy in play, ready to draw them 3 cards, and they also have Chang, which will draw another 2, with Stove, which I believe will draw another 2. So it is for sure possible to get those 5 dice, but I'm not sure it'll be enough.
Okay, they have to be careful not to overdraw here because we see Chang and Sealy both coming in. Both of them will be used up when Razor makes his attack, which is 5 more cards in hand.
Potentially 6, depending on what artifact that is on.
Oh, true. Yeah, I think it was a Shadow of the Sand King. So yeah, it is 6 cards. So Kari has to go down to 4 cards in hand.
Oh, not able to do it. That is 5. It will overdraw by 1. Let's hope it's not a treasure for Kayori's sake. That's first draw. Or Princess. I think that's 2 more treasures. Oh, I'll leave it to me. That is another dice as well.
Oh, maybe it didn't overdraw.
Oh, I guess it didn't overdraw.
Okay.
Our math was wrong. And of course, now Beeloo completely frozen. Doesn't really have a play to do. They could play the underwater treasure to like mess with the breakpoints just a little bit more, but other than that, I don't really believe they have options left.
Yeah, if you hear us referring to breakpoints, it's quite a technical term, but one of the things you'll notice when you start playing TCG, of course, if a character survives on 1, you still need to do something to take them out. So there's a lot of matchups where, like, you know, if you're not efficient enough at dealing damage and you don't quite take out the character, you need to spend 3 more dice in order to perform another action to take them out, which can actually give you quite an edge over your opponents if you have to deal more damage than is necessary to take out a character.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we did see the treasure being played as well, 3 dice. They could play the Lumen Stone as well as the underwater treasure. No, we'll swap to Thunder Manifestation. I think this is pretty smart, right? Because Thunder Manifestation will also take 2 hits, and that way you get to keep Signora's Revive as well to just make securing the game a little bit easier.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you were saying he needed 12 dice this turn, but we might just see that happen. 4 coming out of nowhere, also healing Razor.
Oh, that's another dice right there. Unfortunately, they didn't roll a Gambler's Earrings, which would have been another 2 dice on top of that. So currently 8 dice remaining. Is this enough to finish it off?
Well, I believe they have 1 more pair in hand with that Boar Princess and the Heart. So that is actually 2 more attacks.
Okay.
At the very least, right? I was
having Minty Meat Rolls as well, right? Yeah.
But that actually might not.
No, it might not be enough, because Minty Meat Rolls, 2 attacks is 4 dice, which means 1 remaining, and then it'll wear off. So I believe it is only 2 attacks left in the bank for Kayori's side. Ooh, a Strategize. I think with 1 dice, though, whatever you draw won't really help you, unfortunately.
No, unless you draw. Well, I guess if you draw a treasure, it might not matter. I think that's what Beeloo is trying to figure out, is like if he strategizes and maybe draws a treasure. Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, goes on to Signora, so Chang would proc. Okay, maybe it draws you a treasure.
Yeah, also be trying to play around gamblers. And look at that, that 1 treasure. And
oh, the Lotus! The Lotus is actually going to be so big here. This is like 1 extra attack that Beeloo can tank.
Oh, that is huge. And yeah, and drawing, wow, that's exactly, and drawing the treasure that Beeloo needed to get the dice to play the Lotus. That's pretty huge.
I think that Lotus and Treasure is just an extra attack in Razor. I think this tanks his entire combo and leaves Signora on 1 HP.
But importantly, you know, Signora, of course, has her Cryo form right now, but if she does get taken out, will revive into the Pyro form, which means he won't be able to freeze Razor next turn. I think that's one of the plays Beeloo was trying to make with Razor having that Hydro there, but because Signora is going to flip to Pyro form, is instead going to Vaporize.
Unfortunately, Signora, like, there's no possible way Beeloo can get her above 4 HP at the end phase in this turn, so just going to use her to tank the damage and then hope that Thunder Manifestation has enough in the tank to bring it home, but that might not be the case, as Beeloo most likely needs at least 2 attacks, and with Elon Burst wearing off as well, it's going to be quite rough.
I never asked
Yeah, we
There
see
we go,
those
yeah.
redemption.
the healing part of those treasures really coming in clutch there, bringing Razor back up to 8 all the way from 4.
Oh, but critically, Kayori is now completely out of dice, which means that Beeloo has 2 attacks. As long as Beeloo can bring it home within those 2 attacks, the game should go to them.
Although with the Razor follow-up hit, would that how much damage was that? Should do
It's
2 damage.
2.
Right?
It's 2 damage.
So I think Razor can get it done in 1 hit unless Beeloo can actually heal or play enough food to get it back above.
I know Beeloo played 2 treasures, so potentially still 2 left in the tank. If Beeloo can like top deck 2 treasures off this strategize, it would heal Signora up to 3 HP, which would take both hits from Razor.
Yeah. I wonder if they have to go for playing more treasures, the second underwater treasure, just to fill the deck with more chances and then draw 2.
No matter what though, Beeloo needs at least 6 dice in order to bring this home, because that is the threshold for 2 attacks.
Okay, so here's the first underwater treasure hunt, or I guess the second one of the game being played, and here's the go strategize.
Oh, that's
gets
one. Not
That's
enough though. Not enough. Needed at least 2 to bring up to 3 HP.
Almost wonder if Beeloo should have played that Lumen Stone just to get 1 extra card and just dig and dive a little bit deeper to find that extra treasure.
Oh, like you gamble, you're gonna get a treasure to get that dice back. I mean, I think it's a play worth considering, because if you don't draw those treasures, I feel like it's just an auto loss.
Which I think is what we're seeing here. As of course, Razor's follow-up on hit will, take his normal attack will take out Signora, and then that follow-up hit will hit Manifestation after the switch happens, which would mean both characters go down in a single action.
Yeah, Beeloo like, is really thinking here, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. It looks really bad, but we can never quite count out our players.
Oh, now he's playing Lumenstone.
There's the treasure. I mean, there's 2 0-cost cards in hand, right? So
But now won't it be too short on dice?
if you play Chef Bab, maybe top deck another Lotus. Oh, that's a treasure. Okay. You're no longer short on dice because you play that treasure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 6
okay.
dice. It's 2 attacks, and Signora will tank both.
So Beeloo might have been able to find the winning
Oh,
line here.
wait. And if Razor attacks, it's going to apply Lightning Rod, which means skill will do 4, but there's treasure in hand, never mind.
Yeah. One of the things, of course, we've been focusing on Beeloo this whole time, but Kayori has a similar setup with treasure and Lumenstone in hand. Gonna bring up Razor back up to 5, and also during a second Chef Mao. I'm not sure exactly what the foods are in hand, but I believe one of them is a Lotus, right? We've already played both Minty Meat Rolls, and the only other one-cost food, it is gonna be a Lotus.
Yeah, it is a Lotus.
And this is almost certainly going to seal. Oh, it's gonna be 3 damage anyway? Wait, hang on.
Redemption.
What do we miss?
Wait, why was it 3 damage? What did we miss? Because there was no Frost Field, there was no...
Hold on.
Hold on.
I mean, congratulations, Kayori, for taking out the first game there, baffling us casters here at the desk as we try to figure out what effect brought Razor's damage up to 3 on normal.
Yeah,
it looks like
that
an
was
Electro Infusion.
White. It shouldn't be. Razor shouldn't have Electro Infusion. Burst
No,
does
that's
not give
not
that. It is
his
merely a
first
follow-up attack. I'm checking it right now, but...
Wait, did he just use skill? Does Razor's
Oh,
follow-up
skill!
actually
Yeah,
plus
a skill also follow-ups on skill. We completely forgot about that, because
Okay.
you often combo it with the normal attacks for, like,
Right.
Superconduct with, like, Chongyun's Frost Field and whatnot. I completely forgot that was an interaction.
Yeah, and TCG is very complicated. That's why we are here behind at the casting desk and not playing. But yeah, what an interesting game here. And again, showcasing the power of Treasure Hunt on both sides.
I think, like, maybe our conventional knowledge of how this matchup goes is different because of the Treasure Hunt. Because we saw, like, back in the previous patch, Yelan generally wins over it with the conventional magic engine, but maybe with Treasure, this Razor deck becomes more favored.
Yeah, the healing definitely comes out of play. And I think, one of the first things we saw that Signora isn't great at doing damage at the very end. Of course, if Signora had her burst up, would have been able to one-shot the Razor, but was 1 energy short, and it's those, like, tiny little differences that can end up mattering in very close games.
I mean, like, I think we can for sure see why these players brought their respective decks, right? Just super powerful, being able to go all out just turn 3, doing so much damage.
Yeah, and we're seeing the deck choices here. Of course, the players are bringing 3 decks, and opponent is banning 1. It looks like there's a slight graphical error here because obviously we just saw the Yulano TTX played. So Kayori banned a slightly different deck. It likely won't come up, but Beeloo now has a choice of 2 different decks, whereas Kayori in the Conquest format is forced to play their last deck, which turns out to be that Yilan deck as
Funny
well.
enough, this was a situation Leah and I faced a lot yesterday, where like your opponent is left with just the Yelan OTK, and you have the Fatuis on deck, and also the Yelan Mirror to consider. We kind of talked about like the mindset going into it, where maybe you pick the Fatuis on because it is typically a better matchup at aggro decks and the combo decks, who are able to really pressure their setup character early on and really hamper their game plan. Or maybe you're just confident in the mirror and you go for that, and you save that deck for game 3 to secure it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Beeloo has had the 6 average usable die in the first 3 rounds, which is higher than average, and as you said, what you kind of want in Fatuizan and aggressive decks like that. So maybe they're lucky enough to pull it off. We will have to see. But we are going shortly into a game 2, which does also mean, of course, another raffle begins. Hopefully we'll see the winner of the last ones. And there we go. We have one of our raffle winners. You know, I'm not going to read out the UID, but congratulations. If you know that your UID off by heart, you are one of the winners there. So you should be expecting a welcome moon in your mailbox shortly. There should be.
I'm trying to point to it. It's kind of hard angling my finger with the camera. Yeah, right there, right there. Wrong side.
And of course, we have 3 different winners. I'm not sure if all 3 were shown on screen, but hopefully you know who you are in chat. But if you want a chance to take part, and again, if you are watching on the official channel, please head over to the Astra Carnival Twitch. That is where the raffle is being held. There you'll be able to take part. Have your UID ready, along with the name of the player you're rooting for, which in this case is going to be either Beeloo or Kayori. Yeah, and
there's a second winner on screen right now. Congratulations! Looks like this is an America's one, starting with a 6. I know my UIDs.
Do you actually know your UID off by heart?
I do know my UIDs.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay. I do not. I know it begins with 6, but that's it.
This one, another one. This is from EU.
Oh,
so
one
congratulations to you.
Yeah, one from each region. Congratulations. And yeah, if you're just joining us, you're of course watching the Prince Cup Atlantic. We have players from both Europe and the Americas regions here combined for the first time ever in the top 32 bracket. And we're 1 game in, plenty more to go for the rest of the day. So plenty more chances for you to enter the raffle. But once again, hop on over to the Astra Carnival Twitch chat specifically. There you'll be able to chat with your fellow players about what you're seeing on screen and also enter the raffles.
Moving on to our game 2 though, like we take a look at the decks earlier, but something I do want to mention is it was the Fatuizan deck that brought Kayori to the lower bracket. In their game 3 against, let me go check who their opponent was again, against DVDia, they rolled 2 usable turn 1. And it was a little bit unfortunate because if you're playing an aggro deck, you are like just an all systems go type of deck. You want to go in, and just do that damage as fast as possible. And not having that dice is something that really is going to stop your game plan. And looks like Kayori will decide to go for the Yelan Mirror. Yeah,
so we are going to see mirror matchups. We'll have to see. I don't actually remember which version of the Yelan deck Beeloo brought. I believe it was the Underwater Treasure version. We did of course see one other variation on stream yesterday, but most players are choosing this Underwater Treasure version, and we'll have to see if it ends up being stronger. So far it hasn't performed as well as I think I was expecting, at least on stream.
Oh, and Beeloo is bringing the Fatuizan deck we were talking about, like that matchup to just get it to game 3. Looking at this deck, it is like the standard list that we've generally been seeing from players.
Yep.
I think Robot Wizard in particular was running a one of Lynette talent in his deck, but other than that, this is basically card for card the list that most of our players are choosing to run.
Yeah, Farazan, of course, one of the new characters added in the most recent version 4.6, and probably the one that's getting the most screen time here in this specific deck. Fatuizan, as I coined the term yesterday, I'm going to take credit for that one. But of course, you have the 2 Fatui brother and sister combo, Lynette and Linny, in order to use Fatui Conspiracy, and then Farazan buffing the Anemo damage for the team and swells.
We are going to go into our game 2 here.
Yeah, which means another raffle should have begun. So if you are in the Astro Carnival Twitch chat, you can enter by rooting for one of these players, either Kayori or Beeloo, followed by your
Prepare
UID.
to
So
be
type their name in
amazed.
chat, followed by a UID to enter. Go about 3 minutes before we close that and decide on 3 winners again.
Mm-hmm. Oh. I mean, 3 usable. You take that if you are Kayori. Actually, wait, no. They're playing the Yelan deck. No, you for sure take that. 5 usable? That is a lot of good dice. I mean, that statistic coming up once again. 5 usable turn 1 is quite impressive.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the passive. One of the things I love about the Yelan deck sometimes is that each character has like a little animation that they trigger at the start. So you actually spend a lot of time just watching those passives and statuses get applied.
Yesterday when we saw like a Yelan OTK mirror, like those things are going on forever, but it looks like Beeloo is not quite as lucky on the dice front. It does have 3 Pyro and 1 Animal, so could tune 2 if they do want to use those skills. It does have the Opera Epic class as well if they want to fix their dice with the Animal Resonance on top of that. Or I mean, Animal Woven on top of that.
It looks like they are going to do that, playing that Opera Epicles and not, or I guess I'll say it the way I'm more comfortable with, but playing the Opera, able to convert one of their dice to Pyro, and as long as their equipments don't fall under what their opponents are equipping, we'll be able to generate additional die.
The interesting thing about Opera, as you mentioned though, is that it will only generate you dice if you have equal or more equip load than your opponent. And just looking at Kayori's hand, they already have that Shadow of the Sand King in hand, so going into next turn, they could just disable that extra dice generation by equipping it. As, of course, Beeloo has 0 dice in terms of equips, where Kayori would have 1, although that Farazan talent would put them over by 2. So it's going to be math that we're going to have to keep our eyes on going forward.
Yeah, in general, I would expect Beeloo's deck to not have any trouble. They, of course, run not only King Squire plus other 1-cost artifacts, but also that Farazan talent, of course, does count for Opera, right? Talents are also considered equipments for the purposes of that math. So I don't think there's been any issue triggering the Opera, but we do see Kayori switching over to Thunder Manifestation here, avoiding that Pyro on Yelan that Farazan was hoping to swell.
I think this makes like a lot of sense, right? Because you don't want to anyways got unnecessary damage, and it's not like you had an extra dice to do a normal attack anyways, of course not drawing the minty meat rolls or anything along those lines. So swapping to the Thunder Manifestation is just kind of the safer line where you kind of soak the damage on a secondary character while we buy a little bit more time for Yelan to burst.
Do you think Kayori's gonna go for the kill on Linny next round?
Oh, you're right, Linny is within that lethal range. That is something to think about. I think if you're Kayori, you kind of do want to go for it, because you do have those Gambler's Earrings as well, right? If you just end your turn and equip it, it would just deny the Opera. Okay, never mind. I mean, ending first, you can equip the Gamblers next round, it would still deny the Opera. Right. But I think it does make sense, right? Because it would give you 2 extra dice to work with. It will also take out one of Beeloo's characters, so that's less characters they could spread the damage on later on. And you could still get 1 burst on top of that as well, so...
Yeah. We'll see if that is the line they do decide to take, as we are heading into round 2. Beeloo was able to get another attack off on Farazan, as you saw. Of course, on her skill, she is able to discount a charged attack, which is an attack on even dice by 1 unaligned, and letting you sneak in that extra hit there and bringing Farazan manifestation down very low.
Oh, it will just be a swap to Yelan, okay. Not even equipping the Shadow of the Sand King or the Gambler's Earrings, which will give Beeloo 1 more Animo dice to work with. I think if you are Beeloo, you kind of just play that talent and you start your game plan of hitting them with Farazan, because Kayori is expected to spend 2 turns onto Yelan, like 1 to normal attack to get that final energy, and then 1 to burst, which you can kind of just use to get your damage down.
Yeah, and we can see here the Fatuizan deck doing what it does best, which is piling on damage. Fortunately for Kayori, no weapon King Squire drawn to pile on damage even further, but Beeloo with that Farazan talent is going to be able to recoup 1 Anemo die immediately on burst, as well as 1 more for every single round. So combining that Opera, Beeloo is going to have 2 extra dice over Kayori going into round 3.
Of course, we can't discount how much dice overall will be generated, because Kayori does have that treasure, does have a lot of dice generation in hand as well. Playing a Lotus Crest as well just can make sure Yelan can get that burst down. No funny things going on. No shenanigans.
What would that be playing around? Like, what would take them out at 7?
King, Squire, Tandoori's, that would do 7.
King's Guard. Oh, yeah. So Farazan's burst, of course, buffing a Nemo damage, so her skill is doing 4 every hit. Yeah, very
King
heads
Squire
up play.
would buff it to 5, and then Tandoori would make it 7. Although, I think that Lotus is a bit of an overreaction, as if Beeloo had a King Squire, I believe they would have already played it.
Yep. And weak foes can see that they do not. But, you know, maybe Beeloo would be the one. What if they were playing, like, the next level mind game where they're specifically holding onto the King Squire for the moment that Yelan has her shields down and then equipping it?
I have seen players do that before, but I generally don't think it's the best play to go for, because it could just go so wrong most of the time.
That's true. Definitely true.
I think in this case, though, it does make sense Kayori is playing around it, because if your Yelan goes down without bursting, it is kind of just game over for you. So playing a little bit more safe in that regard, like spending that 1 extra dice just to guarantee you get your Yelan burst down, and you weren't doing anything with it anyway, so going for the safe rather than sorry route does make sense.
Dare to mess with me?
And here we go, Farazan's elemental skill here, of course doing 4 damage, popping that Lotus with 1 damage spilling over onto Yelan. He is also now primed for a charged attack too.
The thing is that if you do want to go for a charge attack, what do you tune? You kind of do want, I believe that's Willow in hand, this is the card in the middle, so... And you do want Gamblers as well, like just seeing how low Thunder Manifestation is, so I guess you tune the Covenant in that situation?
Yeah, it's probably Covenant. It looks like it's not gonna see play at this stage of the game. You know, Covenant of course can only be played when you're on 0 dice. For a very powerful effect of giving you 2 extra die, which usually what you'll see players do is combine that with Farazan's charged attack, right? Because getting 2 extra dice gives you that even dice count and the required amount of dice, as long as you roll a Nemo to perform that charged attack. But with no other way to get down to
Things are about to get
0 die,
dicey.
may not be... The window may have closed on that Covenant.
Of course, we do see Kayori just getting that Yelan burst down. Nothing really special, just gonna prepare for next round with 1 turn left on it though. Kayori's gonna have to go really big. Of course, they do have that Senora for the freezes, which will really put a stop into Kayori's damage output. I mean, Beeloo's damage output, sorry.
Yeah, and if you're playing the Yelan Oshigeka, would you prefer to usually go onto Signora to kind of freeze and lock out and prevent more damage, or would you rather go more aggressive and just try and race them with damage on manifestation?
Typically, in the past, you did prefer going on to Thunder Manifestation just because it was more damage efficient. But I think in this matchup in particular, you can't afford to do that, right? Because Thunder Manifestation is 3 HP, which is like... But with Beeloo's Gamblers, which you do expect him to have at this point in the game, it will be more dice into Beeloo's hands. So I think you do prefer to go on that Signora, guarantee the fact that Beeloo cannot generate dice by lethaling her, and also guaranteeing freezes as well, which will slow down Beeloo a lot.
Yeah, Beeloo is thinking very hard where to equip that Gamblers, because it's being very critical, right? Putting that equipment on the wrong character could be the difference between winning and losing this game. Of course, playing that Willow as well, gonna try to draw 2 extra cards. Oh, there's the King Squire, finally.
Oh, the Animal Res as well. This will help a lot against the the Senora freeze.
Yeah, but does Kayori have a quick swap? I didn't actually see.
Oh, that will be something to keep attention to. Otherwise, they will have to slow swap and just give away free Gambler's value, which is not ideal. It's looking quite good on Beeloo's side this turn.
Yeah, Beeloo, of course, generating an extra a Nemo die off of that Farazan burst.
Ooh, it will be a Lubin Stone. We do see the treasure in hand. Oh, something to note though is that Kayori has not had a chance to play Underwater Treasure, which means they have no treasures currently in their deck.
Speaking of which, now they have 6.
Now they have 6, but none in hand yet, so they don't actually have that influx of dice to work with as we saw last game.
No, and it looks like there is no Leave It To Me for a quick swap on Kayori's side, so he's gonna opt to just normal attack and stay on Yelan, basically forcing Farazan to take Yelan out here, which actually is kind of nice because it does deny the Gamblers even.
Yeah, because Beeloo played the Gamblers onto Lynette last turn, like, you won't be able to get value out of it now. Potentially might bite them back later, because this will be -1 dice that they could have potentially worked with. And you kind of don't want to fast up onto Lynette, right? Because of course, if you do take out that Yelan, Senora is just going to come in and freeze your Lynette, and now you don't have a fast up in hand to work with.
What do you think of that Lumenstone play? Because it's now Kayori spent a lot of dice. You can see them down from at 2 all the way to 10. Would you have played the Lumenstone there, or do you think it's too late?
I think I would not have played the Lumenstone. The thing about Lumenstone is it generates a lot of value over time, right? It will generate you +2 dice over the course of 3 rounds, but the turn you play it, it will go -1.
Hmm.
And like
Yeah.
with only 1 turn left on your Elon burst, I don't think the dice matters as much going into next turn. I think you want
Tears of the
to
storm.
in this round to capitalize off of your damage.
Water.
Yeah, and Farazan refreshing her burst, of course, with the talent equipped, that burst effectively only costs 2, as it is going to refund that 1 Anemo die right away. So very efficient use there of the turn, and as you said, avoiding going to Lynette to try and not get frozen.
I think this is like the smartest play you have available. Like that dice doesn't matter if you're just going to be perma frozen and can't use it. So we'll go a little bit slightly inefficient dice-wise, but is the much more efficient long-term. You know what? I'm gonna give up explaining that. It just works.
It just works. We'll see.
It just works.
We'll have the players show us what how things work, as we do see Kayori now going finally to Signora.
Does manage to use that first underwater treasure, drawing another one off Lumenstone as well. And because it's the third card they played, it will refund an Omni Dice as well. The Chef Mao, Minty Meat Rolls, all going to come in now. Or Princess as well, okay. 0 cost for free gamblers, yep.
Yeah, Boar Princess, of course, is going to be able to generate basically any 0 cost artifact that you see in Kayori's hand would be able to trigger Boar Princess for additional die. And I said they were at 2 dice earlier, now they're back up to 6, and that, you know, one of the names that people give to this back in the day is magic, right? As it's kind of like they pull dice out of thin air. And even though we don't see either of these decks playing the famous Gilded Dreams as the artifact that typically does this, looks like Treasure and Lumenstone and things have no trouble generating that dice anyway. Who do you swap to here?
This is actually kind of rough, because if you go Linny, you do prefer like them to hit onto your Linny, and then you get like another attack on Farazan for free because they will lethal him. The thing is, that healing with the 1 prop Aristat will bring Linny up to 5, which is out of Signora's kill range, so you would have to fast up onto Lynette. Oh, you can King Squire's skill here, and then that's a little bit unsure.
Do you think it's worth trying to keep Linny alive just in case the game goes into the last round and you need him as, like a secondary character?
I think no matter what you do, Linny will always live on 1 HP. Fatui Conspiracy, okay.
Yeah, drawing Fatui Conspiracy, which of course can attach a status to the opponent that after they perform an action will apply an element. We've seen that go wrong a couple of times because, of course, if you hit Pyro, which is a 25% chance, it really doesn't add anything except for 1 damage, and playing 2 dice for 1 damage is very inefficient. Oh, is equipping that King Squire.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a little bit of extra damage to work with, so...
Yeah, this was what I was wondering about, like, you know, keeping Linny alive. Mainly was like, do you go for that King Squire equip in case that 1 damage ends up mattering in the late game? Because with the King Squire, now Linny's prop arrow does 3 damage and could be enough to take out Thunder Manifestation.
Oh, the I haven't lost yet coming in clutch at this critical moment. Like, that will give Beeloo 1 extra dice to work with if they so desire, as Farazan was taken out this round.
Yeah, you probably would use it anyway.
I think you do for sure use a skill, right? Because that will bring Signora down below 4 HP, which will force her to flip to her Pyro form and burn the revive.
Yep.
We'll use the I haven't lost hit right now as well. Strategize? What are we trying to pull?
I think that 1 extra dice was going to go away anyway, so you might as well strategize.
Yeah.
We do see, of course, an egg in Kayori's hand right now, along with 2 other food. But that egg, of course, is able to revive one of the characters at 1 HP, which could end up mattering a lot as long as he doesn't lose that character to swell damage. But of course, as I mentioned, you know, we're talking about breakpoints, and egg is one of those cards that plays very much into that concept because, you know, you revive a character at 1 HP, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it at least will take your opponent a full action most of the time, 3 dice, to take out that 1 HP character. And so you can use egg really to your advantage to swing the late, you know, the final rounds very much in your favor.
The thing about egg in this matchup in particular, though, is because it revives on 1 HP, any type of spread damage, like Swirl, will be more than enough to just take out whatever character you revived with. So that will be the problem in this matchup. Of course, like, Swirl will remove the element from your active character in order to deal that spread damage, but it could still get dangerous if Kayori ever just swaps his Thunder Manifestation.
And Beeloo had the overwhelming dice advantage before, but that flipped entirely now. So maybe that Lumen Stone did end up being correct, as we're very likely to see the game go into a 4th round.
Mm-hmm. And now just Kayori is considering, how could I get the most out of my remaining dice? As of course, Beeloo is at 0 dice. They could still have Covenant Woven in hand, because Kayori doesn't know that that was tuned, and we've only seen 1 Woven from Beeloo so far, so that is still something to worry about.
Yep, very much so.
If that wasn't something to consider, I believe Kayori probably would just swap Thunder Manifestation and do a Northern Smoke Chicken normal attack, which would take out Linny from off-field and just leave Kayori on just solo Lynette.
I wonder if he's going to go for that play. That sounds like it would be he would still have enough dice to go back on to Signora. And as I was taking about, like, a character on 1 HP can be the difference between winning and losing. Oh, he's going to go for that line.
Go for it. Is going to risk it, yeah. I mean, the thing is, if Beeloo did have Covenant Woven, I think this would be just an instant auto loss.
Right.
But, I mean, Beeloo does not, so this is safe. As safe as can be.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that these high-level games you have to really think about is you can't play around everything, and if you take 2 safe lines, that can end up not working out in your favor. So occasionally it is correct to take that risk, and looks like Kayori will be rewarded. That swap onto Thunder Manifestation is safe, so he is now able to play Northern Smoke Chicken to discount the normal attack by 1.
And swap back to Elon as well. Something really smart, actually, you might not even need to, I could just normal attack. Something really smart I want to point out Kayori did before swapping is they played Treasure on Yelan to heal her up to 2 HP, because if Beeloo did have Covenant of the Rock plus Woven, a skill would have, like, swirled Pyro onto Signora, bringing her down to the low 1 HP and triggering the revive early, which would have let Summon finish her off end phase. So this is something really clever that Kayori did.
But then you just lose because your opponent has priority anyway, right? Because Signora...
Yeah, you would, but you wouldn't instantly lose.
And here we go. Kayori swapping back up to Signora, like you said, to take that 2 extra damage on the summon, but that does give basically effective extra HP by triggering the revive. And I think that's gonna do it. I would say, like, Kayori looks to be in a dominant position here. Of course, Lynette solo should not be underestimated.
Lynette solo does a lot of damage, right? And she also has the built-in healing thanks to her skill on top of that to consider. The thing is, but there's the Hag in Kayori's hand, which could revive Gale and take an extra attack. The thing is, though, Kayori has no healing, which means Lynette can just normal attack 3 times and all of these characters would be gone.
Well, actually, does Beeloo even need to normal attack 3 times? Because we see the Fatui Conspiracy. If
I don't think you risk it.
That, you don't risk it? Yeah, I guess if he hit Pyro, it's... Oh, he's gonna risk it!
Oh, he's gonna risk... Wait!
That's it! I think that's it.
That should be it. Oh, the Gamblers, too, on top of that. So, of course he plays Victory Conspiracy, because they'll just refund you your dice. And having 11 dice is the same as having, like, is effectively the same as having 6, so you can't get an extra attack in.
Okay, but Kayori does have the opportunity to draw into treasures.
Oh, that's true. That could mess with the breakpoints. That is the egg coming back on Signora. Of course, when you revive her with the egg, she does not get her revive back.
No, that would be a little bit busted. Ooh.
Oh, there is a treasure. Not enough to change breakpoints, though. Would need at least 2.
Yeah.
But no extra draw available. Celia had 0 stacks. You need to attack 3 times, which is just not feasible right now.
Yeah, honestly... Yeah, hitting... I guess anything other than Pyro, maybe even Pyro would have been fine, because you still take out Signora. Wow.
Yeah, it does swap over to the Signora. This will eat an extra attack from Beeloo.
But that's just a re-trigger Gamblers. It's one of the dangers of playing Egg as well. Even if that is gonna delay your defeat, it's 2 extra dice now for Lynette, and yeah, I don't think there is a way for Kayori to overcome this, so it looks like Beeloo will be able to even out the score, which is great news for those of you in chat, because of course, in Game 3, we will have another Raffle. Oh, Kayori doing the honorable thing, triggering the Fatui Conspiracy to take out Manifestation on their action. So congratulations there to Beeloo, evening the score. But I think, would you say a pretty favored matchup there for Fatui-zan?
I would for sure say it's a Fatui-zan favored matchup. It is just the classic triangle of TCG. We're gonna,
yeah.
But here we can kind of see the highlights. We'll discuss more about that later. But just the early damage from Farzan and Linny just like chunking Kayori's characters early on, just giving him that early HP advantage.
What do you think of the choice here not to go for the kill on Linny with Gamblers?
I don't know how to feel about it, right? Because, like, on one hand, you could kind of save that kill for later on your big combo turn to get that extra dice. But on the other hand, like, we saw that Linny skill being able to even out the HP so much when Kayori did go into the turn, so it could have potentially been a misplay that cost him the match, but we, of course, wouldn't ever know unless they did go for it.
No, we would never know, and you know, sometimes you have to make these choices, you never know if you're going to be correct or not, and there's a lot on the line for those players. Again, to stress, we have a huge prize pool here. All of the players, by being the top 32, are guaranteed at 600, but they are fighting right now for the opportunity to progress into the top 16, which doubles their prize money to 1,200 USD. And one of these two players, we are in the final match. At the end of Game 3, one of these two players, their journey in Prince Cup Atlantic will end, which they'll have a very respectable top 32 place finish, which again is very difficult to do. But you know, you got to be disappointed about not being able to progress further.
As you said, though, we are moving on to the Game 3. It will be a Yelan ODK mirror to decide the fate of both of our players.
I don't think we've had the mirror matchup yet.
Not today. This will be our first game. First mirror of the day?
Well, I mean, first mirrors, I think we saw a lot of Fatuizan mirrors yesterday, because I think it's a pretty popular deck that people aren't banning too much. But here we go. We have our 3 Raffle winners. The first one, congratulations. Valiant efforts to me. I think I'm in the better position to do it, but I have to get this. No, wait.
Other hand. Oh, okay. You're just going to twist it. Okay, that works. Yeah, congratulations to this person from EU.
Yeah.
That will be your first winner.
If you're just tuning in, wondering what this is, we are raffling away Blessings of the Welcome Moon for now our second winner, also from the EU. So congratulations. And if you are watching on the official Genshin Impact channel and you're wondering what this is, first of all, you're watching Competitive Genius Unification TCG. Second, if you want to know how you can take part in these raffles, you will need to hop over to the Astra Carnival Twitch channel instead. We are raffling away those in chat, so have your UID ready. And congratulations to our third winner.
Person, also from the EU.
All EU regions. Here we go. Yeah, we had a good mix in the first one, but looks like the RNG has kind of stacked in favor of our EU players here. But again, we have all day today for every single match, including, you know, if it goes into a Game 3, like we're about to see, that is an extra 3 Welkins we are giving out. So gotta root for the underdog. Keep us here as long as possible so you in chat and back at home have the best possible chance to win one of those Welkins.
Yeah, and of course, going into the round 3 as well, it's not just about the Welkins, although those are pretty cool. It's also about the tournament lives of our lovely players. Whoever loses this will be sent home, but whoever wins advances forward and also doubles their earnings as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're probably already sitting at home playing, of course. These matches are being played remotely. We're not yet at the live portion of the event in person, but we are, of course, coming to you live from, I guess, the Cat's Tail, as it were. Somehow the same Cat's Tail in 2 different places.
The alternate dimension Cat's Tail, it's okay.
Alternate dimension Cat's Tail, yeah. Although, no, it's the, that other, remember the cat event that we had recently? They basically, like, had the same,
yeah, that one, the cat petting one.
Yeah, one of us is there.
Cat petting aside, though. Cat petting aside, this will be Kayori once again bringing the Yelan OTK deck, is running Underwater Treasure and the Lumenstone version that we kind of expect our players to go for.
Yeah, and I think we saw both players already play this deck, right? Yeah, Kayori played it in the first round and then lost it in switch decks. And then now we have this mirror match, and yeah, both bring Underwater Treasure. This is a really interesting mirror matchup. Again, we haven't seen this specific one yet on camera. What do you, any thoughts about this one?
I think this is one that's all about setup, right? I think whoever goes first is for sure going to be favored because you do get that Yelan burst that much faster. Of course, Beeloo running. I believe this is an exact copy of Kayori's list.
Yeah. So the most mirror matchup that a mirror matchup could be.
Of course, I saw yesterday as well, there was an alternate line you can go for. Instead of rushing your Yelan burst, if you do manage to get a Leave It to Me, round 2 you have the option to fast swap onto Thunder Manifestation and take out your opponent's Yelan early. Of course, that is only a play available to you if you go first. So winning that coin flip is going to be quite a big part of this match.
Yeah, and that's kind of, towards the end of the previous version 4.5 meta, when Jet was still kind of rampaging around. That was kind of what you saw, where that coin flip, who going first or second, dictated a lot of matchups, particularly mirror matchups. So we'll have to see who is luckier. I mean, Beeloo has the higher average dice roll, so can he?
Barry does,
get...
yeah, but the coin flip is not a dice.
I can't see. I believe the top Kayori looks like they're starting first, or is that just the card replacement dialogue? We'll see.
It might just be card replacement dialogue.
What do you think about these openers? Okay. Ooh.
Oh, double underwater treasure. That's quite nice to have.
Pull the trigger.
Is it? I've always heard that you don't want to draw those setup cards too early because you want to.
No, yeah. I think turn 1 you want your Sealies, you want your Lumen Stones, and then turn 2 is typically when you want your treasures.
Right.
But I think you'd rather have them now than have them never. I think that's kind of the problem like Harry had in game 2. They drew their treasures a little bit too late, so they weren't able to use them going into their combo turn.
Yeah, and we do see Beeloo here does have a Sealy and a Chain. So did draw two cards anyway. We do also have Leave It To Me on both sides, so either side could go for a quick swap onto Manifestation to try and snipe off the opposing Yelan.
Of course, Kayori is going first, so is slightly favored in this matchup, and being able to get Yelan's burst up faster, and also having that priority on the Manifestation fast swap if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Even having Gamblers in hand if they are to go for that play. If you like to follow up with a skill, this will leave them within the one-shot range. Of course, Manifestation skill with plus Hydro Reaction plus like a Lightning Rod is 5 damage. Oh no, Beeloo is in the danger zone right now.
Yeah, and there's really no way for Beeloo to prevent this unless he started on a different character. I've also heard that before, if you're going second, some players prefer to start on Manifestation, tank that first hit, just so that Yelan can't be taken out by that. And if you have an extra dice to work with, that is a play available to you, and we do see 1 extra dice remaining for Beeloo. Of course, swapping off
though, that 1 extra dice isn't a food, and swapping off won't save you because, of course, Thunder Manifestation will attack the character with Lightning Rod. No matter what.
Ooh.
So, first treasure gonna go in. We might see our game 3 decided, like, 30 seconds into the match.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Beeloo did draw a treasure off one of the cards there, which could bring Yelan above up to 6, but of course the opposing Yelan is going to get another hit in potentially.
I mean, Kayori will start first, right? So if they do want to go for that play, they can. And of course, they have the Gamblers as well to make it all that much more powerful.
Let's see if they go for it. It's very interesting because it's kind of like, it's like trading with your opponent, because even though if you go for that play and take out the Yelan, you're kind of delaying your own Yelan as well.
The thing is, though, your opponent is like down their main setup character, right? And I think you just have a tempo advantage if you do go for it. But Kayori not deciding to go for it, playing the Lotus Crypts as well to make sure that Beeloo can't do that same play back to him. That's quite smart.
And no you here.
Yeah, I think both players just going to go for the standard Yelan setup burst, and Kayori going for a little bit of a safer line, not taking the alternate line of taking out Beeloo's Yelan, and just going for the faster setup, and going to leverage that tempo advantage to hopefully take the game home. I
mean, Kayori could still go for that fast swap, right? Like, there is a chance that he just waits on the Yelan. I guess it'll be short 1 dice, so maybe not. So almost certainly committed to the Yelan burst line. So if you're Beeloo, what do you do?
Yeah, that is a bit rough. I mean, Kayori would need like Boar Princess plus double 0-cost artifacts in order to have enough dice to go for that play. So it is pretty safe. Actually, no. No, never mind. I was gonna say you go normal attack, but it is only skill that targets the lightning rodded character. But yeah, that's.
Although normal attack.
In this deck.
I think a normal attack will do it, right? It's also 3 damage.
It would be 3 damage, but that's reliant on the fact that Beeloo does not swap off.
I mean, I think if your opponent Lotuses their Yelan, it's a pretty clear signal that they want to go for the burst, because they're basically denying you the line to quick swap onto Manifestation as well. So I have to say, he is thinking very hard about the next decision here. And again, in the mirror match, going second is at slight disadvantage. And of course, I want to remind you, both players here, their top 32 Prince Cup Atlantic tournament lives are on the line here. The loser of this will be knocked out, and the winner will have to continue fighting for their place in the lower bracket.
Oh, Beeloo does go for the hit. This could come back to bite him, as of course Kayori could just fast on normal attack now with the Northern Smoked Chicken. I think if you are Kayori, at this stage of the game, you go for it. Beeloo put so much investment onto that Yelan that you might as well. Of course, yours is now within that one-shot range, so decides not to go for the risk.
Yeah, again, very interesting choices here to be made. I think the decks only run like one quick swap, so if you use it now, you won't be able to quick swap back onto Yelan later to go for that burst line.
Oh, Beeloo has two actually in hand, so.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
right there, yeah. I think I think playing two for the mirror. I think last patch we saw a lot of like one-off quick swaps, but now that we're seeing like a lot of the same type of decks like Yelan TK, Zaicho Freeze, but so players might be opting to tech in two of those for those matchups in particular.
And here we go, 2 treasures going down. Very lucky to have drawn them from the cards in the deck here, but able to heal Yelan up by 2 and generate 2 extra dice. I think Beeloo was hoping, of course it is a random die, was hoping to get some Hydro, so he wouldn't have to tune, but not that lucky. Oh, he's gonna roll for it again.
Ooh.
With food.
I mean, you can Chef Mao to reduce your Hydro dice cost, and maybe draw another Hydro as well.
Oh, doesn't get it.
Oh, Minty Meat Rolls, that's gonna be nice for next turn though. I don't think you really complain about that too much.
Mm-hmm.
Normal burst. Oh, you have the normal attack and then like tune 2, which is not ideal.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be a burst here, and then probably switching over to, played the food on manifestation. I think that's signaling to me he does want to get a hit on manifestation afterwards, but does he have enough dice to make this work?
Here.
Strategize will be the one getting tuned.
Oh, I
this
about
will-
the tune of Strategize.
I don't know how I feel about that, right? Because all these cards are super valuable. Like you want that Gambler's Earrings going into the extra 2 dice on your combo turn. But Strategize will draw you potentially 2 treasures as well.
Yeah.
And of course, keeping the Leave It to Me for the freeze.
Here we go. We have Covenant being played to generate 2 extra random die, using those to play a Sealy and an Underwater Treasure Hunt to shuffle Carrie's first 6 treasures into the deck. But notably, they have 2 Sealies now on the field, plus a Chang. So they're potentially drawing 8 more cards from their deck in round 3, which could be 6 or more treasures, depending on how lucky they get.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because of the Underwater Treasure Beeloo draw, though, it will give them a slight tempo advantage, as if they do decide to go for the swap normal attack play on Thunder Manifestation, Kayori will be down a character.
Yeah.
Ruining the treasure, okay. I mean, it's still 4 damage onto the Yelan. Of course, you do lose that piercing though, but I guess it will deny Kayori the opportunity to go Senior and freeze Thunder Manifestation for next turn.
For sure, yeah. I do like the tuning the treasure card there, because I think it's a little bit later. We don't see Beeloo with a lot of card draw set up as Kayori does on their side. So going for the treasure might be a little bit greedy, but it's too bad that Beeloo didn't equip the Northern Smoked Chicken on Yelan instead and went to Thunder Manifestation, because he could have saved an extra dice there.
Yeah, I think Beeloo might have been potentially greeding for a little bit of piercing damage if they did manage to roll a Hydra, but just didn't turn out that way.
Guess not. So the boards are looking pretty even now, but Kayori, importantly, drew a second Underwater Treasure Hunt. Might be able to just pop that off before...
Yeah, the Gamblers for extra dice, like the Northern Smoked Chicken as well, Underwater Treasure. That's gonna be a lot of card draw. Of course, like Asili is already on the verge of proccing.
Yeah, and that Gambler's going to a manifestation. Definitely going to go for the kill on Yelan here, taking her out and generating 2 more dice. At the very least.
At the very least. I mean, it depends on what Kayori does, or Beeloo does after that, right? They could go onto the Senior and threaten the freeze, or they can go to their own Thunder Manifestation and trade damage.
Yeah, but of course, Beeloo has to be thinking about the quick swaps as well on the other side, as both of them have one in hand, right? It kind of becomes a battle of the freeze. If you get your team locked out from your opponents, then you won't be able to make use of your dice anymore, while they have full use of all their characters.
For sure. I think the dice as well will probably favor Kayori this round, as they do have that underwater treasure set up on top of the gamblers that just procced as well. Speak and it shall be. So speak and it shall be there. 2 treasures right in hand, and the second fast swap coming into Kayori's hand.
Yeah. We'll have to see if that ends up mattering, as both players are now down to their last 2 characters. Actually, very funny little trivia. When you are down to 1 character, you can't physically play Leave It To Me. It won't actually let you, and that can matter for cards like Lumenstone.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of funny.
Of course, neither player having Lumenstone on field right now, so not an interaction that will matter currently, but it is something to consider for future games.
Yeah, so far looks pretty even, but I think Kayori has a lot more card draw, and as I've been trying to say, it's one of, even though Underwater Treasure Hunt and the treasures are kind of the highlight that you see on screen, it's the card draw that really enables you to make that combo. So Kayori having a significant advantage in terms of cards, I think is going to matter a lot here. I don't know, what do you think?
I believe so as well, because like all things being equal, more dice equals more better. Yeah, I think what Beeloo might be trying to do right now is force Kayori onto their Signora early. Right? Because being able to get this first attack onto Thunder Manifestation means that Kayori will be forced to swap onto that secondary character that much sooner, by will or by force. Which means that Beeloo can just come in with that fast swap and just freeze up Kayori, and all those extra dice they have will go to waste. But those treasures, though, will do wonders in healing Kayori's Thunder Manifestation out of lethal range.
Yeah, it's this treasure v treasure here, with both sides like hitting each other and then healing it right back up. But Kayori has the treasure advantage, as it were, along with a significant dice advantage.
Replacing the Gambler as well for the flowing rings, hopefully drawn to even more treasure.
And it's a boar princess.
No, just second boar. Choosing not to play the second treasure right now, potentially, excuse me, potentially waiting until like their next action when their Sealy is about to proc to draw into even more treasure.
Yeah, I have to imagine they would play that pretty soon. Maybe just waiting to thin out the deck a little bit more. There's no better feeling than putting 6 treasures into an empty deck, because then you know that all you're going to dive up is gold.
And gold is good. Kayori just 1 HP off of living another attack. This will force Kayori onto their Signora early, which is exactly what Beeloo wanted. Unless Kayori can somehow magically dig up 1 more treasure. 1 more treasure would be all they need to live that breakpoint.
Yeah. Would it be worth going for a quick swap here onto Signora and then potentially quick swapping back?
Then quick swapping back to make sure those dice don't go to waste? That is actually something to consider. The thing is, though, if you do go for that, like, fast swap Signora will put yours onto 4 HP, so you will need to dig up another treasure after getting hit from the Sealy or, like, from your Heart of Caverina equip to heal her back to 5 to hopefully maintain that revive.
Yeah.
Is a play I think would have a lot of merit in the current game state, actually.
Yeah, because if your characters get frozen anyway, you're not going to be able to make use of Manifestation, even if it survives the extra hit. So it looks like it might not matter. Oh, is going to just go for the normal attack here on Manifestation. Not going to be able to take out the opposing one, but is going to draw 3 cards. We'll see what these cards are, and if that's only 1 treasure.
It is 1 treasure. I mean, that 1 treasure is... No, because you're going for this play instead of going at Signora and attacking first. This will leave Beeloo able to attack your Signora twice, which will bring her below the range that treasure will heal for her revive, so... It is a little bit unfortunate. The Gambler's coming from Beeloo as well. That might just be enough to take the game. That could just be enough dice.
Let's see, that last food, of course, in Beeloo's hand, I believe is a Northern Smoked Chicken at 0 cost, so Signora will be at least able to get 2 more attacks out. Yeah, looks like it'll be 2 more attacks. Maybe 3? No.
No, maybe not 3, but at least 2. Which is kind of all you need, because 2 would all you need to trigger the revive. And then after that, right, with 7 HP, there's no way Kayori can one-shot you with no burst available.
The pale flame
smolders. And here we go. Both sides trading the characters, but it looks like Beeloo in this case is 1 step ahead of Kayori, being able to take out their Manifestation first and forcing Kayori onto Signora before hand, and now able to get the freeze off.
And critically as well, right? Because Signora isn't able to attack back, you keep your own revive.
Oh, that's huge. Wait, how does Kayori even win from this place?
I don't believe it's possible. Because you decide to trade Manifestations, you have to go to Signora early. which means you just get permafrozen and all that extra dice advantage you had goes to waste. I think your play of doing the double fast swap would have been much better. It would have been able to bring them closer to victory.
It is
even
funny.
bring home.
I find it really funny in this mirror matchup that both, if you look at the board in the hand, both players have 2 Leave It To Me's, a Boar Princess, and a Northern Smoked Chicken in hand, a Chef Mao on the table, and then Signora only left alive. Like, this is as mirrored as mirror could be. It is unfortunate, I think they didn't get a chance to use Leave It To Me, because I think Quick Swap really could have played nicely in this match, but here we go. Beeloo doing an extra hit now.
Yeah, I mean, bring Signora below the 4 HP threshold, which means that she loses her revive going into the next turn.
And also, Beeloo has the burst up as well on Signora, so Kayori has to tank at least 4 damage at the start of next round. As we go into a round 4 with the Yelan burst both running out, so no more freeze on either side. Ooh! I just saw Kayori do the egg.
Oh, the egg could change things, or it could not, because, like, keep in mind, Beeloo still has that revive.
It's true, it's true. That revive may end up mattering hugely. But egg is probably the best card that Kayori could have drawn to get him out of the spot.
I think the only thing better would have been if you get Egg and Lotus combined.
Just so you can survive 2 more hits, yeah. Although, I think Kayori already used their 1 Lotus on Yelan at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I believe so as well, so... Not a card available currently. I don't know how much that Egg will help you, though, because, like... There is still that revive available no matter what, and I just don't believe you can do 4 attacks, which would be how many Kayori would need in order to take the game home. There is some treasure in hand, so that is something to play for.
I wonder if it was searching for... no, I guess there's not really much you can... I think you're right about that revive just being so critical here, because it is not just an extra 1 HP, but potentially a whole other turn. I think that's it.
It should be. I mean, unless Kayori can pull a miracle, I wouldn't be surprised. You never know with these players.
Yeah, just like rip 5 treasures off the top somehow. The unfortunate thing, both the card draw cards from each side have run out by this point, so they're only working with basically what they have in hand.
Really tense endgame here as Kayori tries to find an out while Beeloo trying to find a way to bring it home.
I think Kayori knows that unless he manages something pretty impressive, he will lose, and that will be the end of his journey in this Prince Cup Atlantic Top 32. I think Beeloo in a very comfortable position, despite going second, of course, as we mentioned, was a little bit unfavored, but at some point he managed to get 1 action ahead of his opponent, and that's really all it takes.
And of course, Kayori just going to go for that normal, or that skill line, going to apply a little bit of extra Pyro end phase, but I do not believe that will be enough. Of course, like, Beeloo now, I think all you just do is just normal attack. You maintain that revive, and then if Kayori kills you back,
going for the burst.
With Pyro.
Redemption.
I don't know if I agree with that, right? Because, like, Kayori's Thunder Manifestation already 8, right? And then if you could just maintain that burst, no matter what, you'd do enough damage to take them out, so...
Yeah, doesn't
this
this
a little
run the
bit
risk?
risky.
Yeah, I feel like this runs the risk of your opponent having, like, 3 treasures. It was exactly 1 off.
Kayori only needed 1 more treasure. If Kayori just had another treasure in hand, they would actually be able to take the game because that slight misstep from Beeloo. Of course, doesn't have it in hand, unfortunately, so it will be Beeloo taking it home over Kayori, moving on to losers round 2, doubling their prize pool, and staying alive in our competition.
Yeah, well, they haven't quite yet doubled their prize pool. They will need to fight, I believe, 1 more time in the round 2 lower bracket. Of course, both these players here lost in round 1, so are currently 0-1. But congratulations, Kayori, for your progress so far, making it to the top 32. But then congratulations to Beeloo for making it through to fight another day. Won't be today. Actually, no, it will be today in the afternoon. I believe I have to come back and play again with Rin and Leah casting over the games. But what a tense mirror match.
Yeah, and like a great reverse sweep by Beeloo, being able to just hold in those nerves and take it home after being down in our game 1.
Yeah, we can see from the replay here, at some point, despite going second, Beeloo did manage to get 1 round ahead. I think it crucially happened in round 2, if I remember correctly, where they would get able to get 1 more hit on Yelan. at the end of round 2 and took out the opposing Yelan before Kayori could.
Yeah, and like that just one extra action put Kayori behind so much, forcing them onto Yelan or onto the Skinora first, and having all of their extra dice go to waste, as of course you cannot act when you're frozen.
Yeah, one of the things, players always tell me in these mirror matches is if you copy what your opponent is doing, but you're one step behind, you pretty much always lose. And I feel like that's what we saw this time, right? Because Kayori at the very end there was matching Beeloo hit for hit on Manifestation, but Beeloo was one hit ahead. And so there was no opportunity for Kayori taking those lines to come back.
I mean, like, great play from Beeloo as well, just playing from behind, and also in that game 3, playing just from being second, like they were literally one step behind Kayori, managing to somehow get one step ahead.
Yeah.
Just excellent play from him.
Yeah, it's very small edges that you find in these, like, this is very high level Genius Invocation, right? These players have been playing a lot, they practice a lot for these matches, and they win and lose by the narrowest of margins, right? One attack, one turn, 1 HP. Like, we see that constantly. It's no accident, right? They're not just getting lucky to get that point. They are calculating and planning these. Of course, Beeloo, we had some personal tags that these players have been putting on their profiles. And for Beeloo, he put Mathematician, Dice Magician, definitely proving those tags correct. Kayori, of course, was an unlucky roller, I hear, and maybe that was true for part of it. I think both players had pretty average dice rolls for most of those games.
And of course, we do see the Raffles in the corner. 2 from NA this time, so evening it out a little bit with our EU brethren.
Yes, thank you so much for catching that. Yeah, I also got. So, if you're, congratulations, of course, if your UID appears on the screen. And if you want to know what this is, if you're watching on Genshin Impact Official, to enter this raffle for Blessings of the Welcome Moon, you will have to hop on over to the Astro Carnival Twitch. And congratulations to our third winner from EU there. But we are raffling away 3 Welcome Moons for every game played today. And so again, if it goes to a best of 3, that's just more prizes to win. But to enter, you will have to go over to Astro Carnival Twitch and have your UID ready, as you will need that to enter.
Third UID was just shown on screen, so congratulations to our European winner. And I mean, I think we're off to a great start today, right? Game 1 already, and we already went all the way. Like, that's 9 welcomes given away already. A reverse sweep as well to start our day off. So
yeah, but we did send home our first competitor here. It is double elimination, so they do get 2 lives, but Kayori here has lost both of them, and it's up to Beeloo now to continue fighting again for a spot in the top 16, but they're not quite done yet for the day.
Speaking of the day, though, what is our next match going to be?
Yeah, it should be Fufu versus Riku, I believe, is the upcoming match. We will be jumping into that pretty shortly. Again, both of them were, of course, also knocked out or lost their first group match and are now in the lower bracket. So we will, of course, be sending one person home additionally. 4 people will go home today, which is actually quite a lot.
Here's the bracket so far, just a review. Of course, we just saw Beeloo take it home over Kayori, so they move on to our lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, and you can see their opponent will be decided, of course, by the result of the Hakuo versus Robot Wizard match, I believe. Oh, no, it should be decided, right? Low bracket round 2 should be the loser of the upper bracket round 2. Top bracket. So
Beeloo will face either Hakuo or Robot Wizard. Speaking of Hakuo, there's their opponent for round 1. It was Fufu who got knocked down. That's actually a bit of an upset, as last year Fufu managed to make it to the European Prince Cup at Season 1 for 4th place, actually, so that is kind of an upset.
I totally forgot to talk about some of the play history. So, we are sending home Kayori, but, they have appeared multiple times. They were in the top 8 of the Prince Cup as well previously, but not going to be able to play again in the top 8 for this year. They have multiple top 16 finishes in Cat's Tail Gathering tournaments. But in terms of our next 2 competitors, Fufu and Riku is a pretty, I think she's a newcomer on the scene. Did take top 8 in Cat's Tail Gathering Season 1. And Fufu, as you mentioned, did place in the top 8 as well, top 4 actually, in the Prince Cup, last year's Prince Cup for EU. Of course, we have a combined bracket this time. And I should mention, speaking of Cat's Tail Gatherings, the registrations for Season 3 of Cat's Tail Gathering is live right now, I believe. So if you want a chance to be on this stage and compete with or against these players in the future, make sure you sign up, because that is kind of how you make it on to the Prince Cup circuit.
Yeah, like speaking of though, like Riku actually qualified from Cat's-Tail Gathering through their excellent placements during the regular season. They were invited to the European Series Showdown where they qualified to the Prince Cup. So if you want to appear on stage, that is something you can do.
And here we see the player stats from the last time. Again, that magic number 5 there, average number of effective dice in first 3 rounds. So Fufu has average luck, but did also do an 8 damage hit at one point. I feel like we saw something bigger on stream with a child, but maybe that was the record.
Potentially. I think Child just does 8 damage like base with her Riptide. I think Fufu probably got the 8 damage from Pyro from Signora on either a Vaporize or like a Melt or Shatter or something like that.
Yeah, I have to say the records. So far, we haven't seen any Monas. Mona tends to be the one that will break that record the most with her burst.
Here is Riku though, strongest single strike, only 5 damage. Average dice, like average effective dice as well as 5.
Yeah, it'll be
average
really
round 4. Yeah.
You'll be interested to see these statistics grow over time, because of course these are only based off one best of 3 so far, but we'll be collecting and aggregating all of these stats as the tournament progresses. So we'll see these stats get more and more refined. Hopefully we'll see exactly how lucky our winner is by the end here. That's gonna be really interesting to see.
If you are paying attention to the stats, though, you see a lot of them are quite similar, like average rounds, average strikes, average normal. Oh, there's the Mona you're talking about.
Yeah,
Fufu
our first Mona.
Yeah. This is for those unaware, this deck is called Mew. It's an acronym for Mona Eula Wanderer. It is a deck that lets to leverage Mona's Hydro Summon in combination with Wanderer's special passive, which we'll get more into in the game, to just do consistent swirls across the board, and even running the companion engine with a lot of artifacts to gain dice advantage throughout the game.
Yeah, this deck has been popular for quite a while. Like, it's really funny. It's one of those decks that has been around, but never like dominant, but never bad. Except it performs badly on camera.
It is okay. The thing about this deck in particular is I think players like to bring it to tournament because it's an easy deck that doesn't have a high learning curve, so they can like save their time for other decks. And Riku bringing the Yelan OTK deck we were seeing so much of today, bringing the exact same list as our other competitors, I think.
Yeah, it looks like the same list. Of course, a lot of these top players, you know, do play against and with each other, do practice together. And the reason you see these lists being so similar is they really practice and refine these decks to a point to get them the most streamlined possible, right? Like one card can make the difference between, you know, winning and losing the game. And it looks like this build has been decided as probably the optimal one for the Underwater Treasure Hunt version as well. But Fufu bringing the Mona Eula Wanderer, I think that's the first. Did he bring that in?
He did bring it yesterday, but it did get banned.
It got banned.
But yeah, this will be its first showing. Mona Eula Wanderer is like a very consistent tournament deck. I was talking about this earlier, but got cut off a little bit because of our other deck. But it is a very simple deck to play, so players can save the time learning this deck to go learn other more complex decks or like newer decks. And it has like a baseline strength that is able to compete with our stronger tier 0 decks, but it is typically fallen short in bigger tournaments.
Yeah, what's the favorite? What do you think? So I think this specific matchup, the Yelan versus the Mew Mona Eula Wanderer deck, it's been hotly debated who's favored. Who do you think is favored here?
I think I would give it over to Yelan just because of how dominant it has been historically, but also like the Mew deck, its damage is quite spread out because Wanderer has a mechanic where he attacks off-field characters, and you use that quite a lot to guarantee swirls. And because your damage is spread out, it's very hard to kind of pressure one character in particular without that burst.
Yeah. So I have to say, it might come down to, again, the dice rolls and who goes first or second.
As we hop into our game 1, though, don't forget to hop onto the Astro Carnival Twitch channel where you can enter in your UID with who you believe will win to have a chance at winning one of 3 Welkins.
Yeah, that's right. Every game we are raffling away 3 Welcome Moons. Just type either Riku or Fufu in the chat, followed by your UID to enter. We'll show those winners after the game is over as we jump into round 1. And again, both these players are fighting to not get eliminated from the tournament.
Something I actually didn't mention of why I favored Yelan, though, is that Mew actually doesn't do a lot of pressure turn 1. Its most optimal turn 1 is actually to Mona skill, and then end your turn on 5 and just ramp and set for turn 2.
Yeah. What do you think of going for, say, Mona and then freezing Yelan on Eula?
That is a play that players were discussing a lot back when like the magic engine was more popular. But a lot of players have decided against it because it actually neuters a lot of your own pressure, right? Because if you freeze on Yelan turn 2, that is your only Hydro Aura and it's just gone, and the Wanderer's kind of useless. You have to spend another turn on Mona setting up. And yes, it slows down their game plan, but I think it slows down you just as much, if not even more.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it you know, to me it can seem like the obvious play because you do have freeze available to you, and you know, people focus on Yelan quite a lot. I mean, she is the key centerpiece of the Yelan OTK deck, but definitely correct sometimes not to go too hard to preventing that.
Let me
What a lot of players do like to do in this matchup instead, though, is you go for the all-out Wander Swirl turn 2, and then turn 3, when you have Hydro Aura on the two other characters, that's when you bring in the Eula, and that's where you freeze them.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely the way the deck wants to play, right? The whole goal is to take out basically one of your opposing two characters, leave the remaining two with Hydro, and Eula freezes on both. Ooh.
Ooh.
We see their Fruit of Fulfillment. Well, I think it's the first time I've seen it played on camera, but it's an equipment that will draw you 2 extra cards. So looks like Fufu opting not to go for the Liben ramp there in the hand of those 3 dice and instead spend it on a weapon equipment.
Yeah, I mean, it draws into the other weapon, the Thousand Floating Dreams. For those unaware, it costs 3 aligned dice to equip. It will make every action you do on the equipped character do +1 damage. And it will also increase your reaction damage no matter which character does it by 1. Keep in mind, this is like the initial hit. It will not make your swirls do 2. It'll just make your hit that does the swirl +1.
Yeah, interesting line there. So Fufu, as you saw, a lot of cards being played. They played Liben not to use the dice, but to discard with Zenyatta, allowing them to discount Dunyazad by 1 and then playing it. Very interesting line here by Fufu. Kind of cycling through their entire hand, but Wanderer is now pretty threatening.
No, yeah, Wanderer is now full equipped, and I like Instructors is going to get so much value because in Instructors, it will give you 1 aligned dice of the equipped character every time you do a reaction. And of course, Wanderer being able to do swirls off field with his wind-favored mechanic is able to just generate so much animal dice so quickly, and Mona turn prior with like the free fast swap makes it so easy to guarantee these swirls.
Yeah, and here we go, the quick summon to Wanderer. This is the classic setup if you've played with or against this deck. You know, the very famous opening here, allowing you to swell that Hydro off field and then continue hitting. The one thing I see, Fufu didn't draw a second companion. He was hoping to get another companion to play into that Dunyazad.
Ideally like another Liven or a Wagner or a Tenmayas. Something I do want to note about Riku's character orientation is that they went for Signora in the middle instead of Thunder Manifestation. I think this is actually like a meta read because of course yesterday we know Fufu did bring this deck, right? So Riku expecting Fufu to bring it again, orders Signora in the middle to save the damage on Thunder Manifestation. I think that if that is what they went for, that is super smart.
Yeah, and we see that Lotus Crisp going onto Signora. Of course, that is because Wanderer will hit the next character to the right, which in this case will be Signora. So you don't need to Lotus Yelan at this point. But yeah, we haven't looked too hard at Riku. You know, because Fufu doesn't apply that much pressure, his setup is more important in round 1. But Riku now, on their side, does have a pretty good setup. We see an Underwater Treasure Hunt in their hand with 2 card draw cards on field already. So they're looking to be in a pretty good spot going to the next round.
Yelan is like ready to burst as well, and Fufu only 2 Hydro dice, like 1 Animo. You kind of don't want to tune 3 just to skill again, so a little bit feels bad if you do go for it, but of course could just end turn now, like play your Lumen Stone or whatever and just kind of chill for a bit.
Yeah, it would be nice if he still had that Liben from earlier in order to ramp into next turn, but did have to Zenyatta it away.
Which is a little bit unfortunate, especially because like to play the Jinies are no companions. It is a little bit of a feels bad moment. But yeah, I mean maybe that Dunyazad will pay off later.
Yeah, there's definitely enough cards to tune, I believe, but the question is, you know, after that, then what?
Then what?
You just stay on Wanderer and have his burst ready. Ooh, it is going to tune to instead.
Tuning the Lumen Stone and the Vongshu in as well. I think that kind of makes sense for the cards you do want to tune, as they are the least likely to get value. And that swirl also puts Yelan onto 1 HP as well. That means next turn, as long as Fufu can just get any reaction, she's just gone. Poof.
Yeah. Would you stay on Wanderer here, or would you look to maybe swap off?
I think, I think I would like to look for a swap off, as like a fast swap into a freeze with Senora would be pretty devastating for Fufu in the current game state. As of course they do not have a fast swap of their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
To guarantee
looks
like a
he
freeze
called
with
it.
Eula.
Going back onto Mona there, maybe hopefully to soak up some of that damage on Mona, who of course is not that important right now with Hydra already applied as we move into round 3. So both these players pretty much setting up for this round. This is going to be the crucial turn of the game, with Riku having a lot of card draw. Underwater Treasure Hunt is set up, but Fufu having that Wanderer Burst and the Hydro Swells could lock Riku out with freeze on Eula.
And of course, because Fufu is running like this Mona deck, typically you only run one fast swap, if any, because Mona already provides one for free. So drawing into one will be quite difficult for Fufu.
Yeah, they may not have access to a second fast swap. We'll see if they even need it. I do see the egg floating around in Riku's hand as well, which can come up. I think egg is particularly good against Eula.
It is, because Eula is like very, very front-loaded damage. You do a lot with the skill. But it is bad against Wanderer, of course, with those swirls. So whether that or not that egg comes up will really be up to Riku to get value out of it.
Yeah, Riku playing food on Yelan here. No doubt going for the normal attack.
Most likely, I mean, like, if you swap to either Yelan or Thunder Manifestation, you have to expect Fufu to just fast up over to Eula and just get that free freeze. Right. Oh, even healing Yelan a little bit, with the treasure to make sure that swirl can't take her out. You can get a little bit of extra value out of her. That's quite smart.
Yeah. Probably not to overdraw, because I see, you know, with Chang and the Sealy popping off, they are at a full 10 cards. So if they hadn't played that treasure, they would have burned one of their cards there.
What I really would have liked to... What Fufu would really like right now is Fresh Wind of Freedom. Because if they do that, they swap Eula, normal attack, you play the Fresh Wind, and then you can get to freeze your choice of either Thunder Manifestation or Senora, which would really neuter Riku's damage or crowd control.
Yeah, but importantly does not have it right now. The other downside, we saw Riku that after drawing the 5 cards, does now have their own Leave It To Me, which I think is going to be pretty important here, allowing them to quick swap at any time to one of their other characters.
I think like we saw in the game 3 with Beeloo and Riku, would be to wait until Eula comes out and then fast up over to Sig to freeze.
Yeah, Eula is definitely one of the important characters on Fufu's side going to round 3. It might seem like it's Wanderer with his burst, but once Wanderer bursts, he's pretty much done his job, right? You know, taking out hopefully 1 or 2 characters and then setting up Hydro. Ooh, it is going to be the swap onto Wanderer here.
Unfortunately, like, no Fresh Wind that we were talking about, so isn't able to go for insta freeze play with Eula. So probably just a skill, because... Or a normal attack, sorry. Just get a little bit of that swirl down and just forcing a swap from Riku. And just getting a little bit of extra value from swirling on Yelan. Being able to do a little bit of extra swirl damage.
Fury.
Oh, it
Or
is going to be
not.
elemental skill here. This will give Riku the opportunity to swap to any character they want, which potentially could be Senora, yeah.
I think the Senora is much better than the Thunder Manifestation in this current game state, because Wander does have that burst ready. If they did go for the Thunder Manifestation, Fufu presses the big damage button, and like you're down to 1 character with Hydro Aura, and like you still have Eula to contend with, right, to freeze you, and that's just not something you can afford to deal with.
I was actually expecting Fufu to go for the normal attack there to hit Senora off field, and so keeping Yelan alive and forcing them to potentially do a fast swap somewhere else. But it looks like they did not go for that play, instead going on to Wanderer. We might not see Wanderer burst this round, but looking at how much damage Riku already has on their field, maybe they won't need it.
This is still super, super rough, right? Because Fufu might be forced to sacrifice one of your characters. Like, you win if you can keep Eula on field for as long as possible. You want to keep her at full HP so next turn you can get that double freeze. You do not want to risk her going down this round.
Yep. But we probably will see a sacrifice on Mona here.
Yeah, I think this kind of makes sense. You're never building towards that burst. And all the gamblers coming out, the Luminstone proc as well, with all those treasures.
Yeah, we see 3
Fufu's
treasures in hand for Riku. That's potentially a lot of actions here.
I mean, this is Mona going on now, but Fufu has the I haven't lost yet. You can I haven't lost yet, and then skill, and then also have enough dice to swap off to the Wander in case Riku wants to do any extra damage from the Thunder Manifestation.
Ready for reconnaissance.
Yep. Although Manifestation can always take out Wanderer because he does have that Lightning Rod equipped on field.
What do you want from me?
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I can kind of see what he's going for, right? Because either Riku just ends first, or you lethal and you get a free dice to play around with. But now though, just with Riku slow swapping off, this is kind of looking bad because now you can go back to Eula because you wouldn't have enough dice anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like that line, and now with his Minty Meat Rolls going down on Thunder Manifestation, is going to discount its normal attacks to 2 cost, and we see all those treasures in Riku's hand along with Covenant. That's going to be 3 attacks from Manifestation. I think that's it, right?
I believe so as well, because each attack from Thunder Manifestation will do 4. 3 attacks would be 12, and that's more than enough. Yeah, like the piercing damage as well onto the Wanderer will be more than enough to finish him off.
Oh, so like Exacxes? It might be.
It is Exacxes, actually. Because 3 attacks equals 3 piercing.
I guess Fufu could swap back onto Wanderer here.
No, it does not choose to do so. Oh no.
Yeah, not playing around those treasures. I mean, at this point, you do have to, with how many cards your opponent has drawn, you do have to think that your opponent has multiple dice in hand, and that is indeed what Riku has. As he plays 2 treasures, generate 2 extra dice, needs to tune 1. Not lucky enough to get an Electro there. You know, rather than the 3, the usable dice in the first 3 rounds, we should just keep track of how many usable dice they get off treasures.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that would be something to keep an eye on, especially for a Group A where like treasure is just so prevalent. But yeah, Game 1 will go into the favor of Riku. Like as we said, just Mew not able to pressure the characters enough, and just after Galen Burst goes down, it's kind of just all downhill from there.
Yeah, what do you think of that opening there, going Fruit? I know we'll have to see the highlights there. You know, equipping Fruit on Wanderer, not playing that Liben.
I think like the Fruit for the extra damage is quite nice. Like we were able to see that Fruit was able to bring Yelan down within like 1-shot range for his swirl, and like the extra pressure on the off-field character with the wind favored could have been quite big. But not playing the Liben, I think is a little bit more questionable because you just don't have as much dice to work with.
Yeah, it's one of the famous strategies for this Mono Yula Wonder deck, right? You spend a lot of your first round setting up, and then you have a really big round 2, and try and take out a character.
I think despite that, like, potential early misstep, though, the thing that really sealed the deal for Fufu is when he swapped back onto the Wanderer instead of just freezing the Yelan.
Right.
I think that, like, by doing that, just not enough dice to work with that round.
And we see the picks and bans here. Of course, this is a conquest format. We have the 3 players bringing 3 decks. They ban one of them, and then they have to win on their last 2 remaining decks. So Riku here, taking the win on the Yelan OTK deck, is going to be playing that Xingqiu Chong Razor with most likely Treasure Hunt as well. We've seen a lot of players bring this mix of 3 decks. Fufu, of course, choosing to bring that Crab deck. I think one of the only players who played Crab. That did get banned.
It did
so
get banned.
See Crab and Herald on stream, much to my disappointment, but he will have to try and win again on Mono Yula Wanderer. Do you think he'll switch decks or pick the same one?
We can talk about that after because we have our UID winners.
Yeah, so congratulations to our first EU winner. And just a reminder, if you're watching this on the official channel, first of all, welcome. But second, if you want to take part in these raffles for Blessings of the Welcome Moon, you will have to go over to the Astra Carnival Twitch chat. That is where the raffles are happening. That is how you enter. And congratulations to our second winner here.
From Asia this time. Congratulations.
Yeah, you will need your UID handy, and once the game begins, you will be able to enter. And for every game we're playing today, not every best of 3, but every single game, we will be giving out 3 Blessings of the Welcome Moon.
Oh, and one last winner this time from our Americas region. So congratulations to our 3 winners for our game 1 against Fufu and Riku.
Yeah, so going to game 2, I was going to say, do you think Fufu's going to switch decks now or stay on the same one?
I believe he's going to stay on the same deck. I was talking to Fufu a little bit like off stream, and he brought Mew specifically for the Chongyun Xingqiu matchup. He believes this is heavily favored in favor of Mew, so you'll most likely stick to it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that can come into play in this Conquest format is if you can be pretty confident about one of the decks your opponent is bringing, you can specifically target it to make sure that they have very unfavorable matchups into your remaining decks, even with a ban. And so long as they can't win that one match, they can't win the best of 3.
And that one match is all you need at the end of the day, because this is a conquest format. You need to win with both of your decks, as we saw with our game 1 Beeloo versus Kayori. Just not quite able to take it home.
Yeah, but we're seeing treasures a lot for on stream today. So let's see what Riku, of course, is going to bring this version of the treasure.
Ooh, running the one-off Jet as well, running the old Magic engine in combination with Underwater. This is very interesting, combining 3 different types of dice generation engines in the same deck.
I believe. Okay. So Riku played against Robot Wizard in the last best of 3, and I believe this was the version that he brought to their best of 3. I don't think Riku played this exact list, so she might have copied this tech from their game.
Oh, you're correct.
I'd have to go back and double check to see if she brought this lineup during the deck submissions, but I believe that might. I was saying you can see the evolution of players as we progress through this tournament bracket, as they take ideas from each other, see what the other player is playing, and yeah.
And Fufu is bringing this Yulo Onawander deck once again, but honestly, I think I agree with your thought on why Riku brought it, because if you lost to it, it must work for a reason, so.
Yeah, it's a very interesting list. Of course, playing Jet, which no longer does the Omni Dice generation that she used to, was adjusted and changed slightly. Hopefully we'll see that in play. Yesterday, I believe Robot Wizard did play this on camera, played a Jet, and never ended up triggering it, which was very unfortunate.
Yeah, but because you're not just running that one Underwater, not all of your eggs are in one basket. Right. You have pivot options if you can't quite get that one thing to work. So it is more versatile in that regard, but you're also running more cards, so it is more volatile as well. Yeah,
and I mean, special shout out to that version of the deck, because I believe we saw on camera one of the Senyata flowers conjured up a Taro Maru, and we had our first Taro Maru on stream. Another one of the new cards added, not as powerful as Underwater Treasure Hunt as it turns out, but still a fun card to play.
And here is our Game 2 versus Riku and Fufu. Just a reminder once again that if you do want to participate in the raffle, go onto the Astro Carnival Twitch channel and type in either Fufu or Riku who you think will win, as well as your UID.
Yeah, make sure you get in, after 3 minutes, I believe the raffle will close, so get in there while you can, but you will have further opportunities later on. Particularly Fufu can bring this back to a game, a third game, so you definitely want to be rooting for the underdog.
Chivalry will never die.
This is destiny.
For sure. Rooting for the underdog equals more games, equals more TCG, equals more raffles.
Okay, so start into the openers. Decent dice rolls on Fufu's side. Critically looking for that 3 Hydro, because that's what you need for Mona skill. Did have to tune, I believe, in game 1. Oh, I see Fufu kept Fresh Wind of Freedom. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think this is a reaction to what happened last game, right? If you had a Fresh Wind last game, it was kind of just GG's. So this is kind of a similar matchup. Both decks play fairly similarly. So this time keeping the Fresh Wind so that if something like that ever happened again, he has in the back pocket to take it home.
Riku here with the full companion draw, double Dunyazad into Timaeus, and then 2 Changs? Wait. Oh, this is kind of a high roll.
Oh, you replace the Dunyazad as well to get that extra jet stack. Oh, that's gonna be so much draw. The double Chang is something we haven't seen in so long after Xingqiu fell out of favor, but with Magic coming into play, he's kind of risen in popularity, and we kind of see this card again. I think Fufu has the god start. Mona skill into pass 5, that is exactly what you want on Mew.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing is he has the full weapon. One of the things I like to joke about for Wagner, if you don't know, when you play Wagner, if you have 3 different weapons in your deck, you'll draw one of them. So I like to equate it to the weapon banner. Fufu doesn't need to roll for gacha here because he literally drew every single weapon in his deck.
Would have liked to potentially have an instructors in there instead, of course, just to get that dice generation going, but I don't think you're complaining too much. Just of course, turn 1 instructors typically goes dice neutral. Oh, speaking of,
you just drew it.
Oh, and there's the Opera Epiclass as well if he wants to fix some dice, and of course going into the further rounds, because he has artifact and weapon, probably will have more equips than Riku. So let's continuously generate value throughout the game.
I think this is about as good of a start as you can hope for from Mona Yudorondra, right?
Basically, I think the only thing that would have been better is to get Dunyazard alongside your Wagner in the opening hand as well, just so you can get a little bit of extra dice discount going forward.
Pulls a Gamblers of the Timaeus. Now, normally that would be a bad thing, but because
Are you
Fufu
sure it
already
has
had
to
the
be
instructors
me?
in hand, didn't need to rely on
Fine.
RNG, and
Let's
I
get
think
this
Gamblers
over
is
with.
then probably the best, like the next best weapon artifact you could pull from your deck.
The only other one you may have wanted would be like Gilded to play with your Lyre Song, but yeah.
Smell fury.
Oh, placing the 1,000 Floating Dreams as well. This is going to put so much off-field pressure onto the Chongyun, as of course Riku needs to spend at least one more action to get that Xingqiu burst going.
Yeah, 1,000 Floating Dreams, of course, is the best weapon for Wanderer. We saw Fufu equip the Fruit of Fulfillment, which we still see in the hand. That was mostly it's a secondary weapon. It's like a backup if you lose the Wagner
if you
gacha.
can't draw it off Wagner, yeah.
Yeah.
I think earlier on people were running Tulia Tulas instead, the Wander signature from inside the main game.
Yep.
But players have pivoted over to Fruit as we were finding it quite hard to utilize the charge attack reduction passive.
For sure. Yeah, it's a tricky mechanic, but can be very powerful, especially combined with instructors to generate a lot of dice onto round 2.
For sure. Riku is actually put in quite a tight spot, as like just one more normal attack would bring, one more sword brings Xingqiu within like skill range or like a follow-up attack, which Fufu can combo with that Fresh Wind of Freedom, as well as the Gamblers in hand to potentially get a double kill with a Wanderer Burst.
Yeah. I wonder if, in your Riku spot, are you thinking about potentially, like, I know Fufu's deck runs 2 Calxes, which of course can get Wanderer Burst up as a surprise hit. Do you think she needs to be playing around that at all?
I think at the moment, no, because you're guaranteed to get Xingqiu Burst, but going forward into the game, that is for sure something you do need to pay attention on. Because if you lose one of your characters, like that freeze, which we keep talking about, is going to come into play as you are running that Eula in this deck as well.
Yeah, so many of these decks that people bring are playing around freeze, and as we definitely saw that towards the end of version 4.5 and still going into 4.6, is that turns out that freeze, when people are generating infinite dice, you just prevent them from, using any of their dice at all, is a great way to stop that from happening.
And which is partially why Yelan got hit a little bit, right? Because you do less damage on her now, which makes it so that even if you do have more dice, you're going to do less damage overall, and freeze becomes a little bit less oppressive.
Yeah, and we do see that Catherine finally coming down Riku's hand. I've been keeping my eye on that thing for quite a while, because it did allow Riku now the quick swap onto Chongyun. This is going to protect him from any Wanderer shenanigans, also freezing Wanderer on the other side. So the Frost Field is down. Freeze is now live for Riku, which should be very important.
And now Fufu on 3 dice. It's kind of in an awkward situation. Of course, no more companions to the play to use those ups. Sorry. So what do you kind of do now if you're in Fufu's shoes?
Yeah, there's a couple of, you could go for potentially equipping a Wolf's Greystone on Eula. I think one of the problems you run into against the Xingqiu Chongyun Razor deck is once they have that Frost Field and Rain Swords set up, any of their characters has the potential to freeze any of yours, whereas Fufu can only do that on Eula.
I actually really like the idea of the Gravestone equip, because you do that, right? As long as Riku doesn't have 2 extra dice, which with the cards in hand right now, they probably won't. You can get another attack onto the Razor or the Chongyun, apply the Hydro back onto the Chongyun, and then next turn you swap Mona, and then get a potentially double freeze in combination with a Fresh Wind of Freedom on Eula just to finish the game right off.
Yeah, that could be a pretty big turn.
This is destiny.
Ooh.
Goes for the safer play, not going to risk Wander falling early. I think this does make sense, as Razor is still quite healthy, but it was a play to think about.
Yeah, looking at the hand, we definitely know. Actually, I think Riku would not have had enough to sneak out that action, so we are going to go into round 3. Wanderer Burst is still very much live, but all of Riku's characters are getting pretty low.
The Gravestone play is still something to think about, though, on the side of Fufu, right? If Riku stays on Chongyun a bit too long, you could just swap into the Eula, equip the Wall's Gravestone, and just normal attack, Fresh Wind of Freedom, lethal to Xingqiu, leave Riku on just the solo Razor, and then you have the Wander Burst in the back pocket to take care of him as well.
Yeah, for sure. Could have been an option. Not going to see it now, so we'll have to see. Who do you think is ahead right now? Who do you have favored?
It's quite difficult to say because like Fufu, I think for sure has a line to victory, but Riku has that turn advantage as well. Like full setup,
Right.
it's quite difficult to say. I think no matter what though, Fufu is going to try to get one more normal attack onto Wander as he is 4 HP. If Riku goes for the freeze, it's just a free Eula swap. And like after that, it's going to be a really tough position for Riku to deal with.
Definitely. Yeah, it's really hard to say because it does matter what the players are playing around. As we saw, you know, Fufu did swap off of Wanderer, even though because we can see both hands, we could see that he was perfectly safe to stay on Wanderer, which might have been a better move with perfect information. But when your opponent, you know, playing against your opponent with like 7 cards in hand and you have no idea what they are, trying to figure out what those cards can be is very intimidating.
Especially coming back off like the magic meta. From 1 dice, we've seen players go all the way up to 16, so does like extra dice in hand is a threat that these players have grown accustomed to worrying about.
Yeah, and there is a lot of extra dice to be worried about. As we see, we have Gamblers in hand for Riku, Jet potentially coming down if we see an Elemental Burst. This round, of course, she does still need an Elemental Burst to trigger her effect. And then Senyatta as well.
I do not believe Riku's replaced enough companions to get her up to 6 stacks.
Okay.
I think she's like at 3 or 4 right now. That Silly Prompting will bring her to 5, so we'll still need to replace 1 more companion. I mean, there is the Senyatta for that, so...
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
Jet.
just...
Yeah, so Senyatta Jet, a very classic combo from before the adjustment. You know, using Senyatta to discard one of your supports in order to tick up the number of stacks on Jet.
I think if you are Fufu right now, you should probably be leveraging the Mona Fastball, but you get that 1 hit onto Razor and bring all of Riku's characters to within 1-shot range for Eula, and then like leverage the fact that you do have that Gamblers, you do have the Gilded in hand to like pull it back, get even more dice, and just go crazy this turn.
So do you go Wanderer here or Eula?
I think you do go Wanderer, because Eula you would need to spend 3 dice to equip the Gravestone. Where if you go Wander and do this, do a normal attack onto Razor, the Swirl would bring Razor down, or Chongyun down to like effectively the same range. But you'd also chunk Razor
sure
for
it
more.
has to be me?
Yeah, going for a Lotus equip
Fine.
here on
Let's
the
get this over
Wanderer.
with.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that's for. I guess like
Yeah, what
trying
do
to
you think
preserve
about
his health a little bit, could take an extra hit in the future, but
Yeah, one of the things I'm seeing with the potential problem with the Lotus Crest play is now Wanderer doesn't go down, and will get frozen.
Yeah, and you like can't leverage that fresh wind as much as you would otherwise, but I think this is still okay. Oh, Fire Slime coming in, gonna pull that back, that Gilded. Placing it right back, yep. Extra dice in the hand of Riku now.
Yeah, I feel like without a fast swap in Fufu's hand, I'm not sure. I guess they could go back onto Mona.
I mean, Mona already used that fast swap, right? So Riku could play the swap stall game and just swap to Razor or something with no fast swap in hand, right? Fufu's kind of stuck in that regard.
Could very well be. I mean, things are looking pretty tense. All of Riku's characters are on 3 HP, and so they could get, you know, if Fufu finds a spot to play that Fresh Wind of Freedom, which of course, what that card does is if Fufu takes out one of Riku's characters here, he will get an immediate additional action before Riku can respond. So it's a potential to take out 2 characters in sequence, one after the other, without giving your opponent a chance to do anything.
I mean, you're talking about the Taramaru from the Senyatta. We kind of see it again today. There he is.
There he is!
There he is. But it will all depend on whether or not Riku decides to play him. Probably not at this point.
Probably not, no.
I don't believe Taramaru goes dice positive this turn. So I think you're just gonna hold him in the back pocket for later.
Look, Riku might have learned this deck from Robot Wizard, but she might also have learned that Taramaru didn't really do very much or enough for him in their game either. So we'll probably not see Taramaru be played, unfortunately.
Something that is probably going to play though is that Golden House in conjunction with the Rhythm of the Great Dream. If you play your second Gilded, which you just drew, it will be +1 dice. It will go dice positive, and if you replace the one currently on Chongyun with the Boar Prince, it's +2, and you can still have 1 stack left to replace Gamblers for free.
Ooh.
Oh, we'll just go for the Razor though. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to play that Gamblers, right? Yeah, so it won't matter because all the cards in their hand would be the same either way.
But here is going to come in that fresh one we were talking about, though. Yeah, here it is.
My reckoning has come.
That'll be
Okay.
Eula going down. With the skill as well to preserve Rainsword stack. Quite smart there.
What's
Yeah,
your
I think
battle
definitely
plan?
anticipating that there's a chance that this could go into a round 4, in which case if Chongyun's Frost Field does go down, it's going to be a problem, and the burst damage not going to matter as much.
I think this is where we want to see that Fresh Wind play from Fufu, right? You play that Gamblers for free, you play the Fresh Wind, you tune the rest of your hand, and you just skill, take out 2 of Riku's characters, force them onto either the Xingqiu or the Razor, and then no matter what happens next turn, as long as you can get one action in with either of your characters,
Yep,
it should just secure the game.
it should, yeah. Or unless, oh, I wonder if like,
Unless Riku
Tarumaru-
wins it this turn.
Okay, what if Riku needs to play Tarumaru, trigger the
Oh,
Sealy?
to get the summon for the Shatter Freeze?
Yeah, what if that's the required play here?
The thing is, if that is the required play... Oh, I mean, there's the Sealy, so you could potentially draw 2 of Tarumaru's treasures.
Yeah, I mean, Tarumaru, so the one difference between Tarumaru's cards and the Underworld Treasure Hunt, Tarumaru does space out your cards evenly. So depending on how many cards left in Riku's deck, she should be able to figure out exactly where those cards are and know if that one Sealy is going to be enough.
I mean, one of them will for sure be at the top of the deck, but yeah, you're right. You just need to decide if, like, drawing 2 more would bring you to that second treasure. Of course, there is still the Guild of Dreams on Razor, right? So you will draw another one. So it's 4 card draw coming out the back of that next attack, but it just all depends on whether or not you could get to the second Tarumaru's treasure, making a net neutral and get that shatter going, if it matters at all.
Here is
Fresh
that
Wind we were
Fresh
talking
Wind
about.
coming
Beg
down.
for mercy.
Eula is going to take out Chongyun here.
Scourge
The
of
Fresh Wind
Evil.
of Freedom just
For me.
played will give Fufu one other action, which is very critical here. Riku does swap to Xingqiu to take that extra hit. She knows she needs to sacrifice one of her characters, and it will be Xingqiu here, as Razor can potentially do more damage.
I think Fufu right now is kind of deciding whether or not he wants to do the second attack or just swap off and try to play for next turn. The time is running out though, just like deciding whether or not that extra hit on Eula will matter in the long run.
I mean, I think either way, you're going to be taking that extra damage,
What
right?
do you want from
it is
me?
going to be a swap.
Ooh. Interesting.
Very interesting. What do you think? What do you think the plan is here with that swap?
I don't know. I think this puts Fufu in like a pretty.
Everything.
I mean, no, like
was futile.
one of your. I think you're gonna swap
What's
off to
your
Wonder
battle
anyways,
plan?
right? But by doing this, you kind of tank the damage a little bit more front loaded. Oh, and you get a cleanse on the Hydra Ore that could have potentially been left over onto Eula as well, I suppose.
Crush!
Oh yeah, I
I
didn't
am
see that there was still
Ooh.
active
I disagree with Fufu for using the skill instead of the normal attack. Because of course
Oh, yeah,
now
that-
Razor's on 3 HP, right? You kind of needed that skill to do 5 damage to finish him off.
Actually, that could come in huge.
That could actually come back to bite Fufu in the future. Because now you need 2 actions instead of just 1. That
Yeah,
might
I
have
was-
just cost Fufu the game.
We saw 2 treasures in Riku's hand here.
Oh, actually, no, there's the Wells Gravestone, never mind. There's the Gravestone in the back pocket, it should still
Okay.
be okay.
But
Of
can
course,
Raze
it all
actually just
depends.
finish?
It depends. There's mean to meat rules, right? This is 2 attacks right off the bat. Oh, and then there's the Covenant as well. Oh, and then you also get the Parametric proc off the back of that.
This might
Wait,
be
Riku
over.
might just have enough dice, yeah. I think the Parametric was drawn off the back of a Sunyata as well.
It was a Sunyata perk, yeah, generating not only 1 but 2 extra die there.
I'm pretty sure the Golden House and the Golden House and the Parametric were drawn off the back of the Sunyata. So like the
Wow.
Sunyatas might have just won Riku the game through a little bit of good RNG.
And here we go. Oh wait, yep, here's the Covenant.
yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
What a sorry sight.
And Razor there with the final hit with the Chongyun Frostfield, able to take out Eula before Fufu can take it into another round. That unfortunately knocks Fufu out of the tournament. Congratulations, Riku, for advancing to go for another opportunity to fight for a place in the top 8. That was a really tense game there.
It was a really tense game. There were so many moments where just like one misstep could potentially cost it all, but
Yeah.
I think just Riku at the end of the day managing to find the line, managing to find that extra dice with the cards they had in hand to take it home over one of the tournament favorites being Fufu.
Yeah, and you know, I think one of the pivotal moments in this game was, I think we were saying that end of round 2, where Fufu decided to swap off of Wanderer to go onto Mona to play it safe. You know, obviously we knew that Riku didn't have enough to take out Wanderer there, but that extra action, that extra turn might have been needed for Fufu to actually stay in the game here, as Riku, again, as this deck does, pulled a lot of dice out from their deck in the form of treasures to be able to close out the game all in one go.
We saw how like Fufu was just one action off of finishing it off. If they potentially stayed on that Wanderer and was able to get turn priority, they would have had that action advantage, and that might have been enough to bring it home. Of course, there's just so many things these players are worrying about. You can't always go for the correct lines. You can't play around everything. So, congratulations for Riku for putting Fufu in the position where he had to choose between two bad game states and ultimately being able to bring it home.
Yeah, Riku ultimately able to take this series out 2-0. Again, Mona Yula Wanderer performing badly on Karma once again. I swear, this deck is cursed. I don't know if I told you already, but during the series showdown, I did bring one of the Mona Yula Wanderer decks to some of my matches, and I lost every single game on it that I played it in. It is just, it's cursed. It's definitely cursed. It's not that the deck is bad, it's just cursed.
I will for sure agree with you that like it feels a little bit weaker in comparison to some of like our other strong contenders, but it is simple to play. It's like, and it has strengths to it. Yeah, that fresh one definitely is a very unique aspect of the deck there. As we look at our brackets that have been updated, of course, Fufu now being knocked out does place top 32, of course, with $600 prize money, but Riku now advancing to play against Shan later in the afternoon. So she'll have to take a bit of a breather as she will need to return to face off against Shan, who's a very famous tall player. So Lee and Rin hopefully prepared for potentially longer games, but we will be moving on now, not to the lower brackets, but to our upper bracket round 2 between Hakuo and Robot Wizard. One of them will advance into a guaranteed spot in the top 16, while one of them will be knocked down to that lower bracket, as you see, to play against Beeloo. You know, Hakuo right now is up against what I would probably consider the king of North American GITCG. Looking at Robot Wizard's laundry list of achievements, it is far and beyond more impressive than anyone else currently in Group A, and potentially the entirety of the tournament. Like Prince Cup NA or like champion of last year, and on top of like a bunch of other first places in big tournaments. But Hakuo has the opportunity to be the upset king right now, taking out Fufu and maybe even Robot Wizard into the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we have our first raffle winner, of course, as congratulations to the winner displayed on screen with the UID. As we've been telling everyone every now and then, we are raffling away Blessings of the Welcome Moon for every single game played here. There will be 3 winners for every game. All you need is to be in the Astra Carnival Twitch chat to enter along with your UID, and then you'll be rooting for one of our 2 players here.
First raffle winner from the EU region once again. Wow, there's
yeah, lots of EU people watching here. Of course, we are, and congratulations to our next winner here. Yeah, we are, of course, in a combined top 32 between our EU, best of EU players and the Americas region as well. This is the first time they've had a chance to compete against each other, because if you were following the circuit last year, they were in separate top 8 tournaments. But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about our next 2 players here, Robot Wizard and Hakuo. As you mentioned, Robot Wizard with a long list of achievements. One of the ways I like to summarize it, he's been in every single competitive tournament that he could possibly qualify for, with multiple first places.
Basically, yeah, like just looking at this list, it is a very long one, and lots of first places on top of that.
Yeah, there's only one thing he missed, which is the very first actual tournament, which was the USA Duels. I'm not sure how many people remember that. That is the only tournament, I believe, that he could have been in that he was not in. So come on, Robot Wizard, do better. But of course, Hakuo is a very capable player as well. Did qualify top 8 in the previous EU Prince Cup. So this is going to be a really high-level battle.
We can see kind of Robot Wizard's little pre-match data player chart right now. It is kind of in line with our other contestants. Of course, these guys are all bringing quite similar decks.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had, again, one round of matches for these statistics, so we'll see these adjust and grow over time. It's going to be really interesting to track these records over the long term. But yeah, 5, as we've been saying, is kind of the average dice you should expect. So if you see someone with 6, they're lucky, and if you see someone with 4, they're not lucky.
Moving on to Hakuo though, wow, 6 dice, as you said, on the luckier side.
Oh yeah. I mean, maybe luck is what he is going to need, to take out the I guess definitely the favorite of this group. We have one of the really amazing things about a whole top 32 bracket is we have multiple people that were in previous top 8s for various Prince Cups, both from the EU Prince Cup, the North America Prince Cup, but also the Latin America Prince Cup as well. There's at least half of our players, I believe, from those tournaments competing here today.
So like a lot of really big names, a lot of heavy hitters, but a lot of like newer players as well, rising through the ranks through wildcard and trying to make a name for themselves here in the Prince Cup Atlantic.
Yeah, I was quickly glancing through the tags. Of course, these players had an opportunity to basically provide their own tags about that describe them as a Genius Invocation player. Hakuo put down unlucky roller, but with a 6 average, I think he's not quite yet lived up to that tag. So we'll have to see. You're gonna have to roll poorly in order to make that accurate. But of course, I don't wish that on any of our players here. We have seen that happen on stream. It is unfortunate when that happens, but we want to see the best game possible out of these two players.
Of course, Robo Wizard as well put himself down as an unlucky roller. Potentially might live up to it this round, but hopefully not. We always like to see the players play at their best and not at their worst, because it is more exciting for you and also for us.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked quite a lot about how Robo is the favorite here. So, Sumi, if it was you in the seat going up against a Prince Cup champion, probably the favorite of the bracket, how would you change up your strategy, you think, or if at all, to fight someone who may be a better player than you? What would you do? This is
a little bit of metagaming, but
yeah.
Robo has been taking a backseat from JTCG for a little bit. So his deck pool is a lot more limited compared to other players. So if I was Hakuo, I would do my research and try to snipe a good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Robot Wizard, though. We've seen a couple of players bring that Xingqiu Chongyun Razor, but specifically, Robot Wizard's list was very different, right? Had that Jet, had a one single copy of Underwater Treasure Hunt, and we saw Riku basically taking that list in our previous best of 3 as well. So would that be like the one deck you think, like, it seems like their own personal deck, would that be the one you want to target?
I would say no, because looking at its performance from yesterday as well as today, you didn't actually get to use the Jet, and I think it performed worse than the Underwater Treasure version. Yeah,
the Jets didn't get played either in our last one. So maybe not the right choice there.
Yeah, I think the Underwater version, like specifically before its adjustments, is probably stronger than Robot Wizard's little pocket pick.
Yeah,
I think the Underwater Treasure is more consistent value compared to the Jet.
For sure. And if you are just joining us as well, as a reminder, we are playing this on the original version 4.6 patch, meaning the players do have that one cost Underwater Treasure Hunt, which is why you're seeing it so much on camera. It was very dominant in early stages of version 4.6, along with Yilan as well, as we've seen several times.
I mean, we are going to see these next soon, see what they pick, but if you were in Hakuo's shoes, I'm going to throw this question back to you. What deck would you bring?
I would not bring Monocular Wanderer, because that deck is cursed.
Going a little more superstitious side, I see.
I'm very superstitious now. I have to be. That's a very interesting thing. I think I would definitely bring something unusual, because I think one of the differences between a top player and maybe someone who's less practiced is that they do practice a lot against common decks, right? Decks that they expect their opponents to bring, and decks that are popular in the metagame. If you can bring something unusual, that can often throw them off way more than if you bring something that they're completely expecting. Yeah,
I think
I would go like completely out.
Speaking of unusual, though, I think the more unusual deck, surprisingly enough, would be Stall in the current format.
Yeah,
I was talking this a little bit with Leah, where like after Jet got nerfed and like Yayoi was hit, I was expecting to see a lot less magic and a lot less combo decks because of that, and Stall to kind of rise in popularity because there's less cards that can deal with all of its sustained potential. But because of Underwater, decks like Yelan, decks like Xingqiu were kind of able to stay in the meta, so we're not seeing as much of that as I originally thought.
Yeah, I think we've seen 2 players bring Stall. Shan, of course, a very famous Stall player, very comfortable playing Stall, did lose on one of the Stall decks against that exact matchup, you know, the Underwater Treasure, Yilan OTK. So proving that matchup still very much is unfavored could be the wrong choice. We will get a chance to see Shan later in the afternoon best of 3s. We'll see if he decides to switch up his decks at all based on the metagame.
The thing is that we've seen Stall win against another popular deck, being the Fatuizan deck. I know Shan won against it in his original series against Beeloo, and I think DVD took a game off Kayori with that deck as well. But Robo Wizard once again with this Xingqiu Jet Underwater deck you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and a very unique list for sure. We still see that one of Jet here. We'll see if. All right, we have to at least get one Jet trigger on stream, right? You can't.
That is the goal. That's the new goalpost. One Jet trigger. And what is their opponent bringing? Oh, let's see. We're not getting it quite just yet.
Not quite yet. But yeah, I'm really curious to see if there is like target, because it looks like Robot Wizard does heavily favor that deck there.
And Hakuo bring Fatuizan. Oh, this is also an adjusted list with the one-off Lynette talent as well. Robot Wizard brought this in their matchup against Riku.
Yeah,
so this is another deck that like the people are just stealing from him.
That's right. Yeah, that's really funny to watch that kind of reaction. We see one of Opera as well and one Willow there going down in favor of going for that Lynette talent. So we have kind of an aggro deck in the Fatuizan into a combo deck with with Xingqiu, Chongyun, Razor. Typically, the aggro deck is favored in that matchup, right?
It is, yes, because you're able to just pressure the Xingqiu off and really delay their combo going forward. Something that's more important going into this matchup in particular is that Xingqiu self-applies Hydra when he bursts.
Right.
So if you're playing Fatuizan, you can just sit on Farazan, right? You don't go to Linny, and you kind of force them to give you the swirls.
Yeah, actually, that does remind me. I think we saw this exact matchup with Riku and Robot Wizard in the yesterday's best of 3s. And one of the things I was pointing out there is Riku, I think, in that matchup did still choose to start Linny. And we saw Robot Wizard being able to like cleanse both Pyro applications on Xingqiu, which really dampened the damage coming out from the Fatuizan deck.
I was talking to a few of the players as well, where like, if you decide to run, if you manage to get King Squire in your opening hand, you can actually force the Xingqiu player into a really lose-lose situation where if you have that King Squire, you can force them to use the Rain Screen self-apply Hydro in order to live until they get their burst. But if they do that, you get to like get swirls for free. But if they don't do that, the Xingqiu dies before they're able to get their combo off.
Really? Okay. So I guess that's a crucial thing to look up in this. We'll have to see if Hakuo knows that is the important thing in this matchup, because really getting those cleanses off was like so brutal to see for the damage. Yeah, and as we get ready and set up, of course, we are live coming to you with these games. These players are playing from home, but they are live as well, not pre-recorded, which is definitely its own set of challenges, but very exciting here as we see the action in real time. But yeah, it's really hard to predict sometimes. These matchups are so close. I do think I would agree that I would favor the aggressive deck here, provided, you know, you can play around that cleanse of Xingqiu, which I think is going to be a pivotal part of the matchup.
Another thing that, just another reminder as we go into our game 1 is if you do want to participate in the raffle, head to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel and type in who you believe is going to be the favorite to win this match along with your UID, and we will reveal the 3 winners after the game is done. Yeah, we are giving away a raffle for every single game here being played, so the longer the series go, the better for you at home. Ooh, I already see Hakuo starting on Farazan.
Chivalry will never die.
We will need to pay attention if Hakuo does have that King Squire in hand, as it could force Robot Wizard into a really bad opening position. Yeah, this definitely looks better than starting on Linny. It can also matter who is going first or second as we get the hands revealed. Ooh, and there is the King Squire and the Covenant as well. This is going to be super, super rough for Robot Wizard. Yeah, that lose-lose situation we were talking about is going to come to fruition, as skill normal attack is going to be 10 damage with the help of that Covenant of Rock in hand.
Yeah, we also see the Unseen Razor here, one of the only decks here using that right now. So Unseen Razor, of course, bouncing one of equipped weapons back to your hand, and most importantly, combos with that King Squire, which discounts skills by 2 dice, effectively making it cost 1. And so in this case, we are going to see Hakuo able to potentially return that King Squire to their hand, replay it on Faruzan to skill for a 3rd time in the very first round.
Mm-hmm. Robot Wizard are going to start off with that double Lumen Stone as well, the Heart of Cavarina for some extra card drawn. Probably the Dungeons are just to get back your, Oh no, not gonna play it just yet, okay.
Maybe hiding it?
Potentially. I think this is probably going to see the reduced normal attack for now for Farzan, so you can save the Unseen Razor for later.
Yeah, definitely want to leave that Unseen Razor for a surprise there. If your opponent doesn't swap off with Xingqiu here, then it might just be a free win on the matchup.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
This is a tense moment.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is the FDK situation I was talking about. If Robot Wizard doesn't swap off, it's just game over. But if he does swap off, he kind of, like, reduces his threat potential, as, like, that Xingqiu burst will be delayed, and then Changyun and Razor by themselves running with only 3 damage skills, compared to Farzan's potentially 5 damage once you get that burst down.
Yeah, Robert was triggering both of those Lumen Stones there by playing Dunyazad into Catherine, is able to get back up to 2 dice, and now has a fast swap available.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is actually just so bad for Robot Wizard. Like, that early King Squire just forces you in such a terrible position. Not going for the skill, going for the standard lines. I do not believe he knows that the FDK potential is there from this deck, as it is fairly new and players aren't quite used to playing against Farzan or King Squire just yet.
I'm pretty sure Robot Wizard has played this matchup before. Like, the Fatuizan deck by now is definitely made a name for itself in this tournament. You know, I liken it to the official Nahida Lini deck from the last big tournament, finally. Just everyone was playing it, you know, everyone was practicing that matchup, so I think he's definitely thinking about it. But it's a matter of, like, what then? He's definitely going to swap off, but who?
Ooh, we're gonna replace Dunyazard for the Jet stacks. What? Really? Oh, what do we draw here? Oh, the Tamayas?
I totally forgot.
No, he's not. He's just gonna sack Xingqiu.
Well, but Xingqiu has that Farazan debuff on him, so even if Robot Wizard swaps off,
yeah,
if Hakuo ends first, it would force him back onto Xingqiu for next round.
That's probably why he's deciding to end first, right? So that's not a possibility, of course. But because Hakuo has the King Squire and the
god!
Wait, you play the Covenant. And then this way, you also get the reduced cost for the Farzan normal attack, thanks to her passive. And because you place Gamblers, you get to do another attack onto Razor, or onto Changyun or Razor.
4 action round 1?
This is 4 action round 1 with the first turn kill on top of that.
No way. Oh, this is awful.
You get to do another action on top of this. This is actually terrible for Robot Wizard.
So we were saying, like, how do you beat probably one of the best technical players? I guess you just roll. Oh, you know, I'm gonna have to officially, at this point in time, I will officially revoke Hakuo's player tag of Unlucky Roller. He is now officially High Roller. I think this is the first time we've seen this opening from the Fatuizan deck. He's the only one who managed to achieve it, but that is incredible.
The only way this opening could have possibly been better is if Hakuo rolled the Farzan Talent instead of that Lotus Flower Crisp currently in hand.
The only way, yeah, for sure.
or just rolled 8 Omni dice, or like 8 usable this round. Only 3 usable currently, so we'll need to tune a little bit if they do want to get that second skill down.
That's 13 damage in the very first round.
Yep, that is a lot of damage. And I think this is why Farazan is like, this Fatuizan deck is so popular right now. It's just, its early game aggro potential is probably just uncomparable to any other deck currently being played.
Okay, if you're Robot Wizard though, how do you get out of this?
Get Razor Burst. And then you can combine it with Changyun Frostfield, yeah. If you can't do that, I think it's kind of just over, right? Because your damage is just so inefficient compared to theirs.
Right. Yeah, as we'll see the burst from Farazan come down without a talent, at least thankfully. I think if Hakuo had the talent, that would have been the ultimate high roll of the century. But even without talent, Farazan's still very threatening with the burst out.
The unfortunate thing here, though, is that Hakuo currently just does not have enough dice to skill again, which is a bit of a feels bad moment. I don't think
Well-
you really mind tuning your entire
Mm.
hand for this. No, you kind of do want to keep the Tandoris. I guess you like maybe tune the Animo Res and just normal attack for a bit. You can switch
Yeah, you
over
might
to
need
the
to.
Lynette or the Linny to tank, and then you save the Animo Res or the Tandoris for a surprise one-shot later on.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, maybe if you think it makes sense to swap onto someone else, because Farazan does have this equipment, so maybe more valuable to keep alive than
I think you
either
for
Lily or
sure.
Lynette.
I think you for sure want to keep the Tandoris if nothing else, because like
Mhm.
a normal attack would bring Razor down to 7 HP, and combined with that Animo Res, it's like you can come back on and just one tap him later on.
For sure. Although if Hakuo does stay on Farazan and Razor uses his skill, does put her down to 1, which means a superconductor action off field at some point could take her out.
Yeah, that is something to consider as well. Of course, you do have a Lotus Curse you can play.
Ooh.
Oh, going down to
Time for afternoon tea.
We're gonna swap to Lynette. Okay. Yeah,
what
we're
do
gonna
you think
preserve
about
the
that one?
HP on the Farazan a little bit. Of course, you tune to normal attack here. You could.
Yeah, definitely could.
I think you do. I think you tune the Animal Res. You keep the Tandoris just normal attack here.
Yeah. Lynette, a pretty good tank, because of course her skill does heal her temporarily for 2 HP, but you know, if the game it doesn't get to the end of round 3, which by the pace so far probably will not, then that healing is basically permanent.
I mean, the healing is also permanent if you do not heal yourself above 6 HP.
True. Yep. Which could very much happen as well. Okay. Oh, just give me a
Oh. I guess just the time running out, maybe not enough time to make the decision. So yeah, it will be an end for Hakuo. I mean, Robot Wizard, not enough dice to really make a difference currently, so I guess the ending first. We'll get the extra healing, gonna keep the Anno Res and the Tandoris as well for a surprise shot onto Razor later.
It's another Taromaru.
Oh, you're right!
Literally, every time this deck has been played on stream, 3 out of 3 times, the Senata Flower has generated a Taro. You can't put. This dog is always gonna come back. Good boy.
Maybe it's a sign.
Maybe it's a sign. It could be a curse sign, because I think it did not. I feel like Robot Wizard's gonna have flashbacks to the last best of 3 when he sees that Taromaru.
Okay, no, but the
and
last time we saw Taromaru, like, it won the game. So...
True. Did it? I don't think it did, because I think it got tuned by Riku.
Okay, but we saw it.
We did see it. We did see it. That's
see it.
true. His appearance is a good sign. You just need to not play him.
He's there for emotional support.
Emotional support puppy, I will believe.
I'm gonna swap back over to the Chongyun. Okay.
Yeah,
Preserve
not
the
able to-
HP on the Razor, yeah.
Not able to get another action off on Razor, which I think would be pretty critical, because right now with Xingqiu down and no freeze, it is a damage race, right? Robot Wizard looking to try and pile on damage with Razor, while Hakuo also looking to do damage with Farazan and Lynette.
Unfortunately, I believe this is a damage race that is bound to lose, as he's just about to lose Chongyun. And I think that Frostfield is wearing off this turn as well. Oh, never mind. You can keep it for one more turn. Okay. Okay,
Yeah, Frostfield
never mind.
is live.
With that Frostfield, it is still possible. It
Okay.
is plausible.
We'll have to see. The Gamblers, of course, is on Farazan. So if Hakuo wants to somehow generate 2 extra dice, he will need to go to Farazan first in order to achieve that.
I think you
could
do go for it. I think you do
Okay.
go for the Farazan, because like your dice are just so atrocious right now. I think you need to get that extra Omni to make it work. Because Razor
Right.
needs minimum 3 attacks in order to take him out.
Mm-hmm.
Or like just 2 plus summon. So I think you no, it is 3. So you do need to go for the Farazan right now, and then just see if we can whittle down Razor a little bit more with the extra Omni dice generation.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Hakuo can see that play. I mean, looking at Robot Wizard's hand, he doesn't have any healing right now, right? Most notably, no Underwater Treasure Hunt has been played. I think he only runs 1 Lotus, if any at all. So he's only working with the HP he has on field, and that might not be enough to tank all of the damage that's going to come out of Hakuo pretty soon.
I mean, there's a lot of dice in hand, which is the thing, right? Like, there's that, the Gilded Dreams discounted by Tamias, that's a free 2 dice. Plus the MMR,
Need
which
the
is
help of
another,
out there,
like,
huh?
free 2 dice. And then there's the Rhythm of the Great Dream combined with the Gamblers and the Covenant of Rock as well. There's a lot of dice in the hand of Robot Wizard. I think as long as he's able to withstand the initial onslaught from Hakuo, there's a very good chance he has enough to bring it home.
And we see that Hakuo going for the slow swap onto Farazan, not wanting to use the Anima Res just yet. What do you think about that play?
I don't know what I feel about this. It's like the animal res isn't just a fast swap. It also lets you get 1 extra dice, right? As swapping to it is free. But I think this also forces like Robot Wizard to either do another action on Changyun or swap to Razor, which wastes even more of his dice. So I think this is quite a smart, calculated play on his end. I believe Robot Wizard might be trying to... Oh, there's down to water, but I don't believe there's enough draw to actually get to it.
No, burned all of the draw, right? Digging for it, basically.
I think Robot Wizard was trying to pull for Catherine to go for the fast swap onto Razor and then burst, take out the gamblers on Farazan.
Yeah, Changyun here is not going to have enough damage to take out Faruzan, right? Without any rain swords, each skill can only do 3, and the normal attack is only 2.
Yeah, so a lot of dice in Robot Wizard's hand, but unfortunately going to have to expend a lot of it to get rid of this Farazan first and foremost.
Yeah, do you think we'll see a swap onto Razor, or is he going to stay on Changyun?
I think both options are bad. Like, swap onto Razor, you take extra damage. On him, like, you kind of deny the gamblers, but you're bringing your carry that much lower HP. But if you stay on Changyun, you're wasting dice as well, and you're also giving Hakuo back a little bit of Omni from that gambler. So I think both options are not ideal.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Robot Wizard probably is the one that's operating on more dice right now. We see a Covenant in hand. That Chain could... Oh, is playing a Sealy as well. Maybe gonna... Are we gonna see the Underwater Treasure Hunt there?
I think that Sealy might have just been to stall for time. We can see his timer was getting rather low.
That's true. Yeah, one of the things you will notice... Oh, we see the Changyun Frostfield go down, so he is gonna stay on Changyun here. Force the trade here by Faruzan onto Changyun.
I think another option you could potentially go for if you're Hakuo is just like the swap to the Linny, or like just swap back to the Lynette. Force Robot Wizard's trying to do another hit, and then you come back onto Farazan with the animal res if he does do that to deny the birth. And yeah, that is what Hakuo is going for.
Yeah, swap out Linny taking the field for the first time this game, despite normally being the very first one. As we see, this matchup is very different when you play it with the Farazan opening with King Squire. Yeah, this looks like the preferred line from Hakuo as well, as you were calling it, Sumi. So we'll have to see how Robot Wizard responds here. Does he go for another skill on the Changyun and just forced to stay here to preserve HP on Razor?
It will be the Razor swap. This is now a little bit rough on the side of Hakuo, as of course, like, you still have the animal res fast swap onto Lynette, which you can abuse Farazan's burst to get a little bit extra damage, or you can just, like, prop arrow on Linny, get that summon damage as well. Potentially get a swirl if Robot Wizard end on Razor, and also get that prop arrow stack for the Bewildering Lights later on for a little bit of extra breakpoints.
Looks like the option is going to stay on Linny here with that equip here.
The question is, though, are you going to prop arrow, or do you skill for a little bit of more initial damage?
Yeah, one thing I'm worried about on Hakuo's side is that they don't have a lot of dice to work with this round, right? They did a lot of damage round 1, but notably they don't have things like Farazan Talent to generate extra dice, and they don't have like an Opera on field giving them more dice into this round.
And it will be the skill from Linny, no prop error. I think this is certainly a calculated decision on the side of Hakuo. As of course, if you did prop arrow and the Robot Wizard ended on the Changyun, it would have been enough to take him out. But by doing this and keeping the animal res in hand, you'd be able to fast swap onto Farazan, right, and do a normal attack to get that extra dice.
Yeah, I mean, I think a fast swap is certainly what we'll be seeing here. So the question is it on Lynette, or it is going to be on Farazan?
It will be on Farazan. I think this makes sense, right? As like, because there's the field already there, and there's Electro Ore onto Linny, Farazan is always going down no matter what. So you just get the attack in now, and that is so much damage. If Robot Wizard can't draw any treasures, one of his 2 characters is going down end phase no matter what, and it's like, just with 3 characters still have to take out, I do not believe he has enough dice to bring it back.
Yeah, I think Hakuo has managed the damage very well. I think it very important, as you identified, by going to Farazan and forcing Changyun to skill and leaving her at 1, is going to force another attack to take her out on top of anything else. And so the damage efficiency here might just be in Hakuo's favor. But there is a Gamblers going down for Robot Wizard, so this attack will generate 2 extra die. And as we see those treasures going in 6, he's about to also get 5 extra cards from his deck. So can he draw enough treasures to get him out of this situation?
That is the question. Of course, there is the Sealy, there's the Covenant of Rock as well, so there's at least 1 extra attack. And the Lyre Song, you can pull back one of your Gildeds, and that will draw you 1 more as well.
Yeah, don't forget, we have those 2 extra minty meat rolls as well on Razor. Wait, does he have it?
I think in the current state, Robot Wizard needs 3 more attacks. 1 to take out Linny, and 2 to take out Lynette. So he needs minimum 7 dice. If Robot Wizard can get 7 dice, it should be his game.
Is it 2? Because Lynette's gonna take an extra damage from the Superconduct, right?
Oh, you're right, yeah. No, but like the attack should do... Oh wait, it might be 5.
I think it's 5.
I think it's 2 No, it is 5, right? Because it's 2 initial, 2 from the follow-up, and the 1 from Superconduct. Yeah, no, Robot Wizard has enough. Didn't even need to burn the Covenant. Oh my god.
No way.
No way.
Robot Wizard taking game 1 with 2 dice to spare with the Covenant still in hand, coming back from a first turn kill on Xingqiu with what looked like an amazing opening by Hakuo. That was definitely quite a game, and one to definitely go back and watch. Sacrificing Xingqiu there very early on looked bad, but ended up being the correct decision.
We can see like their highlights here, right? Like Hakuo able to get an absolutely absurd advantage over like early on, but then Robot Wizard miraculously on turn 2 even managing to bring it back. Like evening out the game with like so much dice in hand.
I think this was round 3, right? Like we went to round 3. He had to end on Razor without burst.
Oh yeah, end on Razor, take the annual res. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I think that's what I was saying. Like, you know, Robert Wizard definitely, I think, is familiar with this matchup and knows that in a spot where you can't protect Xingqiu, you do just have to go for this Razor Chung combination, which honestly has always been very strong.
I think that absolutely shows the power of Robot Wizard. Oh my, he's even bringing the same Fatuis on deck.
Yeah, so Robot Wizard taking the first game, no longer able to play Xingqiu, Chongyun, Razor, but we do see Hakuo bring a very similar lineup as well, although the bans are slightly different. And I do see Mona, Manifestation Senior there from Robot Wizard, so changing it up a little bit, not bringing Yilan.
I think that's actually like a reaction to the current meta going on. The classic is with Yilan, but of course that does require setup. The Mona variation we kind of saw more in like 4.3 with the Magic Engine. It hasn't really been seen in this tournament yet, but it is a faster version of the deck, using Mona with Thunder Manifestation to get like early damage potential out on your opponent.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. You swap out one character and it turns from a combo style deck into more of an aggressive one. But it looks like Robot Wizard brought 2 aggro decks in his lineup, which could be a response to this combo treasure hunt heavy metagame.
Yeah, and then like maybe going into tomorrow, we might see more of like stall decks being played because of like this aggro shit potentially.
Yeah, I mean that's why I love that the players are able to adapt and change decks as we go, because you do see what your opponents are playing, you can respond to them, and if you can get 1 level ahead of your opponent, then that might be all it takes. And in this case, it looks like Robot Wizard is the one that has adapted a little bit more. I think Hakuo's lists were more or less the same as the ones from day 1.
I think this kind of really just shows why he has been such a dominant force in North American GITCG for so long. He's always just that 1 step ahead. Even in the last Prince Cup, going into patch 3.7, he created a completely new deck with the characters of like the Shenhe SC deck, which is dominating for like 2 patches and then it got hit a little bit. But just that 1 step ahead, giving him that extra advantage against these players.
Yeah, Hakuo, of course, not to be counted out. You know, there's still 2 chances remaining, and of course, with those 2 games, we will also have 2 additional raffles. Do we get the raffle winners from the last game? I don't think so.
We might have missed it. We'll get it later.
We'll get those checked up. They probably are also posting in the chat, but as a reminder, we are giving away raffles as the games progress. Just be in the Astra Carnival Twitch chat, please, in order to enter with your UID ready.
And we can see Robot Wizard bring his Fatuis on deck. The one card that's different that I haven't been seeing in other Fatuis on decks is that Favonius Library. We kind of saw last game where, like, despite Hakuo being able to get an early advantage, his dice around 2 and 3 just weren't good enough to do damage.
Yeah, we see our first winner. Yeah, speaking of raffles, a little bit late, but we have our first raffle winner there of 3 from the last game. So congratulations if you see a UID displayed on screen. And again, if you are watching on the official channel, first of all, welcome. This is the first time tuning to professional Genius Invocation TCG, second raffle winner there. But if you want a chance to enter for a blessing of the Welcome Moon, head on over to the Astra Carnival Twitch chat specifically, as that is where you'll be able to enter, and also where you'll be able to chat with your fellow players about the games and you're seeing. And if you missed out so far, don't worry, there's plenty more games left for today and tomorrow as well, and for the coming weekends as we go through our top 32 bracket. Third winner there.
Yeah, third winner. I think all from NA this time, so
Yeah.
evening up the numbers once again.
Yeah. Gotta have a little bit of representation from everywhere.
Going back to the decks though, like I was pointing at the library, got a recent buff where it is now 0 cost to play. I think Robo Wizards tagged that in specifically because if your dice are bad in an aggro deck like Fatuizan, your pressure really just isn't up to scratch. We kind of saw that in the last game where, like, despite having an excellent 13 damage turn 1,
exactly,
Hakuo just like turn 2, the dice weren't good enough to continue the pressure. But yeah.
Oh, it's a mirror matchup this time.
Oh, it is. You're right. Wait. Yeah.
So we're a little bit ways into our first game here. Let's try and catch up with the game state very briefly. It looks like Hakuo opened with a Linny prop arrow. This might actually be round 2.
It should be. It looks like, yeah, it should be round 2 because there's 2 energy for 2 actions, and then it looks like Robot Wizard spent his turn 1 ramping, maybe playing a double Libin to get up to that 12 dice with no energy on his character starting on Linny. That does appear to be what he has done.
Oh, just like a full ramp opening. Okay. Oh, here's a Tandoori coming down, able to buff skill damage by 2.
Ooh. Hakuo needs to, like, be wary of a potential fast swap over to Farazan now, as of course Farazan skill will also do 5 thanks to that Tandoori, potentially denying Hakuo's his own Farazan burst.
Yeah, the match should be huge because we see 2 copies of Farazan talent in Hakuo's hand, which is really important for this deck, not only for generating more damage for your Anemo characters, but also creating dice as well with that talent equipped.
And this is like why ramp is like so powerful. Yes, you do sacrifice a little bit of like early damage, but it gives you so much more dice to work off later on, right? And like Hakuo operating off of 8 dice is a far cry from Robot Wizard's 12, and just it lets him do these types of actions.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Hakuo chooses to respond here. I think we'll most certainly have to swap off here. Of course, double Anemo decks do have that Anemo resonance. This is their signature card. You can only do this, add this to your deck if you are playing with 2 Anemo characters, but it does let you swap off as a fast action and for free. Ooh, not swapping off of Farazan.
Oh, this could potentially be dangerous, as Robot Wizard does have that Anemo resonance in hand, and thanks to that Tandoori's, yeah, Farazan skill does 5.
Going to
the
Lynette.
Lynette this time, that's interesting. Well, the talent.
And revealing the talent as well in the first.
Yeah, it was unnecessary to play that. Huh.
I mean, do you think that's an intentional decision or a mistake?
I think, it could be intentional, I guess, be like, don't go to this certain character, right?
Right.
Like, it might be, in SLI's mind, it might be like, okay, if I show like, he wants to go to this character, probably Linny, but if I show the talent, Hakuo doesn't, because then Linny will take so much damage, so he'll go to Lynette instead. Because you can heal it up. It might be a little bit of mind gaming going on, but...
Yeah, if you're not sure how the Lynette talent works, of course, the first cast, or the first usage of Lynette's skill doesn't do anything with the talent, but the second one is now going to do 5 damage. But usually you don't reveal that until the second action.
I'm gonna swap back onto the Farazan now. Okay, this will be a late Farazan burst on the side of Robot Wizard.
Yeah, I wonder if the talent was actually, now that I noticed, there was the Opera trigger there on the swap. So Opera, of course, doesn't trigger if you don't have more equipments than your opponents, but talents do count as equipment. So Robot Wizard able to get a Nemo die off of equipping that Farazan talent.
The thing is, though, Hakuo doesn't have any equips either, so...
True. Well, I think
it could be
Farazan
a denial of an Opera, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. That could be it. Yeah, that's very true.
There you go, yeah, Hakuo forces you in the Covenant. This is 0 dice now. What Robot Wizard could do now as well, right, is you can play the Covenant and below 4 cards, like tune one of your Unseen Razors. This will let you get that charge attack off and do a little bit more damage. Although you might not want that, as the summon will bring your Farazan down to 4 HP, and Hakuo with turn priority does do 4 on Linny's skill, so might want to swap off instead.
Yeah, I'll have to see what play he chooses to go for. I think it's definitely Robot Wizard's an overwhelming advantage here, denying your opponent the Farazan burst, which has been their game plan for quite some time. And now you have that Lynette talent equipped as well, which threaten a lot of damage into the third round.
A little bit of a late reminder, but don't forget the raffle at the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. Head over to there and type in who you believe will be favored to win. I mean, it is a little bit late into the match, but type in Robot Wizard or Hakuo as well as your UID for a chance to win one of 3 Welkins.
Yeah, that went by a little bit quick because of course we just kind of jumped into the middle of these players' game. They are playing very quickly, and this is gonna be a very quick matchup. As we see that Willow coming down, dropping down to 0 dice to play the Covenant. Robot Wizard tuning, of course. If you're wondering why he tuned, it is to proc that Willow there, which can only draw you cards if you have 2 or less cards in hand.
There will be more resources for Robot Wizard to work with in comparison to Hakuo.
Oh.
Oh wait! And he can do the extra attack on Farzan and still keep that burst because of the status that was on Linny.
Oh
Excellent
wow!
heads up play from Robot Wizard.
Using his opponent's skills against them, Robot Wizard able to sit on Linny, and also, as we just saw, drawing his own copy of the Farzan talent with the burst ready, is going to be able to deploy that if he wishes, which should be worth it at this stage, right?
Absolutely it should. Another thing as well is this kind of forces Hakuo to lethal the opponent's Linny, and this will give Robot Wizard a free action. Either going onto Lynette, proccing that talent, getting that heal, and forcing like that second big hit onto Hakuo's Lynette, or just like getting that Farzan burst down and playing for the late game.
Do you think Hakuo stays on Linny here, or do you foresee a swap off potentially?
Oh, I mean, hard to say. I think like either one, it doesn't look the best because like if you do swap off, like you don't really get to do that immediate damage, and you have to deal with this Linny later on, right? But if you do stay on this Linny, you're kind of just trading essentially, because you take out Robot Wizard's Linny, and then he'll take out yours, or set up the Farzan burst.
Yeah, and unfortunately, without Farazan's burst on the field, one of the annoying things that Hakuo's gonna have to deal with, we see Farazan and Lynette on Robot Wizard's side are both at 4. Now, if you had Farazan's burst down, Lynette could take them each out with 1 skill, but at 4 HP, they are out of range of a single skill unless we come in with some swell damage.
Hakuo is like really considering what to do here. The time is running out though. He'll have to make a decision soon. Oh, the timer. Okay, it will just be the Linny skill.
Wait, but without a Gambler's?
Oh no.
Is that a miss?
I think the time pressure, like, Hakuo overlooked that because the timer was running down.
Yeah, I can't see a reason why you wouldn't play Gamblers there. You know, it always gives you dice positive, and taking out one of your opponent's characters means you're not triggering it any additional times on Lynette anyway. Unless you're specifically hiding it to go to Lynette.
Maybe, but the thing is, like, there's... I guess you can Tandori Gamblers and get off 2 skills, but... Is that strictly better than just playing it now? I don't think there's a reason to hide it. And Robot Wizard will just go to Lynette, just going to take care of the Linny with that first skill, doing 3 damage. Oh, the Lotus as well. I'll go Lynette all the way up to 9 HP. This is way out of any lethal range Hakuo could possibly threaten.
Yeah, so Hakuo could have had an extra die here to be at 7, but I guess that wouldn't have mattered anyway. He does have Woven in hand, but this might not matter.
I mean, second hit of Lynette, like, if Robot Wizard decides to tune 2 for it, it will do 5. Although, of course, what he may choose to do instead is just wait until Hakuo's Lynette just runs out of that passive healing, as of course she will take 2 piercing damage end phase. Yeah, so we'll burst instead. I think that's smart. Like, the extra damage wouldn't have really dealt too much, as Lynette would heal it back up anyways, and like you're only dealing with her temporary HP. So get the Cat Boggle Box, get a little bit more damage reduction down. I think that's a lot better. Oh, ooh. Second skill?
He's going for a
Look
second
at the
skill.
second skill.
Okay, he's gonna do 5 damage. But the difference here, Robot Wizard still has that Farazan in his back pocket there. Oh, but that Tandori might actually come in at this point.
Oh, the Tandori could come in, right? Because Tandori's skill would do 5. And then you'll heal in it to 4.
Wait.
And the Robot Wizard's Farazan only does 3, because I don't believe there's a King Squire currently in hand.
No, this I think that might be it, because there's no way for Robot Wizard to protect Farazan. And Lynette's gonna get above with that 2 healing.
Yeah.
Maybe And she has that Gamblers as well now. Maybe that Gamblers on Lynette was specifically to keep it for this critical. Maybe that wasn't a mistake. Maybe that was actually the correct play to not Gamblers on Linny, so Hakuo can save it for this specific turn and not the last one.
I mean, there's just so many calculations going on in these players' heads. All the Fufu conspiracy on top. There's just so many calculations going on in these players' heads that we can't possibly keep up. But yeah, that is... Those Tandoris are going to come in clutch. And, like, of course, Robot Wizard not drawing, like, the King Squad this entire game, not having, like, the second Tandoris of his own. I believe this will be enough.
Yeah, the Tandoori Chicken coming down, buffing Lynette's skill damage by 3, which is going to have it do 5 damage, which is exactly what he needs to take out Lynette on the other side. The Bulkhead, of course, providing 1 point of shield, but that still adds up to only 5, and this could be the game-winning move from Hakuo.
I think Robot Wizard may have rushed it a little bit, right? Like, seeing blood, seeing you can get Lynette to so low, but kind of forgetting the fact that she could heal and not playing around the Tandoris. I think if Robot Wizard, instead of going for that second attack, just swapped over onto Farazan, this wouldn't be a problem he had to worry about.
Right, because Lynette, of course, would heal on his side for 2 extra HP, which brings her out of that Tandoori range.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard, like, rushed the finisher. I think he played a little bit too fast.
Over here.
Going for that
even rolling the cryo on the Fatui Resonance, which means that, like, no matter what Robot Wizard does, it's GG's.
Yeah, and it looks like Hakuo had calculated that with his dice, so playing that, he still has enough to Woven and skill again on Lynette after that Gambler's trigger. There is, I mean, I don't think there's any way for Robot Wizard to come back from this one.
No, I don't believe so either, like, not with the cards in hand. That's it. Hakuo bringing it to 1-1, evening up the score against Robot Wizard.
Wow. 1 damage short, and of course the mana attack on the Farazan to trigger the Fatui Conspiracy. That is going to be it. Yeah, Robot Wizard evening out even after what looked like a pretty good opener, taking out the opponent's Farazan. But of course, during that time, Robot Wizard never had the opportunity to deploy his own Farazan burst either. And that it was 1 damage difference once again, right? Because Lynette was on 1 at the very end of that match.
I think another thing is that Robot Wizard rushed it a little bit at the end game, right? Because instead of going for that second hit on Lynette, he could have just swapped back onto Farazan, which would have eaten minimum 1 hit from Hakuo, right? If they decided to still go for that Tandoori play, but if they did, it would have been a free shot with the Farazan. But of course, rushing a little bit, going for that second Lynette skill, giving Hakuo that turn priority, and like letting them finish the game with Tandoori as being just barely enough damage.
Yeah, Hakuo now able to win a game on that Fatuizan deck, which forces Robot Wizard into a 3rd game, also playing his Fatuizan deck into the Yilan OTK deck that we've seen quite a few times already.
This is like the standard like combo versus aggro match we're kind of talking about, right? Where we generally would favor the Fatuizan deck because it does play faster and is able to threaten Yelan and kind of delay the game plan of the setup for the burst on the side of Hakuo, but every time we've seen this matchup, like the combo deck has somehow managed to bring it home every single time. So I would never count out Hakuo just because of something of the matchup. And here are the winners. Yeah,
we have our first winner of the raffles. Again, if you're just joining us, first of all, congratulations to the winner displayed on screen. There'll be 2 more to follow. But if you are just joining us, we are raffling away Welcome Moons. But to enter, you will have to be over on the Astra Carnival Twitch chat specifically. So if you are watching on the official channel, first of all, welcome. This is your first time tuning in to competitive TCG. But if you want a chance to win, hop on over to the other Twitch channel where you can enter in the chat along with your UID and also chat with your fellow players about the games as we go see our second winner on screen. And yeah, and of course, so this is going to be the last game that we'll be casting today. Of course, it is game 3 of our 3rd best of 3, and then afterwards we will be taking a break before we'll switch over. There's our 3rd raffle winner down there before switching over for Leah and Rin, who will be taking the last 2 matches of today, which will be our lower bracket finals. Lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, winner of those will guarantee their spot within the top 16 and doubling their prize pool. So, and also being able to continue their tournament run. So super high stakes matches down there. But on our side, we're gonna finish up Robot Wizard versus Hakuo, whether or not the king of NA can continue his reign, or whether the upset master of Hakuo will continue his domination.
Yeah, I mean, either way, in this matchup, neither player will be knocked out of the tournament for good. Whoever loses will be dropped down into that lower bracket and will have to fight for their last life in the lower bracket in order to progress. But the winner of this match is guaranteed, at the very minimum, a spot in the top 16, which guarantees a doubling their prize money from 600 to 1200.
And then once again, we have Robo Wizard with this Fatali's deck that has been pretty popular recently. It's like the rising star of the new patch, I suppose.
Yeah, Farazan definitely the most played new character of the patch. You know, we've seen a couple of Crab and Heralds, no Kuki Shinobus yet, but again, fingers crossed, as we are playing on the original version 4.6 release without the balance changes, so the metagame will look a little bit different this weekend compared to the rest of our top 32 matches.
And here it is, it's Hakuo's Yelan OTK deck, running the underwater version, very similar to our other contestants.
Yeah, we've seen very little divergence from this list. That one Lotus, of course, and then the food discount for your normal attacks, and that one of Egg, which has, I don't think that Egg has come up as much in the games that we've watched, right? Like, it's been played, but not enough to be a winning move.
It has, like, there have been some potential lines that Egg might be useful in, but it has yet to win a game so far.
Yeah, it was definitely a highlight of the Asia Invitational as well. You know, that was the first time we really saw Egg being played prominently in a competitive setting. Of course, originally, so some history, originally used to cost 3 aligned to begin, which was really, really expensive. And it got reduced to 2, and we're seeing a lot more play, which I like a lot. I love Egg and what it can bring to a game of Genius Invocation.
Here it is though, round 3, and this will be the final reminder from me and you of the raffle happening on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. If you want to participate, head over there and enter in who your favorite to win is, either Robot Wizard or Hakuo, along with your UID.
Yeah, don't miss out. This will be the last chance for us as anyway, but there will be 2 more best of 3s after to enter, so stay tuned for those matches.
Prepare to be amazed.
Oh, and as opposed to the other games, this will be a linear start, as of course Yelan cannot cleanse herself like Xingqiu.
Right. Yeah, it'll be a pretty typical opening, looks like, from both sides. Robot Wizard did draw the King Squire in his opening hand. Whoa. Is that perfect dice rolls? It is.
Well, it is.
Because I think you want those 2 dice. So he kept the 2 cryo dice to equip the King Squire. But otherwise, the other 3 Pyro are perfect and having 2 Anemos. So Robot Wizard high rolling when everything is on the line here.
Absolutely, like your upper bracket run is at stake here, as well as a little bit of prize money as well. So Hakuo not rolling quite as good. Yeah, would have loved to have 4 Hydro round 1.
Yeah, that's the key thing to look out for with Yelan. She needs 4 Hydro. Oh, is gonna have to go for a normal attack opening.
Oh, that's not great. I think it makes sense though, like, tuning 2 cards with what you currently have in hand feels bad.
Wait, is he gonna go for 3 actions on Yelan? Because he didn't play the Treasure Seeking Sealy.
Oh, you're right. Oh, there is an NSC in hand. You still unfortunately need to tune 1, but yeah. I think if you are to tune something though, it is probably Leave It to Me. It is less relevant in this matchup as there is no freeze to worry about.
But this doesn't play around, so I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Fatuizan deck with the King Squire can first turn kill.
It should be able to, yes. Farazan will do 4 with King Squire, and then it'll do another 3 with normal attack, and then Summon will do the last hit for the 1 HP to get rid of Yelan. If Hakuo goes for NSC normal attack here, we could see another FTK.
And that could be, you know, Hakuo has chosen an opening line that basically focuses everything on Yelan, right? There's no Hydra application on the other side. Normally that's what you need to come back from an early Yelan loss. And Robot Wizard going to be able to deny this if he chooses to go for it. I don't see a reason why he wouldn't.
I don't see one either, but it all depends on Hakuo. Like, if Hakuo is able to foresee the potential King Squire first turn kill, is able to swap off and maybe like play Sealy with the remaining favor and just come. Yeah.
Oh, like this would be a swap
for
off.
it.
Okay. Yeah, this is definitely what Hakuo needed to do, but it's really unfortunate that he wasn't able to, like, he would have really loved to have that Sealy down already and be at 2 stacks.
little bit of a greedy opening on the side of Hakuo is forced to pivot last minute, which is
see
not
about
ideal,
that.
but at least it's not instantly game losing.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that was in response to Robot Wizard, his bad dice rolls on Hakuo's side. You know, finally the dice rolls are catching up with him. Having only 2 Hydro, probably did not want to tune anything in his hand. Wow. The
Yeah,
Opera
Robot Wizard's still
please.
going for the full tilt, like just full aggro, going to instantly set a Farazan burst for the next turn.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh wow, look at how much damage is already on Thundering Manifestation here. But
Oh.
having that Opera Epicles in hand did allow him to play Covenant and then fix that 1 die into a Nemo. So this is a really, really strong opening. It's not crazy high roll like Hakuo had in game 1, but it's very strong.
It is still strong indeed. Unfortunately, no Farazan talent on the side of Robot Wizard, but still, that Opera will give him 1 extra Animo dice to work with, so I don't think you're complaining too heavily. This should still be 3 actions on Farazan.
Yep. Oh. Okay, Hakuo getting the quickstop there, which is very important here because it allows him to swap onto Yila
our
and get a
target
hit
this
in
time?
before taking any damage from Farazan. So this ensures that he should be able to get burst because I don't think there's a way for Farazan to do 8 damage in 1 action here.
No, especially not with Burst Up and with no Tandoris in hand. It's just simply not a threshold that Robot Wizard is able to realistically reach.
But either way, Farazan is going to be able to comfortably go for the burst here. Most likely.
On the other side, though,
talent.
Robot Wizard is able to set a Farazan burst as well, and even has enough dice for 2 additional actions. So absolutely chunk Hakuo for damage.
Playing the strategize to draw 2 extra cards. Does he get the talent?
Oh, does get the talent. Oh my god! And then because talent gives you 1 extra animal dice, it's like that strategize was never played, and you can still do that discounted normal attack after a skill.
Yeah, that's one of the things you know shows the experience playing the deck where it is correct all of the time to draw. I just hope you get it, and that was very much rewarded here as that Farazan talent is going to be a huge difference going into round 3.
The thing is, if Robot Wizard didn't draw it right, instead of just skilling twice, he would have been able to skill into discounted normal attack. So both plays were good. But the fact that you do manage to get that talent out is going to be so huge. It's going to be so much extra dice throughout the course of this game.
Man, are we going to see Manifestation go down before even doing anything? That would be, I think, a first.
There's no Pyro on Farazan, or I mean on
True.
Galon, so it won't be something that Hakuo needs to worry about right now.
Okay, but what if you swapped Linny for the prop arrow?
Ooh. No, but something goes first. So it'd have to be like skill on Farazan, Hakuo ends their turn, and then you go Linny for the Pyro application for the prop arrow.
Game's
Well, no,
up.
but if you put Pyro onto Yelan, then all the opposing characters
Oh, then
have Pyro,
yeah, that's true.
so there's no way for Manifestation to avoid it.
I think that is actually the better play, right? You stack up the prop arrows on Linny, and then that way you can take up Thunder Manifestation early, and then you can like save the damage for Signora later on, because like after Yelan burst, she's not that valuable for the team.
Yeah, you
I think
probably
that is the
stay
play
on,
that Robot Wizard should go for.
probably stay on Farazan at very least for 1 more skill, because you don't really probably want to skill twice on Linny, right? Or
Oh,
you could-
actually,
you could burst.
no, I think you do skill again on Farazan, because that would put Yelan onto 2 HP, and then if they stay on Yelan, you fast swap prop arrow, right? That does 2 initial damage.
That's true. Yeah. That's
So
gonna
it
be tough.
actually, yeah, that would put Hakuo in a really tough position. Unfortunately, you would have to tune quite a lot of your hand for that play, but I think it is something worth considering.
Yeah, Robot has to be very careful. So one of the things that's going to happen going into round 3 is now that Yelan Burst is down, Robot Wizard needs to play
We'll
around
see
the
about
freeze
that.
that's going to be coming out of Signora. Oh, 5 damage.
5 damage.
Oh, imagine if Hakuo just, for no reason at all, swaps to Signora.
Oh my god, Gambler's like reduced cost Animo attack,
Yeah,
just you
it's an
get
awful
back
idea.
4 dice for free. Okay, I think right now if you're Robot Wizard, it is probably just like a Gambler's normal attack play, and you get that 2 dice back or something, and then after that you can't really act again, so it might not be worth it. It could just be normal attack here. I think it might just be normal attack to force Hakuo onto solo Signora.
Yep.
I believe that is the best play currently available to him. And then you get to keep the animal resins in hand and just tune the 2 gamblers.
Right. Yeah, the animal resonance probably is going to come in very clutch here because, of course, a quick swap is what you need in order to get around Signora's freeze.
Yeah, and there it is. I mean, it's
Aggro
not
deck-
quite over yet. Hakuo's
Yeah.
does still have lots of dice in hand with the treasures, right? With the Lumen Stone. But this is for sure going to be a really tough position. Oh, even swapping to the Linny because Farazan does more damage.
Yep. Just preserving HP on Farazan as much as possible. Oof. Wow.
Oh,
Taking
yeah.
out 2 characters before going into round 3. That is the power of the Fatuizan deck.
And then now just left on solo Signora, Hakuo is fighting an uphill battle for sure.
I mean, Solo Signora can still get it done with enough treasures and with those minty meat rolls. Of course, Yelan Burst is in its original 2 damage form, so each normal attack from Signora is able to do 4 damage here.
The Boar Princess as well. I think we normal attack before equipping the Shadow of the Sand King just for that 1 extra draw. Oh, the treasure coming in a little bit early just to proc the Lumen Stone as well. Ooh, drawing another 0 cost. That will be 1 extra dice for Hakuo to work with.
So let's
And
see
the
what
minty
these
meat rolls
draws
as
are.
well.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 cards off of the treasure seeking sea. Oh, there's an egg.
The egg. The egg could actually come in play as if Robo-Wizard does go for the fast flip Farazan skill, it would cleanse all aura.
Oh, I think it is going to happen.
It will happen, yeah. This is like the most damage efficient thing Robot Wizard is able to do.
Too late
And then
for
after
rest.
Farazan gets frozen, it's probably swap back Linny so you can so you can skill again on Lynette. And yes, your team will be full frozen, but I mean
Yep.
like Farazan will
Wait.
lose her Signora will lose her revive.
Yeah, Signora will flip because of that, but unfortunately, I think because Hakuo has that treasure in hand, might be able to bring Signora just
Oh, you're right,
above.
yeah. You can bring her barely above the threshold. Yeah,
Oh,
5
no.
HP. I mean, she will flip end phase, but she will keep her revive for now. I
That's
do
so
not
much
believe
dice.
Hakuo can bring her above 4 HP, but yeah, we'll keep the revive for now, which is so critical.
So can Robo Wizard survive the onslaught from this turn?
Going to be rather tough.
Yeah, and I think this specific spot is why you'll see the change of Yelan's burst from 2 to 1 damage is going to be so significant, because Signora right now is doing 4 damage per hit, but after the adjustment, it will go down to 3 damage every hit, which is basically a 25% reduction in her damage output, which is every point of damage here really matters now.
And we can see now, just managing to get that Gamblers going on, oh, that's going to be even more dice to work with, as if Robot Wizard wants to get like a hit with Lynette, it will force him to swap over to Linny, which will give Hakuo a free Gambler's reset. And I think this is
Right.
why this Yelan deck is so popular among our top players. Despite being down 2 characters, it's just so dice efficient. It's able to get so much dice and able to get so much damage that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there are enough attacks to take out Lynette in this spot. Of course, Lynette, I think, based on how the game is going to go, we'll be able to at least make use of her healing by the looks of it. But there's really nothing else that Robot Wizard can do in this spot, right? Like, it wouldn't make sense to just go over to Lynette as it.
Yeah,
says it's
she
close
get
up.
full frozen and then it's not great.
Yeah, Lotus or something here might have changed the tides quite a lot, but yeah, it is going to be that swap over to Linny like you suggested.
It should just be another normal attack here. I don't see why not. It is discounted. No. You don't want to burst now. You want to freeze Lynette first, and then you can consider it for the extra damage.
Yep. I think that's definitely it. Although those minty meat rolls will be running out. You know, I when playing this deck, it's always like when you have those minty meat roll stacks, you feel like you could just go on forever. But then as soon as those 3 stacks run out, you really start to feel the pressure of like 3 dice for every normal attack. And it gets a lot harder to continue comboing from there.
There is still a lot of dice left in Hakuo's hand, though,
Yep.
right? We see that second Boar Princess, 1 Caverina left, right? So that is still 1 extra dice minimum. And then, like, we have the Strategize as well, which we can use to pull for a couple more treasures.
Here's our Gambler's Equip, refreshing basically for free because of that Boar Princess. The second Boar Princess going down. So you're going to just immediately re-equip for 2 more dice?
No,
You
because
would.
you would want to attack first to get the 2 dice from Gamblers.
Okay. Maybe just playing out more cards from his hand just for time or something. It's something it's actually one interesting you'll notice players do. They run out the time. If you do an action, it will extend your timer. So to increase your thinking time, you sometimes just play cards or shooting cards slowly one at a time.
And there he is, like back all the way up to 7 dice. What does Robot Wizard choose to do here? This is like so much damage he still has to deal with. This is minimum 2 actions left, so it will be 8 damage that Robot Wizard will have to contend with.
I think you always go to Lynette here, right?
If you go to Lynette, you tank the hit, it'll heal up to 10. Yeah.
That is what he chooses to do.
Skill will bring Lynette all the way up to 10 HP, which in theory lets you tank 2 attacks and not give gamblers value. And Senior will flip end phase. Hakuo needs to somehow get to 9 dice. As long as that's possible, I believe Hakuo should be able to win. But just 2 dice off currently.
Oh, he comes with the burst.
The burst of freeze.
Yeah, the burst freezes, but more importantly, flips Signora here. Is that enough of a breakpoint though?
I believe it is, right? Because you now do 5 damage on normal attacks, right? And with the Gambler's refresh, it'll give you 2 dice, which will put your effective dice all the way up to 6. Which means Hakuo can do 2 attacks. I think this is it.
Alright, Robo Wizard ending. There's really not much you can do with both characters frozen. Any Lynette is the best case. He just has to... But I think that is exact.
Yeah, it's enough, right? In the Gambler's refresh. And that's it.
Wow. What an upset.
Hakuo continuing their upset streak. Not only Fufu, our Prince Cup EU fourth seed, but also Robot Wizard, our Prince Cup NA winner from last year.
Yeah, I think we'd have to add Dark Horse into Hakuo's cards. We'll take off Unlucky Roller and replace it with
Dark Horse.
Yeah, that was quite an impressive feat. That it's very interesting. It looked so bad for him in that first game. But then he managed to, Robot Wizard turned it around and close it out, but he did manage to win on those last 2 ones. Very impressive finish, coming down to the very last die there on the Yelan OTT deck, despite a very strong opening from from Robot Wizard 2.
And I think this is why this Yelan deck is so popular with our players. Despite being down so much, you're just so efficient with your damage and the freeze as well to lock out your opponent from doing what they want.
Yeah.
As well as the extra dice from things like Treasure. Just absolutely able to bring it back from the brink of defeat.
Yeah, definitely we saw, the freeze coming into play very much there. Robot Wizard having to end with 3 extra dice at the end of round 3. If he was able to utilize that dice around freeze, then he could have taken out Signora in time, but not to be the case. Hakuo flipping Signora at the very opportune time here to freeze Lynette and then counter with the 2 extra hits needed. Very well done.
Absolutely, great play from Hakuo to bring it back in another reverse sweep today.
Yeah, we've had a lot of games go 2-3, which for you at home is very good because we are of course raffling away for each game. But before that, let's take a look at the bracket real quick. So we just saw Hakuo versus Robot Wizard in the upper bracket round 2. Hakuo advances into the upper bracket final, placing them with a guaranteed top 16 position, doubling their prize money to 1,200. They'll have to face off against DVDia tomorrow in the upper bracket final to decide who gets to make it into the top 8 for that live event. So, make sure to tune in tomorrow because we're gonna have a lot of final games there. But Robot Wizard is not out of it yet, being knocked down into the lower bracket, and is gonna have to fight off after a short break later. To not get knocked out.
But before we leave, though, here are our raffle winners once again.
Yeah, congratulations, and of course we are raffling away, and this will be the last game that we'll be covering, but stay tuned after the break. You will have more chances to win raffles, and tomorrow, I believe as well, we should be raffling away more Blessings of the Welcome Moon. Just make sure to head on over to the Astra Carnival Twitch. So if you're watching from somewhere else, please make sure to go over there. That's where you'll need to enter, and you'll have to have your UID handy.
Second winner on screen right now, but yeah, we're gonna help into a break after all these raffle winners are done, and then when we get back, it will be Rin and Leah casting Beeloo and Robot Wizard, and Riku and Shan from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I could definitely use a break. We've saw some really high-level play, I think, and I'm going to be excited to see not only who gets to advance, but we're going to be knocking out 2 more players from the top 32 later on. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, don't go anywhere. Sumi, any last words before we sign out for the day?
I think it was so exciting to see these matches. I think moving into, as we go forward into the tournament, I'm gonna be excited to see more different decks pop up as players change what they bring as a reaction to the meta.
Yeah.
So maybe stall tomorrow, and then we can have like a day of combo, a day of aggro, and a day of stall.
You're hoping for stall. Hold on. As a caster, you are hoping for stall matches on stream. Wait, that's
I'm
not right.
I'm hoping for stall so we can like have the entire triangle on stream.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen a couple players. I mean, Shan, a notable stall player, will be playing after the break, so maybe you'll get your wish after all. But it will be Rin and Leah taking over for us. So that is it for us today. Thank you everyone for tuning to Best of 3 series so far. Again, don't go anywhere. After a quick break, we'll be back with 2 more Best of 3s and 2 more chances at raffles.
But that's gonna be it for us today. This is Sumi and Bleb, and we shall see you guys tomorrow.
Bye bye.
Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
I'm Rin Taicho, the Amber Main, and welcome to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup Atlantic. How you doing, Leah?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm super excited to be casting with you. Of course, we were casting yesterday, but in different pairings, and now we're here. I believe we're also streaming on the Genshin official Twitch channel, so if you're watching from there, welcome. We are going to be having Welcome of the Moon raffles, I believe, right? But they won't be taking place on the main channel. They will actually be taking place on Astro Carnival's Twitch channel specifically. So I know there's also people watching from Astro Carnival's YouTube. If you're there or on the main channel, please make your way to the Astro Carnival Twitch, and you can enter into a raffle every game to win a welcome. So
Yep. I believe up to 3 people per game can win welcome, so the longer the games go, the better. So you don't want to see people get completely rolled over every match, although that would be kind of exciting.
It would be kind of exciting. I mean, it depends,
Yeah.
I really like those matches where, because we're watching best of 3s, right? So each player is going to be playing 3 games, and like the ones that are really close, like they go to 3 games and it's 1-1, and you don't know who's gonna win. It's crazy. Yeah.
It's really entertaining to see too how people play their different decks against each other, but it matters today because whoever gets knocked out, that's it. You're out, right?
That is it, and I believe we're going to be going through the lower bracket for the rest of today. Of course, thank you to Blep and Sumi for casting our first 3 best of 3s. We will take it from here, but first up we're gonna have, I believe, Beeloo versus Robot Wizard.
Yeah, I believe that's who we're gonna see next. So whoever loses this will be taken out.
Of course, Robot Wizard was just knocked down to the lower bracket last game versus Hakuo. So I wonder if he's ready to play another best of 3 back-to-back. Let's see how he does. I mean, Sumi and I were discussing this yesterday, but he is one of the players that is favored to make it out of this group. Only 2 players can make it to the live event and qualify, but there's 8 players in this group, so that's a lot of people getting knocked out.
All right. So where's the usable dice? 6. Okay. So Shan has
6
had
usable
pretty
dice.
good.
So it looks like we're actually going to see Shan versus Riku here instead of Robot Wizard versus Beeloo. It's probably to give Robot Wizard a break, but
Probably, yeah. Definitely just coming off the victory of the last round here.
trying a single strike 9.
You don't normally get to see giant bursts in these events, right? Because there's a lot of setup to that, but sometimes you do want to go for that like instant kill if you can go for it though.
Right. So actually, this is Shan versus Riku, and both of them made it to the upper bracket. So this is, this is one of our upper bracket matches. Whoever loses this is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, but they will still have 1 life left. Both these players have 2 lives. So, average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds 5. The strongest single strike only 5 here. Average rounds 3. That's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's normal. Yeah.
Yeah, normally both aggro and aggro and combo decks will make it to round 3-ish. Looks like Sean is going with this double animal.
Patui's on.
Patui's
on. And Scar's on. And the 2 siblings, we saw it a lot yesterday.
Patui's is such a funny name.
Is it?
I really like it. Blep said he coined it. I think it's been used in the community a little bit as well.
He definitely did.
I know he had it in a video as well, but yeah.
Tarzan fairly new to TCG as well. Just got added this patch that just came out actually, and already instantly added into what now looks like the current meta for now, at least before the next kind of little hotfix we had. Oh, it's gonna be a mirror match.
Oh, it's a mirror matchup. So here's Riku's deck, also using that double Animo Linny deck. Both of these decks very aggressive. The order is slightly different here. I know the order matters a lot more these days because, you know, you have things like Overload and Cryo Cube and things like that you have to play around, but...
Yeah. This one also carries the Lynette's Talon, which is a nice little stealth lethal if they can play it properly.
This is something that Sumi and I were debating during yesterday's cast, like whether you want to have that deck slot to invest a little bit more into Lynette because she's normally going to be your anchor. Because how you start those matches is you go on Linny normally to apply the Pyro, and then you swap to Fireson and you swirl the Pyro, and you just do a lot of damage. Fireson is really good at doing a ton of damage early. But here we go. Sean versus Riku.
Yeah, matches the Danamo meta we had last seasons, previous seasons. Right now, this one's definitely more of a setup for Lynette, though.
Yeah, Danamo, that Dia double Animo deck with Jean and Lynette, has fallen a bit out of favor. I think it's because it's more mid-rangey. Fireson just puts out so much more damage, and Linny as well has, you know, sustain with the heal on his skill.
Oh,
so
it's an honor to be
it's a faster
prepared to
version
be
of that
amazed.
Deck, I think.
Yeah. It looks like Riku does get to start first, so Riku will probably have a very clear line on what to run, provided the dice is agreeable.
Yes.
And might stay
it
one
looks like
step
she has
behind you.
pretty good dice, actually.
Yeah,
Let's go.
dice looks
Both these
pretty
players starting on Linny as well.
Yeah. Pretty standard line here. Opera
Opera
Epicles. Opera Epicles.
Actually, Rika has 2 Opera Epicles in hand, and also I see that Fatui Conspiracy. So the thing with mirror matchups is, I think the cards in the player's hands is what's really going to make the difference a lot of the time, because depending on what they draw, you're going to see very different lines being played, and that Fatui Conspiracy in Riku's hand could definitely throw Sean off a bit.
Yeah. Don't normally get to see Fatui Conspiracy either, so having that card come up, just having Linny and Lynette together, actually make for a lot more interesting plays in CG matches.
Yeah, Fatui Conspiracy and Abyssal Resonance. Of course, you know, it's like a form of Resonance. If you're newer to Gene's Invocation TCG, if you have 2 Fatui characters in your deck, then you get access to this card. It costs 2 to play, and then it applies a random element that can be swirled to your opposing character's side, and after they use a skill or anything, you'll actually take damage in that element. 1 point of damage.
Completely random. So sometimes it could be a good element for them, sometimes really bad. For Linny is gonna definitely prefer Cryo or Hydro application from either of them.
Too late for regrets.
Let's see. We go now though. Farzan hitting for 4 damage right off the bat.
Here's King Squire
heavy.
equipped. King Squire, also, on top of buffing your damage by 1, it discounts your skill by 2. So basically, if you have 4 dice like Riku did, you can equip King Squire and go for a 1-cost skill. And also, so Covenant is ran in this deck because Farazan's normal attack, after using her skill, if it's a charge attack, it costs 1 less. So you see Sean playing that Covenant now, it's because he's going to go for that normal attack. It's actually going to be animal damage as well.
You think maybe... No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't play Razor yet. They could re-equip. Then it would still cost 1 dice. Yeah, maybe they might just tune the energy instead.
So that is something they could do because, you Unseen Razor re-equip King Squire's skill, but I think you're going to go for the normal. Either way, they have to tune something.
Yeah, they have to tune something. Maybe they would tune Unseen Razor. I would keep that quick swap. Yeah.
Oh, that is what they tune.
Yeah, that's what they do choose. All right. But this is definitely going to rush Farazan on the other side, or for Riku's side.
The other card that is very valuable in this deck that you normally want in by the second round when her burst is up is Farazan's Talent. Because when she plays her burst, she immediately gets 1 animal dice back.
Right.
And every time, every new round, she gets 1 animal dice as long as that burst is active on the field.
So I think Riku's going to hope for at least a Lotus draw here so they can kind of delay Farazan getting taken out. They
Riku
don't draw
ended
it.
first.
Yeah, Riku did end first. They're probably going to hope for something to protect Farazan because switch off the swirl from Lydia will take her, or Lynette's just going to take damage when you don't need her to yet.
This is the so it was Riku that went first, right? But then
Riku went first.
ended first.
Yes.
Sean getting that extra action off with Covenant is actually a huge deal, I think, because
Yep.
Farazan's gonna be left at 2 HP here, and even though Riku has turn priority, without a Tandoori, I don't
Yeah,
think
no
it's
Tandoori, nothing.
possible.
Safest bet right now is to swap over to Lynette here.
There's no
Oh
real
my
way
God.
to take out the enemy.
That dice is
Farazan.
horrible too.
Those
by
dice
the
are
way.
really bad. Wait, did she already re-roll them?
No, not yet. I'll be debating on what to do here.
Sometimes these players will use the dice rolling time to think
Yeah.
about their next actions.
Yeah. Okay, Opera Epiclese does help out here a little bit.
It does.
Yeah.
We'll see if it helps later on though, because especially in a mirror matchup, this is going to be like the battle of the equips.
Wait, can't they just lethal Farazan right now?
King Squire Gil without
3/4 and then the
burst
swirl?
on the field. The swirl doesn't affect the active character.
Oh, it does not the active
Yeah,
target, correct. Okay.
it wouldn't hurt
Ah,
Farazan, so
dang.
it should be 4 damage. Oh, for 2-way conspiracy!
Yeah, that will, yeah, actually, yes,
But
that
it's
will take.
Pyro! No! Why does this keep happening? Okay, every game I cast yesterday. No,
Yeah.
not every game, but most games I cast yesterday. Every time, so it can roll Pyro, it can roll Cryo, it can roll Hydro, it can
Yep.
roll Electro, but it always rolls Pyro. You don't need Pyro. Lenny is Pyro.
It's like the weapon gash all over again. 75% guarantee, but no. Unfortunately, but that is a good move. So if Farazan does decide to, Shan does decide to burst, after probably likely going to take damage from Riku's Farazan, Farazan will also get taken out, but they still might have the advantage here.
This is interesting. So Riku used Where's the Unseen Razor to draw that King Squire back from Farazan. I think she knows that Farazan's gonna fall here, but I think she wants to preserve the King Squire for Linny maybe, rather than re-equipping it. So we might see that go onto Linny, and then Farazan would then normal attack as a charge attack.
Yeah.
That would be my best guess.
I think Shan is in a good position right now, though. Looking at their hand as well, they got flowing rings ready to go too.
What is the artifact that is on Linny? Is it Heart of Karina?
I did not catch that from earlier.
It's okay. Sometimes these things go so fast.
Yeah.
We will see in action later, but there is the charge attack coming out of Farazan. Her burst is ready to go. And Sean with the Pyro for 2-week conspiracy is probably not afraid of bursting.
No. But if they do, I think Riku might swap over. No, they would have to tune though. Because this would have been good for Lynette to swirl them as well and keep damage consistent.
And the only thing here is, I think for Riku, so if she swaps to Linny, or, if Farazan falls and Linny's out,
yeah,
I guess that's actually what she wants, because then she could skill for 1 cost, or she could prop arrow then skill.
Yeah, she definitely needs to do that. Otherwise, that will go away if they don't use it here.
But if she's forced to swap, then that is a little harder to manage the dice, because you need 4 dice to do 2 actions.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Linny play is going to be here on Riku's side for sure. Trying to think what Shan's going to burst. And they're probably expecting Farzan to go down. What would be their next move after that? Probably also go to...
Truth repeats its course.
There's the burst.
The puzzle.
Farzan on Riku's side falls, and it looks
Yeah.
like Linny's gonna come out on the field just as we predicted. Now the question is, will Riku prop arrow?
I think you do. You can also get full stack too as well.
Yeah, I think you prop
Yeah.
arrow first, because you see Linny already has that one stack at the bottom left of prop surplus. Every stack of
Yeah.
prop surplus when Linny uses his elemental skill, Bewildering Lights, will heal him for that many stacks. So right now it's at 1, he would heal by 1. If he prop arrows first, then he would get another stack, and then his skill only costs 1, so he could heal for 2.
Step right up.
Oh, nope, skilling first. Interesting.
Is still unsolved.
Who do you go to next?
Who do you go to next? Maybe Lynette.
I think Lynette, yeah. Spread some more damage around and get... Oh.
No, actually, I didn't
okay.
see the dice, so you definitely go Linny here.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Depending
taking
on the
consideration.
artifact that is currently on Linny, you might even equip flowing rings here, but it could be a heart or already flowing rings. Either way, prop arrow does count as a normal attack.
Yeah.
So that would enable Shan to draw a card.
Now disappear.
For Bewildering Lights instead.
This is truly a mirror matchup.
It is, yeah, so far a mirror.
There's Linny's elemental burst,
Yeah.
so that's what Rico is doing. Wanted to get the extra energy up on Linny and then go for the burst rather than the extra heal.
For Malkin will decrease damage taken as well as apply pyro at the end of the turn. Happen next. Dice left. Can't really use them.
I don't
believe that's,
believe. I don't believe Linny's burst decreases damage. I think that's just Lynette's.
No, not to like increase damage. Just
Oh,
apply
yeah.
1 damage. Yeah. That's what I
Right.
meant.
Right. My bad.
All good. All good.
Ooh, Opera Bicless on Sean's side. I guess he doesn't know what else to do with those dice, but it's not going to.
There's leaving.
It's not going
right
to come
there.
into play with
that's an
King
artifact.
Squire.
Yeah.
You could Covenant Liben, but I think you just end.
Yeah.
This is fine.
Right.
Don does have turn prio actually.
Ooh.
So
Tandoori coming into Riku's hand though.
So I misspoke. Actually, the Opera Epiclase will come into effect because when Linny falls, then the equips are going to be equal.
Yeah. Tandoori on Riku's side though coming in pretty strong.
The Tandoori, you definitely use it against Lynette. You don't really need it against Linny, right? Because he's already so low.
Exactly.
Now, I think both Sean and Riku took Lynette's elemental, or talent, right? So neither
both
of them
have it,
have
yeah.
drawn into it, and there's no card draw right now, so I don't think it's gonna come up. But
No. This is a pretty fast match, all things considered.
Lynette's talent, things could definitely slow down when Lynette is the active character, like the only character left on both sides, because her skill heals her. Now the question is, are we gonna see a talent?
My show mustn't
In
fail.
Raw
Linny falls
Gamblers.
onto Gamblers. Wait,
I think they really need
I
that
don't
right
think
now.
you don't need
Yeah.
it at all.
Not at this point.
That is
Okay.
not the right draw.
Not the right draw now.
My show mustn't.
Lynette casting her
fail.
skill, healing up to full health. Of course, if she doesn't fall beneath 6, I think she'll take -2.
Surprise!
But with plenty of dice on both sides, we're certainly going to see them choking out each other.
Yeah.
This is where I wish
Over
Lynette's
here.
talent would come into play, because that would definitely turn the tides, right?
Yes. Right now would be the best time for it to show up. Let's see here.
Over here!
Actually, I think Shan might have this.
Ishan
just-
has all of those summons on the field. There's
Yeah, there's no
absolutely
way.
nothing Riku can do.
Yeah, I think Shan takes this round.
With the Woven, that's it. Doesn't
But
even
yeah,
need to
they'll
wait
just
for
do
the
that.
summon, so normal attack will be enough to take
Wow.
out Riku's Lynette. And that is game 1 of this first best of 3 that we're casting.
That was fast. Her
That
round
was very
3,
fast.
round 3 finish. Yeah, that was amazing. So congratulations. Shan, who was on the top again? Shan, right? Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes.
And here's some highlights.
Yeah.
It's
Highlights of the match here. How everything played out.
Too late for regrets.
Pretty standard lineup for both these sides, though. Like nothing surprising. Like honestly, this match was pretty textbook. Nothing super surprising.
So, I mean, 2 aggro decks this game ended by round 3, which is pretty expected, right?
Yeah.
It's a mirror matchup, so whoever goes first normally wins, and that is not
But
what we saw here.
That wasn't the fact though. Riku did end up taking the loss here.
I think it's because Shan took the extra action at the beginning. So when you're playing aggro decks like this, you really want to get damage out as fast as possible. To get an edge over your opponent, because like that's what they're good at, right? They're good at putting up damage.
Yeah.
Like, and normally, like, we saw this the most with Finale, I think, back during the Asia Invitational, but you just tune everything in your hand
Yeah.
if you had bad dice just to, like, cast those skills, because,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what aggro decks do. You're
That's
just
their
trying to get the
strategy,
damage
yeah.
out, so I think the
Exactly.
Covenant normal from Shen was...
Yeah. Farazan being a really strong pick for that too. Like you said, her skill
Wow.
discounting her normal attack after that.
Wait,
Ooh.
Rin, look at these decks.
I see they are complete mirror matches.
They are complete mirror matches.
Yeah.
I think the bands are the same, too, so...
Yeah, the events are the same.
Of course, this is open list conquest format, so each player will see all the decks their opponent brought. They get to ban one, and then they have to play the other 2. And if you win with one deck, then you can no longer play it again. So Shan winning with that Firezon double Anemo deck, Fatuizan as we've been calling it, it can no longer be played for Shan, but Riku has access to both the Yelan OTK and the double Anemo Firezon. But here we have our first Raffle winner. The UID is at the bottom? No, wrong way.
Yeah, bottom
That
left.
way. The bottom left of the
Yeah.
screen. It's
Yeah.
weird for us, but congratulations. Congratulations. And if you want to enter the next raffle, please head over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. It has to be the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, not YouTube, not Genshin Official. And pick which player you think is going to win before the match starts with your
Yeah.
UID.
Make sure to type !pick their name exactly spelled. Shouldn't be hard, as along with your UID as well. And there's gonna be a bit of a delay, so when you see it in chat, it might come up in the middle of a match or something like that, and then we might be calling this out as the match starts on our side, or on your side, sorry. So just keep an eye on chat. There'll be someone in chat letting you guys know when to enter. So
Yep.
got another
definitely.
winner for the US actually just pop up down there as well. So
Oh, congratulations. If you see your
Good job.
UID there, you have won a Welkin. And
are we
if you're
allowed to
watching-
enter?
Are we allowed to enter? I actually don't know.
I would love to enter because I need everything right now for Chlorine.
Chlorine, everything for
Yep.
Chlorine.
Everything. Yeah. I think that's
Well,
pretty fun though. Win some Welkins and watch some TCG and get to learn how everything's going right now.
yeah, definitely. So, if you didn't tune in before, Rin and I actually cast together at the Asia Invitational in Shanghai. It was so exciting. And now we're here for the Prince Cup Atlantic tournament, which is a combination of Americas and Europe server. So,
The top, what is this again? 32 was it?
yes, we are the top 32, Group A.
Yeah.
Determining 2 out of the top 8. But here we go, Shan's deck going into the second match. Yelan OTK, and I do see treasure.
Ooh. Oh yes, pre-nerf treasure. Okay, that's right. We are running a version of Genshin that there was a little hotfix recently to the game that kind of affected Yelan actually, and this new treasure card. If you want to go over that, Leah.
Yeah, so in this iteration, there was a hotfix recently that changed the cost of Underwater Treasure Hunt from 1 to 2. So it's a bit like less taken, I'm sure, right now by players.
Mhm.
But in this iteration, it's 1 cost, and basically it's an event card. You play it, and you get 6 cards added into your deck and shuffled that basically act as a woven. You get an elemental dice as well as 1 healing on your active character when it's played, and you can stack them infinitely.
Yeah. Fun.
So here-
Does that sound fun, chat?
It's
Just-
very fun.
Extra dice and healing for free? Wow. Well, at least at the cost of 1 dice, but still.
Looks like Riku is taking Fatuizan again for another run. Let's see.
Yeah.
It should theoretically it favors well into Yolano Decay because if you think about the combat or the meta triangle, it's like it's combo beats stall beats aggro beats combo.
Yeah.
And
can imagine.
Fatuizan is aggro. yeah, you can imagine
Yeah.
it's like a triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Fatuizan's aggro should beat combo, which is Yolano TK. But
Right.
we'll have to see.
We'll see how that goes in round 2. So don't forget, if there is a message in chat saying enter the raffle, do it now because once it begins, it will stop.
Yes, make sure you are typing, I think it's exclamation mark pick,
Yeah.
and then
Exclamation mark pick. Person you
the
want to
person
win.
you want to win, and your
and
UID.
the UID. Yeah.
Same message.
All in
Here
one
we
line.
go. Match 2.
Let's see here. Okay, Riku does have the talent card for Farzan this time, so definitely want to try and play that lane.
Now the question is, you keep it in your hand now because you want to play it round 2, so I guess you do keep it. You also keep King Squire. This is basically like near perfect hand.
Yeah,
Yeah, it keeps everything.
Riku does keep everything. Yeah, that is probably the best hand for Farzan now. They just don't want to get
It's time to
dumped
pull
early,
the trigger.
No, I didn't catch what Shan
an
drew. I'm
honor
gonna
to
have to
be here.
see as this game starts,
though.
but
There was a treasure in their hand, I recall.
treasure. I love
Yeah.
treasure. I love treasure. It's so fun. Every time it
with-
pops up, I'm like,
With the
"Yay."
changes now, is it still fun?
I think it's still pretty viable. We're gonna have to see.
Okay.
So, I mean, Group A and 2 matches from Group B will be played on this patch where it's only 1 cost. But next weekend, I believe we're going to be playing on the current patch that is in game right now. So that is Yelan changes and also Underwater Treasure Hunt being 2 costs. So
Yeah.
we'll see if players take it then.
Riku's dice, by the way.
King Squire, King Squire.
Yeah, King Squire
King
will
Squire.
save everything.
But that is a bit awkward. You
It is
don't
a
really
little awkward, yeah.
you don't really want to start with Lenny's skill, right? You don't want to King Squire Lenny either. That
Yeah.
should be for Farzan.
What do you do in this instance then?
What do you do in this instance? You really want a prop arrow,
Yeah.
but you don't want to tune anything in your hand.
Oh, that was
Also,
a perfect hand, and then now it's just
I
horrible
know.
dice.
So I mean, this
I
game
think you
is
do. You're tuning the
oh,
talent already, really.
tuning the talent, tuning
Wow.
the quick swap. Oh, that is painful.
But what do
for
you
me.
do after that though? 'Cause
I know
then-
you're still gonna have to tune.
Yeah, I think you should have just equipped the bow and just had it right there.
It
Might
goes to
as well.
show. I mean, this game is partially luck.
Yeah.
It's not always luck because I do think a lot of skill, especially.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Woven!
nice.
We did
Okay.
save the day!
All right, we can get some extra dice out here.
But this game is definitely partially luck and RNG.
Yeah.
And sometimes in cases like this, you low roll. That happens.
Does happen, and that does like kind of turn people away from trying to play this because the fact that element does happen, but there are ways
do
to play around it.
I do have to say there are definitely ways to play around it. There's a reason why the players in this tournament are like largely the same from last year. For example, Sean was top 4 in the America's Prince Cup tournament from last year in the event, the live event at Los Angeles.
Quietly now.
So there is something to say that if you know how to
Need the
build
help
good
of an
decks and play
elder, huh?
them, you know, pilot them, that you can be a consistent enough player to beat the RNG.
Yeah.
That goes for you watching at home,
Thank
chat.
Hmm.
So
Right.
King Squire.
Yeah, King Squire. Then you play your
Play-
dice.
Oh, it's so awkward though. You can't Covenant here. You're gonna have to float one or swap off.
Yep.
Wait, tuning Covenant.
What
Here to mess with me.
the? Interesting. All right. Well, let's see what Riku's cooking here.
Also, I like the Sataria pick in Shan's hand. So
Yeah.
it's very fun when you have treasure in Lumenstone and Sataria. Because what Sataria does is if you have no cards in your hand, you'll keep drawing one. And if you play 3 cards, then Lumenstone will draw you a card and give you a dice. And if the cards you're playing are treasure, it's just free dice and cards.
So this is like a new version of Magic now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so Sui and I were kind of talking about this yesterday, right? It's like
Yeah.
magic, but it's not magic. It's different
Right.
archetype.
It's so. How would you call this? It's not artificial magic. Like
It's
machine
treasure.
manufactured dice.
It's treasure.
Generated content, I see. Alrighty. The evil version of magic, I would call it.
So Sean is in a bit of a pickle here. Yelan at 3 HP, definitely not going to be able to get her burst off, and that's what you want when you're playing Yelan OTK, right?
Right. I think you threaten to freeze right now, though.
You definitely could. Ideally,
Yeah.
you'd have a quick swap in your hand so you could just go do that, but...
I think that'd be a great move to do. Do they have a quick swap?
I
They
think
do.
in their deck they do, but they don't
Oh yeah,
have
not
it.
here, yeah.
They
Well,
don't
maybe
have it yet. Ooh, interesting.
they offer content to it.
So Sean goes for the normal attack with flowing rings to draw an additional card, basically threatening that Yelan burst. And Riku's now going to be forced, her hands can be forced to take out Yelan so that burst doesn't happen. But
Right.
Sean, you know, these are high level players. Sean is already predicting this and planning to play around it.
Yeah. I think they definitely would probably go either Senor or Manifestation would be a great pick to go here.
I feel like you'd probably, I could be wrong, you could probably go Signora to lock down Riku's freeze.
Yeah.
What are
And to try to get her energy up too, because normally I would see an Yelan OTK fight, Senora having her burst, like once she's 1v1 against the opponent, is going to be huge to get to that point.
And here we go, Sean going Signora after all, especially with those cryo dice, it makes sense. Playing
Yeah.
Sitaria, I wonder if we're gonna see Sean's hand cleared out here. Looking
Oh,
for
there's a
treasure.
quick swap in there too.
There is a quick swap.
Hmm.
So, I heard from high level players that's actually in the top 32 here, but in a different group,
The
that
pale
Yelan
blue
OTK's
smolders.
specialty is crippling your opponent in round 2. And I think that's what we're about to see from
Yeah.
Sean. You know,
That's
4
what we've
dice
seen,
left.
Yeah.
If Sean clears out his hand, then Sitaria is essentially going to be drawing 6 cards. And those could all be treasure. Especially with that second treasure.
Jesus. And you got strategize there too to help out in case you need it.
Double
Right?
strategize.
Yeah.
Another treasure to play. I mean, it's going to cost dice to play them, so you have to be
Yeah.
smart about it.
Right. Off to Lynette right now. No talent card, very low dice. A whole lot Riku can do here. I believe that's Lotus in their hand there as well.
I feel like Riku's first round was really bad
Yeah.
for her because, you know, having to tune all of those important cards just to get that damage out. Like, that's what we were saying with Finale, right? Back during the Asia Invitational.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do when you're playing an aggro deck, but it's just so painful to watch because you want to be in a better position than this.
Definitely. But sometimes you just gotta go with it, Leah. You just gotta do it.
I mean, Yelan falling and not getting her burst off is still a pretty big
Yeah.
deal.
Alright. Another treasure into Shan's deck. Avrina going
pale
on
flame
Senor
smolders.
skill. At full for
Yeah.
burst, which is gonna be very, very troublesome now.
So Sean is setting up for next round. I
Yeah.
believe we're just gonna see an end here. Ending on Signora is fine because even if she flips, she's not gone.
Yeah. Can threaten with a burst now with Senora. Really big one too.
Yes. So if you are on the cryo version of Signora and you burst, it doesn't do as much damage, but it heals you.
Oh, it's an honor
If
to
you
be
are
here.
on the Crimson Witch of Embers and she flips to Pyro, then it does a whole lot of damage, especially if you see those elemental auras on Riku's side. Lenny has Hydro and Lynette has Cryo. Those reactions would deal an additional 2 damage, I believe.
It's really bad for Riku right now. Really, really
Yeah.
bad.
We're gonna have to see how Riku handles this. We might see a King Squire skill, but not having Prop Arrow.
Maybe go back to Lynette and just use a skill there.
So a King Squire skill would bring Signora down to 4 HP, which means she
Step
would be
right
dead.
up.
I think that's exactly...
Oh,
Oh,
3
5 HP because King Squire.
Yeah.
Prop surplus. So every second prop surplus also adds a point of damage. So it's +2 onto base 3 for 5 damage. But so Signora under 4 HP is going to flip.
Oh, that agent would have been great. Oh man, little late there, Fatui. What the heck?
Let's hope it doesn't roll pyro.
Wow, oh my god. Dice cringe, the card cringe. Riku is not having a great time right now here.
Oh, these dice are so bad again for Riku. No.
Yeah.
Oh, Chang the Ninth, all of this card draw on Sean's side. I think he also has 2 Sealies here, and there's already 1 treasure in his hand. In Shadow of the Sand King for another card draw, and Quick Swap. I'm
disgusting, Leah.
This.
Hate this.
You said it.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, no treasure, but Quick Swap. Okay, what are we drawing? Lotus.
Lotus.
We're drawing everything except for the treasure. Okay.
Deck is dwindling down, though. How many cards does Shen have left in there, actually?
Oh, I wish you could click it.
Yeah, can we get a
click on the
if we
cards.
get a check on that, yeah, that'd be nice.
Oh, so the stack of cards is less than Riku's.
Yeah.
I believe.
Shen should be quickly closing in on like what's left in there.
Though there's 11 treasure in there, so maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Shan has more cards in hand than Riku. There's 11 treasure. Shan played twice the treasure.
Do now though. Go for the lethal and then lose Signora.
I think Sean is just thinking if he wants to try drawing some more. Here we go, strat.
Treasure.
More treasure, 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 treasure.
treasure. Yeah, Shan's underwater deep diving, helping out.
Boar, Shadow Senki?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good move.
Or do you want to wait? What do we tune? Tune to Sealy? Tune to Sealy? Tune the other Sealy?
Be going for the epic burst here.
Do you play Mal?
Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
I think that's a good move. You don't take Linny out because you don't want to give him a free swap, but you do spread damage over the Farazan and Lynette though.
So much treasure.
That is a really good move.
Okay, there's Shadow Senki.
Yeah.
Where are we drawing?
Gamblers.
More gamblers?
Four.
So, Lightning Rod is stuck to Farazan.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So, when Thunder Manifestation skills, it's going to take Farazan out.
Yep.
So, you Boar Princess, so the Gambler's Equip is free. Because artifact replacements, or if you lose your character that has, like, equipments on it, you get Omni.
Now? Play the fruit too, then?
Yashan is going to empty his entire hand so those Sitaria all draw treasure.
Oh my gosh. Anti-mural as well.
Yeah, tune it. You don't need it.
Yeah, don't need it.
Gamblers. Now you wait. Because you don't need the treasure when manifestation is at 10 HP.
Full health, yeah. They go on the active character.
So now Sean's deck should mostly be treasure.
Should be. They played both their treasures, right? Yeah.
And each treasure.
1 free dice, 1 free health.
Oh, yeah.
It's pyro. What? Oh my god. That's awful.
I think it's a curse. Every time I'm casting, it's pyro.
The Tui conspiracy, conspiring against yourself. Can't believe this.
Every time I'm casting, it's pyro.
Oh, so you're saying it's your fault?
No!
All right.
What can we do here as Shan? I mean, as Riku.
The Lynette.
No pyro.
Still have your Lotus.
Yeah, so I mean, Shan doesn't really want to swap to Signora here.
No.
But also, like, using up your treasure. Oh, the Fatui Conspiracy 8 through the Lotus. Using up your treasure when Thunder
Stefana.
Manifestation is at max HP isn't ideal, but here we go. Lynette's skill bringing Thunder Manifestation down to
Oh
7.
my god, that
Here we
treasure in
go.
the hand.
Now watch.
Oh.
Sean plays all 3 treasure,
Yep.
and then Satari's gonna draw a card, and it's gonna be treasure, probably, maybe.
Like. More? No, not.
Oh, it's
Illumin Stone. Okay.
You still play it, or you tune it. You can tune
Yeah,
it.
you tune it. There's your
Treasure?
treasure.
Now, do you play it at 10 HP?
Or you can
I guess
play it
so.
without needing the heal. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you don't need the heal, but it's nice for those break points. I
I
think
thought-
Sean just wants the dice at this point. Look at
I
this!
thought it would prevent you from using it if you didn't need the heal. But I
No,
guess
you
it
just
doesn't
don't
matter.
heal. Like, the heal's wasted, but you get the
Okay.
dice.
All right.
Oh, a quick swap!
Quick swap too. Oh.
Ooh, tuning the quick swap. What is that? Oh, Covenant. You just hold that. So now Satari is gone. Sean has basically drawn out his entire deck. Has plenty of dice left.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, can only take 1 action though, I believe. I wonder if tuning the quick swap was a bad idea.
Hmm.
But Riku has ended. So I believe
I
all
think
Sean has to do is go
is-
Senora here.
yeah, Senora burst, then the burst from manifestation should finish Linny. That should be something. Like
Yeah, I think you
one,
could
right?
just skill and swap back to manifestation. Instead of using the burst, because the burst is so
Yeah.
much damage, you don't need to use it on Lynette because the overload was plenty with the skill.
Yeah, right.
Now Linny's at 1. Oh my gosh. Pandori! That is way too
not
late.
enough though. Yeah,
That is
not
way
enough
too
here.
Alright, I
Must
mean,
get really bad dice, but no. This. Oh my god, that dice.
oh, here
It's
we
been
go.
eye rolling this whole time.
Rico using Tandori and going for the skill has no
Yep.
prop surplus stack, so it doesn't heal her Linny at all.
Oh,
and Thunder
yeah.
Manifestation skill will be enough to take out Linny. So,
Fortunate, but that goes to Shan, who will advance to the next round. But unfortunately for Riku, that'll be their run over.
well, actually, so that was the upper bracket, I believe.
Oh, was that the upper
So,
bracket?
yeah,
I
so-
thought it
so
was
they both
lower.
have-
Okay.
They both have 2 lives here, and Riku is actually going to drop down to lower bracket.
Okay.
I believe we're going to see her matches tomorrow.
Apologies,
but yeah,
my
Sean
apologies then.
is advancing even
Yep.
further into the tournament with 2 lives. Congratulations to Sean.
Yeah. Right. My bad then on that call. But yeah, that just went horribly for Riku right from the get-go. It's not
Yeah, I
pulling the
mean-
right dice or the cards.
It's so unfortunate. Like
Yeah.
this matchup should be like theoretically it's favored, but Yolana's just dominating the meta, especially before her adjustments that are in the
Yeah.
current patch. Like if you launch your Genshin Impact and you go to the Castiles Tavern and you play Yolan, in the current version she has had some adjustments, so she won't be doing that much damage. But
Not that she'll be taken out. Probably just less played for sure here.
I mean, Yolana doesn't even need it because
Oh, that was the
she
lower
didn't get her
bracket.
burst off.
Yeah, that was the lower bracket. Yeah, Riku did get taken out, no? Or am I losing my mind here? It looks like Shan advanced.
I believe that Shan advanced and Riku
Yeah.
beat Robot Wizard. So we're going to see Beeloo versus Robot Wizard in this next best of 3.
Right. So Riku is out though, no? Yes.
No.
No? Yes? No? Well, Riku lost twice.
We'll
now.
have to wait. We'll have to
Anyway.
wait for a correction.
Oh,
but
that doesn't matter anyway. Anyway. We'll see how this goes here. I'm a little confused right now, but yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes here with the ladder. But look, more winners down in the bottom left corner there. This time for the Asia server. Congratulations.
So congratulations to our raffle winner. We're gonna see some UIDs down. No, I always point the wrong way. Down here. If you see your UID, you have won a Welkin. And if you'd like to be entered into the next raffle, then please pick the player you think is going to win the upcoming set before the match starts. Type !pick the name of the player, and your UID all on the same message on Astro Carnival's Twitch channel. It cannot be the Astro Carnival YouTube. It cannot be Genshin Official. You have to go to the Astro Carnival Twitch page and type in the chat before the match starts. So, good luck, have fun to everyone entering the raffle, and of course, good luck, have fun to our players.
Like 2 NA accounts also just won some Welcome Moon, so congratulations to you. Enjoy. Those will be sent out at a later date. We'll see how that goes. But yes, if you're watching from the Genshin Impact channel, hi! Over the Astro Carnival Twitch right now, and come chat with us. It's a lot easier if you want to have a discussion in here. And you can
definitely head over.
Rest of the crew, yeah.
Head over to the Astro Carnival Twitch. We probably have some of our casters, Sumi and Bleb, might be lurking in chat over there as well.
Yeah.
So
some players are lurking in there
Wizard.
too.
This is the lower bracket between Beeloo and Robot Wizard. So whoever loses this match will actually be out of the tournament entirely.
Okay.
Of course, this is what I wanted to say at the beginning of the stream, but Robot Wizard was actually our Prince Cup champion last year during our first America's Prince Cup. He has had multiple first place placings in the Cat Seals Gathering tournaments, which are, of course, our Weverse officially authorized community tournaments that seed you into the Prince Cup like this. So, speaking of that, if you want to register, if you want to be on this stage, signups are open now for the next one. But here's Beeloo.
Stats here pretty good. Almost filling up that whole graph there. Does Beeloo have a history in the TCG team?
No, Beeloo has not had much history, I believe. Qualifying through the EU Serious Showdown, but yeah, that's about it. We haven't seen many official showings from Beeloo.
Maybe a new diamond in the rough coming up then. And it looks like we had a correction on the tournament ladder thing right now. Yes.
So yes, that was the lower bracket.
That was the lower bracket, yeah. That was Riku's last match. They lost twice now. You can look at it again later. It's okay.
Yeah, we'll look at it again later. But yeah, so what do you think about going into this next match? So we have a Prince Cup champion up against Beeloo, who is, I would say, a dark horse, right?
Yeah, relatively unknown. So generally, I favor more underdog characters in any story or anything. So I'm excited to see what Beeloo could bring to the table, but I'm expecting some grand performance from Robot Wizard coming up here. Wait, does Robot Wizard have like a tagline that they added to their profile?
Yeah, let me go look. They're really fun to look at, by the way. So Robot Wizard put Unlucky Roller and Professional Top Decker, which is like they're total opposites. Unlucky Roller, Professional Top Decker.
No, that's why they're running this new kind of magic engine, because you artificially make your dice now. You make them happen rather than just from pure thin air.
Yeah, speaking of Robot Wizard, here is his iteration of the Xingqiu Chongyun Razor deck. Of course, Hyper Magic with Jet did fall out of favor after the Jet adjustments this patch. However, we do see the Underwater Treasure and one copy of Jet.
Yep. Fun that Robot Wizard name is Robot Wizard. Mechanical and magic coming together to make dice. But it's fake, I'm telling you.
So Riku is actually knocked out. That was not upper bracket. That is my bad.
That's okay. Finding your stride here. And we're going back to Fatui-zan. Beeloo here. Definitely...
Yes, Beeloo's deck here is the double Animo Linny deck that we have seen so much of this tournament.
Yeah, that's probably going to carry into the next weekend too, I think. Probably seen this deck for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, this one doesn't have Lynette's talent card though, so leaning more toward Farzan. I'm trying to see what they added instead of that. But
definitely
standard.
So, I mean, I think it's a pretty standard list from what I was seeing. There's nothing really different there. Also, I apologize, I misspoke earlier. This is both lower brackets. So, Shan and Riku both only had one life, and Riku is unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. Now we're going to be seeing the next lower bracket, Robot Wizard versus Beeloo. So, just wanted to clear that up. Apologies for misspeaking.
But that's not bad if you get knocked out at this point anyway. You still walk home with a decent prize. I believe it's like $600, correct?
Yeah, so top 32 is 600 and the top 16 is 1200.
Right. So yeah, at least not robot. Shan gets to at least have that guarantee now, which is a nice, decent chunk of cash.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so Shan advanced. Riku was knocked out. Shan
Right.
is still in the tournament and still has something to earn here. But
All right then. Well, let's
here
see how
we
this
go.
matchup goes.
Robot Wizard versus Beeloo. We have Combo versus Aggro. Let's see what will come on top here. I really think that the Farazan deck has an edge. Just thinking about the meta triangle, but you never know, especially when you consider the players piloting these decks. Robot Wizard is definitely the player favored to make it out of groups in general for Group A because of his very, very, very extensive tournament showing, so we'll have to see.
Let's take a look here.
Yes. So, I mean, there are some different starts you could take. Like, there's some different lines with both of these decks. And I think, if you're playing around the freeze that Chongyun, Xingqiu have, you might not start Linny. We're going to have to see what happens. Especially because Xingqiu can cleanse Pyro. And Robot Wizard is most definitely going to be starting Xingqiu. And with his skill, after Linny uses Prop Arrow or his elemental skill, like, that Pyro is gonna be cleansed completely.
Yeah.
So Beeloo's gonna have to be looking to play around that.
All right, who do you lead in with
Knowledge guide
on
you.
oh yeah, it's Xingqiu for this one for sure, because you want to get the rain swords up right away.
Yeah, you start Xingqiu, right? And Beeloo has to consider who to start very carefully, because if you
need the
go
help of an elder,
Linny,
huh?
yeah, see,
Yes,
you see
that's
Farazan
the
start
right
this time.
move, yeah.
If you go Linny, then your Pyro is gonna be cleansed, and that is not
Right.
what you want.
Exactly.
So you have to start Farazan.
Yeah, you can prevent Hydro coming onto your side as well, at least for now. All right, it is Robot Wizard's turn, so we're probably just expecting a normal attack here.
So from Robot Wizard, you don't want to apply Pyro to yourself as Xingqiu, right? So you
Right.
don't go for the skill here, you go for a normal attack because skill applies Hydro.
Yeah.
And that would enable Beeloo to swirl the Hydro, and then that's really dangerous,
That's
right?
not good for anybody. well,
that's
except for
not
Beeloo. I believe Burst also applies Hydro on Xingqiu. Skill and Burst.
Yes, Burst also applies Hydro.
okay.
Yes.
All right. So it will eventually show up on Robot Wizard's side at some point. Lumen Stone getting played. Is that another one in their hand, or is that something else? I think that's a Sealy. Oh. Okay. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is a Sealy in Robot Wizard's hand.
Okay.
So I don't know. He might actually try to play it now. He might as well.
Probably should have now, because now you're down to 4 dice. Letting Beeloo know that you're just going to finish it. Equipping Gamblers on Razor right away. Okay.
Ooh, interesting. Using Minty
Minty,
Meat
yeah.
rolls on Xingqiu, not playing
Not a bad move,
Sealy.
actually. Actually, really good. I like that move. You can get both your normals off and then have your bursts ready to go here.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Because it discounts your normals by 1, right? So it's only 4 costs to normal twice instead of 6. But here we go. Kick Squire onto Farazan. Her elemental skill will be buffed by 1 damage, and also
Dare to mess with
1
me?
dice to cast.
Dang, Farazan hits hard, though.
Yep,
Farazan
another normal
puts-
from Xingqiu.
Farazan will get a charge attack normal with even dice right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's, yeah, she hits really hard, especially with the bow. I think that's what you do anyway, right? Or do you strategize here? No, you probably don't do that yet. At least get your normal off.
I'm actually not too familiar with this line because I don't think I have seen this line played yet. I know this is the line you take because you don't want to start letting in apply Pyro and just have it be cleansed. However, I'm not really sure what you would want to do here. So you could go for the charge attack because it's 2 costs, but then what do you do with your other 2 dice? I feel like
Strategize for sure, I would say.
you would strat, right? You don't want to strat now if you're planning on
No.
charge attack because
You do
then
your-
you would have to
yeah.
equip gamblers.
Yeah, charge attack now, then just strategize. Then you should probably just end your turn there.
Ooh,
We're gonna go for
tuning
his
for
skill.
skill. I think this makes more sense. So then Beeloo will strategize Covenant normal.
Ah, not a bad
And-
idea. Yeah, actually, that's a really smart idea.
That's awful for Robot Wizard
Yeah.
because
Oh boy.
oh no, because Singto will not burst, so there's no
Yeah.
freeze control on Robot Wizard's side.
I think you go for that,
There's the Covenant.
and you just
Oh,
tune.
rolled an animal.
Oh, roll an Animo one too. That's huge. That's a big move right there. Too bad
And
they
here's
couldn't
the
get
normal
Gamblers on
attack.
me. Oh man.
Blade.
Is there normal attack from Farazan? Shinto does fall, and Robot Wizard is forced to play the rest of
Oh
this
my
game
gosh.
without any freeze.
That's a really big move right there.
That is a blow to Robot Wizard's
Yeah.
match, unfortunately.
All right. Let's see here.
So,
Uh,
on Robot Wizard's side, without that freeze to lock down Beeloo's team, it's going to be really, really difficult. Because, you know, this Farazan Linny double animal deck is very aggressive and is looking to end the end the game by next round.
yeah.
So,
Okay, well, Robot Wizard's not out yet. We'll see how this goes here.
the Heart of Caverna is almost certainly going to be going on to Chongyun here,
Yeah.
but without
They need
the
to-
freeze,
They need to at least try to get their frost field down. Yeah, they did tune the other. I think that was Chang.
there's not even any Hydro application from Shincho's skill because Robot Wizard was waiting to use it to
Right.
cleanse Pyro, right?
You're right, but at the very least, they can try to get some super conducts out. So better than
I think
nothing.
that's definitely going to be the goal here. So, a swap to Razor, those 3 dice would certainly go for Razor's skill.
Yeah.
Chongyun Razor is still really good as a
Mhm.
core. Like, you don't
Yeah.
need the freeze, you can still do a whole lot of damage with Chongyun's Frostfield and Razor's Burst.
Yep.
But Robot Wizard is essentially, like, set back an entire round because of the investment of the first round into building Shincho's Burst and not getting to use it. And
Yeah.
no Hydro application at all, right? So,
Now, what do you do here? Beeloo can't. Well, I would have the burst here, but then they would lose Farazan. I don't know if they want to do that yet. Also, they have to tune something if they do decide to do that. It's most like they definitely set up to try and go for Linny this round here.
Oh, it's an
And
honor.
yeah,
yes,
and
they
that's
will, yeah.
exactly what we see, a slow swap onto Linny. I feel like Beeloo can afford to play this a little bit, I don't want to say slower, but Beeloo, the ball is in Beeloo's court to
Yeah.
do as he wants a bit because he doesn't have to play around that freeze.
I think Beeloo is trying to get them to waste their dice here.
You go King Squire onto
Yeah.
Linny.
Now
This is definitely
disappear.
gonna be an elemental skill.
Oh, Beeloo can play Lieben right after this too. It's end their turn. I think they're in a good spot right now.
Get back.
We might see Liben. I wonder, the dice don't really work out to Liben Willow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Willow only draws you cards if you have 2 cards in your hand, but
yeah.
but
I think the
then
ramp
if-
is still worth it though.
Yeah, I think the ramp is fine. Liben will also draw you 2 cards,
Yeah.
so this works out.
Dice rolls are a little bit better for both sides now. Yeah. Fair. Ooh, Farzan Talent just came out too for Beeloo. What is
Yes,
that
there's
artifact?
Farazan's talent. There's no quick swap in hand for Beeloo, so it's going to be hard to swap onto Farazan because she's so low health.
But with 10 dice right now, you could probably try to slow swap over to Lynette, maybe. Just try to run Robot Wizard out of enough dice so they can't attack.
I think if you're below, you don't want to slow swap anything. You're not playing around freeze, right? So I
Right.
think, like, no matter whether Robot Wizard is on Razor or Chongyun, that Frost Field is active. So, yeah, I feel like you probably just go for a prop arrow here. Opera does give you another pyro dice.
I mean, yeah, at least get some kind of element onto Chongyu, so you're ready to swirl anything you want. But I think with this dice advantage, you do want to try to get Farazone out on this turn here if you can.
Yeah, I just think that's gonna be hard, because there's no reliable way to swap the Farazone without quick swap. But yeah, here we go, prop arrow coming out of Beeloo's Linny, and now Chongyu is at 7 health with that Pyro Aura. Boar Princess, are we gonna see Gilded onto Chongyu? Yep. So with the normal attack, or a skill, Usanyada!
What are we gonna get? Something brand new? Golden House? When it comes out?
Golden House is not very.
It's not a nothing. I don't think there's anything that costs 3
One with
for robot right now.
Is that Shudo?
Yes, it is.
I don't think you want to place your. Oh, Golden House might actually. So Golden House would discount.
It would. It would count the other one. Yeah, it would by 2. And the Lyre Song came out too as well.
Yeah, there is.
You could get a free equip right there.
You can have a free equip.
Yeah.
So and it works. It works for Robot Wizard.
Catherine is out there too, along with Dunyarzad.
Catherine's going to be an important one, but Beeloo has to think hard about what to do here. I wonder if Beeloo's actually going to consider sacrificing Linny.
For Linny. Yeah.
Yep, here's Linny's elemental skill. Does 5 because of the prop surplus stack in King Squire, and will heal him by 1.
Let's see here.
So what do you think Robot Wizard's plan is here?
Ooh. I think you slow swap the Razor to just try to make them bait out their dice. Because you got the pure magic engine now on Robot Wizard's side here. You could go for a lethal, probably on 2 characters if they misplay here. So you got Dunyarzad, you got Catherine. You got Golden House. You get Lyre Song Golden House, so you can get a free equip.
And also you have one more usage of Boar Princess active, so you could gild it over one of the artifacts and actually get.
I think Robot could win this round right here.
You think so?
I think they can. Yeah, I think if they go over the Razor and just take a hit, then Chongyun can clean up. I don't think. They have gamblers though, so they have to be careful. They're probably wondering if Beeloo has some kind of like attack buff that they can place on someone to do a lethal on them.
Robot Wizard uses the free pass to put down Sealy instead of Dunyarzad, Catherine. I wonder if we're gonna just stay on.
They have enough moves to do 3, then they can draw something out after. That's not bad either.
4 if you count the Golden House, Lyre Song, Gilded. So, I mean, I think Robot Wizard needs to Lyre Song now, maybe? Actually, you could wait, because he did Lyre Song, Razor's artifact.
Well, you don't want to lose.
If it's 0 cost, I think it's 0 cost. I think it's hard. So, I think he can wait.
Yeah, as long as you have one of the guilds in your hand, you should be okay.
So, Robot Wizard actually puts down Dunyarzad, which tells me that he's gonna put down Catherine too.
My show mustn't.
Okay, well, this most certainly is gonna result in Chongyun getting taken out. Farazone has burst here. Oh, I think it should have been a.
Beeloo has to go for the burst with talent, right?
Yeah, with artifact too, with gamblers.
If Gambler is equipped?
Yeah.
Has to tune 2. Or play
tune
Woven.
2 or play Woven, yeah.
Probably tune 1 of the Willows, yep, there's
exactly.
that. Now, do you play Woven so you...
You should, so you can have enough dice to do something else in the next turn.
Oh,
no.
Okay, so the other Willows...
Actually, no, that's a good idea.
This is fine.
Yeah, gotta hide that
Surprise
dice.
Woven, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Surprise Woven.
Yeah.
So we're most certainly going to see Farazone's burst with her talent come out. That will actually give another animal dice for Beeloo. Ooh, playing the Woven now.
Just showing it to them? Okay. Wait,
for the Lotus, for the Lotus.
Oh, that's not good.
Here we go, Farazone's burst. And immediately Beeloo's going to have 3 more animal dice to work with. 2 Omni, 1
Oh yeah,
animal.
that's right. That's right. The burst does give out 1 extra dice.
Yeah, because of her talent.
Yeah. Is there any food left in Robot Wizard's hand?
I am not sure how much food this deck takes. I know the old iteration with Hyper Magic.
Oh, right. Yeah, there was never any food before.
Yeah, there was never really any food before.
Doesn't quite a limb Arzon, but that might be a good hit.
I think that's it.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a big
Because
hit.
Right.
Yeah,
Burst
the
buffs
burst
animal
buffs
damage by
animal
1, so
damage.
King Squire
Yeah,
plus
King
Fires
Squire's
on
another one.
burst
Yeah.
makes her still do 5. So that is
Yeah, that was
that
it.
is one game for
Wow.
Beeloo up against Robot Wizard.
I feel like if Robot Wizard swapped over to Razor to tank a hit and just kind of draw out their dice, they would have been fine. But I don't know, maybe that might have not been the right play either. But regardless of that, wow, pretty close match again.
And just a reminder that this is the lower bracket, round two, match 2. So basically, whoever loses this best of 3 is actually going to be completely eliminated from the tournament. Will not make it through. Both these players are on 1 life. Of course, the tournament as a whole is double elimination. So upper bracket still with 2 lives, but your Robot Wizard, our previous Prince Cup champion, is really struggling today, I think.
Yeah, that's massive hit from Farazan. Yeah, right there. All right, though, let's see what is left. Oh, we have a variant of the. It's not Yelan OTK anymore, but it is Manifestation with Mona and Signora instead.
So Robot Wizard brought Mona, Thunder Manifestation, Signora. I really like this iteration of that deck. We saw it a couple times at the Asia Invitational.
Yeah.
Rather than being like a true combo deck, it's a little bit more aggro because you're not building up to Mona's burst like you do with Yelan.
Right.
And you also have that quick swap passive from Mona. It's really just for the Hydra application, so you can freeze on Signora.
Right.
So I'm pretty excited to see that deck being played, but we're gonna have to see.
Will they bring it out, or will they stick with the? Oh,
We're gonna have
it's
to
not even
see,
Hyper
but-
Magic anymore.
For now, we have our Raffle winners.
Yes.
Down. Did I point the right? No, I keep pointing the wrong way. Down at the bottom
So
left
it's what
here.
this way? Okay. Yeah, because
It's this way, it's this way. I point right.
I would point this way,
Yes.
point left anyway, but yeah, it goes the other way. It's like, oh.
So the
Whatever.
bottom of your screen, we have the UIDs of our Raffle winners from the previous match. If you are just tuning in now on the Genshin official channel, or on the Astro Carnival Twitch, or on the Astro Carnival YouTube, please make your way over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, where you can enter into this raffle as well. It specifically has to be the Astro Carnival Twitch, because you have to type something in chat. You'll pick the player that you want to win the most, or you think is going to win, type ! Pick their name and your UID in one message. Just make sure you do that at the start of this next match.
You have your UID memorized, by the way?
No.
Really?
No, I'm so forgetful. I
Just
forget
memorize
things
it
all
like
the
a
time.
phone number. Just look at your UID and then break it into 3s, and then read it out like a phone number. That's the best way to memorize it.
I am so forgetful, honestly. I forget things all the time.
Yeah.
Like I forgot earlier that we were on the lower bracket matches.
So for chat, if you don't have a UID you can type in and you need one, type in 601-842-076 when you pick a winner. Whose is it? I have no idea. Don't even worry about it, but we'll see. I did see 2 winners for NA and 1 for EU though pop up. So congratulations to you. You will get your welcomes at a later date for sure, but we'll be moving on to round 2 between Leah, take it away.
we are moving on to the second match between Beeloo and Robot Wizard. So Robot Wizard is going to be playing that Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora deck. I am so excited to see this in action. 2 treasure here.
Three artifacts. That's 7 artifacts. Yes.
So Timaeus needs 6 artifacts in order to draw one when you play him, but there are in fact 7 here because you have 2 copies of Shadow Sinking, 2 copies of Gilded, and 2 copies of Heart of Cavarina, plus Gamblers. So, that 0 cost Heart of Cavarina is for that card draw, and also you normally take Boar Princess, I believe. Robot Wizard does a Boar Princess. So you actually get Omni as you replace it.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, Yelan OTK.
OTK.
Let's see how this
yeah.
does into the Mona variant. I am
Perfect.
very excited for this.
Treasure as well. And the old magic engine. Egg. Northern chicken. Minty meat roll. Yeah.
So yeah, we have flowing rings here instead of gilded. No liar song at all in this deck.
That's right.
So I mean, there is treasure, and there is a little dice generation with artifacts with that boar princess in those 0 costs and gamblers, but we have Shadow of Sinking for the card draw upon elemental reaction and upon playing it rather than gilded.
Right.
But here we go! Robot Wizard versus Beeloo! Round 2!
Fights.
Fight!
What is the Mona deck called, actually? Was there a name for that one?
Wait, was it like Manifest Magistation?
Magistation?
What was it?
I think you named it
Magistation?
Magistation, yeah.
I think I said something silly like Manifest Magic, I don't know. But Magistation, I think that was Bleb. Or was it Staffa?
I can't remember. But we'll see who wins, Yulano TK or Magistation. Mona is leading in though, as expected.
Yeah, so Mona with her quick swap passive will definitely be the chosen character here. You kind of just want to get that Hydro application out.
Do you start Yulana with Beeloo, or do you go someone else?
That's the
Time
thing.
to pull the trigger.
They
So-
do, okay.
Especially playing into Robot Wizard's more aggressive variation
Yeah.
of Yolano DK, you have to really play around those Signora freezes. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure what lines Robot Wizard takes with this deck, admittedly, so we're gonna have to watch how the pros handle it here. But Beeloo is starting on Yolan.
Alright. Dice not too good, though, to start with. We got 1 Hydro die, 1 Omni. As for Robot Wizard, oh yeah, not great either. Both hands not starting out very strong here. So I think ideally you want at least 5 for Yelan, I think, to
For
start off with.
Yolan, you normally
Yeah.
want 5 Hydro or Omni dice, so you can skill normal, but for now, it looks like we're gonna see Chef Mao, and maybe that's a Minty, that 1 cost. Yep, Minty.
Yeah, a good
Oh,
move.
didn't roll a Hydro, but we are most certainly going to see Beeloo building up to that burst. Now, the
Right.
thing is, Robot Wizard can go for a freeze early.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Beeloo could go for a normal. A quick swap. Was there a freeze on Robot side? No, they would have to tune something still.
Yeah, the dice are really working in Robot Wizard's favor here. So
Yeah.
here's Tamaya's. Oh, it's a heart. I don't think that's what you want to see,
No,
your Robot Wizard.
you do. I think you definitely want to get your leaving out this turn too here. Probably just say normal on Mona and then leave in so you can keep your quick swap.
You could normal. You could tune.
Maybe tune the
Kill.
other Kavarina, maybe? Or
I think-
Hydro.
I think the thing is, Beeloo's gonna be staying on this Yolan, right? So you don't
Yeah.
really need this skill. I think you can afford to. You can afford to wait.
Hmm.
I wonder. Actually, I wonder if you just Tamaya's. No,
They
you
quit-
want to get the freeze off at the beginning of next round.
They put flowing rings on Senora though.
It wasn't Flowing Rings. It was actually
Was
a
it-
Shadow of a Sand King.
was that
so that's
Sand
why-
King?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It was discounted by 1 from Tamaya's, and then Robot Wizard drew into another Tamaya's. I don't know if we're gonna see it played. I actually think we're gonna see something like tuning the Tamaya's.
Yeah, tuning to Myas.
Ah, okay.
There's
okay, this makes sense.
skill. Yeah. Alright.
Ooh, Beeloo drawing into that treasure already.
Yeah.
And I think the
Okay.
dice work out so that Beeloo can actually play that if they want.
Hmm. Definitely will consider doing one more normal here. Wonder if they do normal and then they tune something again just to get their burst ready.
I think Beeloo will normal tune normal and maybe play that treasure just to put the treasure into the deck preparation.
Yeah.
Ooh, Robot Wizard got treasure too.
Yeah. Robot with
So-
the leap and play, yeah.
Robot Wizard's plan here is going to be to freeze Yolan at the start of next round with Signora.
Yeah.
So getting the Hydro application out was actually very important. Tuning for the skill is also good, just in case Beeloo decides to swap off. Robot
Yes,
Wizard can still
exactly.
freeze.
Yeah. Oh no!
The
Not
egg!
that one.
The egg! like our favorite card.
My favorite one to shout out when it appears. So we won't be getting him to be yelling egg later, I guess. But
I'm a
that's
big
fine.
fan of Treasure.
You are, yes. Think Treasure get played right now though?
So that's what I'm wondering. Beeloo has that one dice, right? And he could go
Yeah.
for the underwater treasure, or he could swap off of Yolan to avoid
Right.
the freeze from Senior at the start of next turn and hopefully draw into a quick swap, but I'm not sure
Thing
what
is-
Beeloo wants to do.
I don't think you do Treasure now because your deck is too full. What if it all goes on the bottom? What if?
What if it all goes on the bottom?
Yeah,
Then you
what if
just
it just
need
goes
more
bottom?
card draw. You just
Oh my
need
gosh.
more card draw.
That would
He's really
suck. Though.
It's really interesting because like these decks with treasure function very similarly to Magic and Hyper Magic, where you
Yeah.
have dice generation and you need card draw to bring out your dice generation, but it's still
Yeah.
different, right? It's still different.
Still a little different, but I don't know if you want to play it now. And even if you switch to someone, Robot will have a free freeze on anybody at this point.
Free.
Oh, they do.
Oh,
descend
there's the
throw it in.
treasure.
All right. Good luck. Your gat should be strong, Beeloo.
I think
So-
this is fine. You know, it avoids
Yeah.
sticking Hydro onto
Mm.
onto either Thunder Manifestation or Senora, so no double freeze. Wasn't confident drawing to the quick swap. It's a huge gamble to take, I think.
All right.
All these dice, look at all the cryo.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me manifestation player.
And of course, you know, every time Robot Wizard, well, not every time, so Shadow of the Sand King will also draw cards as the active character that has it equipped does an elemental reaction.
Hmm. All right. Do you swap over to Senora and freeze?
I think
Also
so.
get her energy up too, just so you can have a burst ready to go whenever you want.
I think you also, you skill rather than normal.
Yes.
So it
correct.
will apply sheer cold onto Yolan, and then she'll
Yeah.
have cryo application, and then you can go back to Mona and freeze.
Yep.
Or you could superconduct with Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah, for sure. I think Beeloo is definitely looking to move over to manifestation here, though.
I think my current question is, does Robot Wizard start the round playing Lumenstone? He has so many cards in his hand right now that would offer draw. And here we go,
There's one right there.
Lumenstone! So, if he plays 3 cards, there's a
Sealy
Sealy,
one.
more card draw.
See over to
Swap to
Senora.
Senora.
The pale flame
Yo.
smolders.
Yep.
Okay, let's see what he draws.
Leiden.
Widen.
Oh, one of the treasures for Beeloo came out. Look at that.
Oh,
Very lucky.
Beeloo got a treasure already.
Yeah, not bad.
So the difference between Yolan OTK and this Mona variant is, you know, without Yolan's burst, you're not gonna have Hydro application upon every normal attack, right?
No.
And so, Robot Wizard has to be very careful with the Hydro auras and how he uses them. And he's very aware of that, right? Like these players are pro. They're on
Oh
like,
my
big
gosh.
stage.
Look at that luck. 2 of the treasure out already.
I mean, none of Beeloo's characters have any Hydro application on them right now. So Beeloo's not afraid of going to Manifestation, for example, and doing some damage.
You can heal up Yolan along the way here as well. You need to. I mean, you have to play those now, right? Because you can only play that card when it's on the active character.
I think it would be good to play them now. Just, I mean,
Yeah.
so the breakpoint's already fine.
Yeah.
But it would be good to play them now just to ensure that Yolan does not fall before using her burst, because that lightning
Right.
rod is on her right now.
Right.
And if Robot Wizard is able to skill on Thunder Manifestation while that lightning rod is attached to Yolan, it will do 4 damage. And then Superconduct or Electrocharge would take her out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we see treasure.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Cryo
Cryo.
dice. Okay.
That could be good.
Yeah.
Could be good.
Maybe play a Sealy out too and just do like 2 normals on
You're
manifestation at
trembling.
least. Oh, off to Senora. Okay.
interesting choice, especially considering the lack of cryo. I think Beeloo would have to.
I think Beeloo's going. Yeah.
to...
No, I think Beeloo's gonna normal.
You could normal.
Yeah, normal and then swap the manifestation. I think right now they want to see where Robot Wizard's gonna end their turn. Let's see here.
Robot Wizard is really going for that card draw right now. Has enough dice to do one more action.
They could leave in and ramp too. That's an option.
Probably won't see that, especially if
The pale
Beeloo
flame smolders.
at so many dice. I think Robot Wizard wants to be careful, but the thing is, the card that he draws here from Heart is going to be super important. Beeloo could also swap stall here.
Yeah. We could do a few hits for sure. Which food do they have right now? Because they can get it from Mao. Hopefully, like another Electro Die.
I can't see what food is in Beeloo's hand. It's either minty. I think it might be minty, but it could be a
Wait,
lotus.
it was. I'm pretty sure it was minty. I saw that get drawn earlier. And normal here is probably gonna happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a normal. Too many important cards too.
It's drawn. What comes in? Oh, another treasure.
Oh, it's not. It's really not what you want here.
Yeah, not if we can play. So right now. The manifestation can just swap over. And I think you play Minty on manifestation.
Do you play another Shadow Sankey? No, you send. Okay. I think Robot Wizard is saving those 3 Maya stacks for next round. Maybe we'll draw into a Gilded.
Let's see. I wonder if they should play the Sealy before that.
Yeah, it's hard to say why you would save the Sealy. You normally, like, especially like if you
It's
have
time
no
to
other
pull
use
the
for that
trigger.
dice.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna swap back on to
Yelan. You'll
Yelan.
have
Now, here's
Cryo
the
on
thing.
here.
Does Robot Wizard draw into a quick swap?
I see what you're saying. Okay.
I don't recall if Robot Wizard has a quick swap in this deck. I'm not sure if you need it if you run Mona, but there might be one copy just for cases like this where you need to freeze with Hydra.
Right.
But either way, Yelan is probably going to be able to get her burst off this round, which, you know, Robot Wizard successfully delayed it by 1 round. We're going to have to
Robot
see if that will
Wizard-
affect the game.
They do have one quick swap in their deck. One single quick swap.
One single quick swap. Okay,
Yeah.
well, he didn't draw into it, so
Let's see. Maybe they can.
maybe they can. I mean, Shadow of
Yeah.
Sankey. There are many ways. The Lumen Stones will also draw cards. We might even see Robot Wizard play the other Lumen Stone just to look for that. Just to look for that quick swap. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah.
There's one treasure.
Treasure
There's 2 treasures.
Oh my gosh.
Now there are 12 treasures in the deck. There's 12 HP and 12 dice.
Phew.
And if you look, so Lumen Stone, one more card, and this is the card Rhythm of a Great Dream, gives Robot Wizard an Omni dice and also draws another card. There's already a treasure.
Yep. Treasure the Senora?
Wait, you just Senora Burst!
Yeah, you could do that.
No, actually, why did Beeloo, I just realized, why did Beeloo swap to Yelan? Here's the Gambler's Equip.
Burn.
And that is going to be plenty.
Ow.
-8 with the melt onto Yelan. There is no Yelan Burst this game.
Yeah. Rare Yelan Burst.
Gambler is, of course, giving 2 Omni, and I want to see what cards Robot Wizard draws from that Sealy. Watch it be 3 treasure.
I don't think you go to Senora here on Beeloo. Probably not the idea you want.
Beeloo is in a really tight spot. No Yelan Burst, no elemental applications at all in the field right now. Robot Wizard has perfectly set up
You're
for this round
trembling.
with 11 more treasures in hand.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, and then egg on their side as well too. Huh.
So there's a free Gilded because Timaeus is at 3 stacks, and there's Strat, and there's Liar, and there's another Lumen Stone, and you don't even need the egg.
You never know. You never know.
You never know, that's why it's in there, but you don't even need it right now.
Hmm. It did go to Senora, though. That's not a bad idea. Gotta keep her nice and healthy.
This is a really precarious situation for Beeloo to be in. He's gonna want to avoid Senora being flipped for next turn, I think.
Yeah. Hmm. Probably just go. Well, you can't even skill. You need to tune something else. Hard to say. Maybe get Sealy out too, at least this round.
The dice are definitely not agreeing with Beeloo. I think ideally, especially without Minty, you really want to be skilling on Senora for the sheer cold.
Yeah.
Your normals only do 1 damage, and it's not like Beeloo is doing any reactions here. It's just 3 dice to apply 1 damage of cryo. It feels not great. You could equip flowing rings here and go for normal. That's exactly what we're gonna see.
Flowing rings works off reaction though, doesn't it? Or is it just using a normal attack?
So flowing rings, every normal attack you do will draw a card. It's once per round though.
Okay. What are they fishing for then? What do you think?
Anything. Probably, treasure for sustain, more card draw to draw into that treasure, more dice generation, like really anything. I think the goals of these decks are to draw your deck as fast as possible so you have everything at your disposal. I don't know how good that Lumenstone. It's a bit late for it.
Yeah, Lumenstone generally you want right at the beginning.
Definitely not now. Definitely not now. In round 3. Here's a strat. We get treasure in Boar. Wait, Boar is so good here. So Boar Princess comes down, and we're definitely going to see a Gilded equip here over one of those artifacts that is a free Gilded for 3 dice.
Probably on the Senora, I would think.
An extra action. It definitely will be on the Senora.
Yeah.
Because it's going to draw Robot Wizard another card as he goes for the Melt reaction. Here we go. Elemental Skills -4. Treasure.
Treasure.
Treasure! I love treasure. It's so much
treasure
fun.
in the deck right now. Yeah, it's all over the place.
It is all over the place.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with this weekend, we're going to be seeing probably a lot of treasure, a lot of Yulan, but it's going to be interesting going into next weekend when we're playing on the current
Your soul
patch.
will be incinerated.
You see how players free treasure. Oh, Robot Wizard played that treasure and managed those breakpoints so well. He knows that Senora will not fall to anything below Senora can do. The 1 treasure bringing Senora to 1 HP.
You play treasure again?
You could play it now or you could swap. I don't know if you care about playing it on Senora because especially, if Beeloo were to go to Thunder Manifestation, that Lightning Rod is on Senora until next round.
Yep.
You might stay on Senora just to force Beeloo to waste dice taking her out. That could be an option.
Yeah.
Also with the Boar Princess, when she falls, she will give Robot Wizard another Omni die. But it looks like we're gonna Lyre it, actually.
Yeah. Lyre it onto probably Manifestation.
Either Manifestation or Mona, probably.
Come, put up a fight.
I guess he's just gonna hold it for now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, more treasure.
Oh my gosh. What
Every
the heck?
every 3 treasure is 3 actions and 3 HP.
Yep.
3 dice in hand. Plus discounted Gilded from Lyre Song. Plus another Lumenstone if he really wants to play it. Though I don't think we're gonna see it now.
Or Princess.
We're gonna see Boar Princess into Gamblers, most likely. It's a free Gamblers equip. And that Omni will basically give Beeloo the option to normal attack here.
Yeah.
Without having to tune. But it's just really unfortunate After this, so Beeloo normals here on Signora, right? Takes out Robot Wizard Signora, gets 2 Omni dice back. And then when Beeloo Signora falls, that's 1 more dice for Thunder Manifestation to do 1 more action. But it will not be enough. It really won't be enough. Ooh, minty.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
I never asked for redemption.
I wonder why. Because, yeah, you just go Thunder Manifestation here, right?
Yeah. Well, it will be soon.
Chang. Probably gilded now. Treasure. I think he's fishing for Electra. Doesn't even need the gilded.
Never asked
Need it, though,
for
yeah.
redemption.
I think that's Shadow of the Same King on
Oh my
Thunder
gosh.
Manifestation, so he already
Zenyatta
draws a
as
card
well?
from that. Oh yeah, there's Zenyatta. So now 2 more treasure is 1 more action.
Yeah.
And Robot Wizard could also probably Zenyatta either the Timaeus or Lumenstone to see what he draws.
And they have another gilded equipped there too, right?
With
Yeah.
Boar. With Boar.
With Boar.
So, I mean, it costs 1 to play right now. It will give Robot Wizard 2
Yeah.
dice.
Yes.
Actually, give Robot
Yeah.
Wizard 3 dice because of Boar. So it's net positive.
Hmm.
I don't think those cards help at all.
No, just another Junior Zad, and I think that's Willow?
You could play Lumenstone for 1 cost. I think it could be worth it, especially if you're planning on playing 3 more cards this round, which I'm sure he is. Just to see if you draw another treasure. Yeah, they're
Window's
Lumenstone.
out.
So then, if you play 3 cards now, Lumenstone will give you an Omni and another card, and you want to draw into another treasure. So yeah, if he plays Gilded for 1,
Yeah.
he's gonna get 3 dice back. That's 1 more action,
Yep.
and then he can play Treasure and Liben, and then that's 3
Yeah.
cards. And he maybe draws into another treasure, and then that's 2 actions. It's so hard to calculate.
Oh my gosh. Let's see though. What'll happen here?
What will happen here? There's the Gilded
Another
equip,
Manifestation, yeah.
and there's the Lumenstone.
Yep. And Lieben
Oh.
brings out
It's treasure.
Treasure for
It's treasure.
now
So that's
2
that's
moves.
2 actions. That's 2 actions.
2 actions.
What dice do you
I-
draw?
I
Triumph.
like this deck. This deck is rude, man. Oh my gosh.
It's like everything Hydro Magic was, but instead of getting all the dice at once,
Yeah.
you get it very slowly.
It is non-GMO magic. This is.
What does that mean?
This magic's made from a manufacturing thing. It's not made out of pure magic now anymore. It is the robot wizard, right?
It's the robot wizard. No, but he's the dice magician.
It's all fake.
Actually, no, his name is Robot Wizard. He should have put Dice Magician instead of Unlucky Roller.
Oh, well, I believe Robot Wizard will take this round though, so.
I do believe Robot Wizard will take this
Yeah.
round. We are going into 1-1.
1-1 here.
Let's see, Beeloo. I'm looking for Beeloo's tags right now. Beeloo is a mathematician and dice magician, but I don't think that the dice
Egg
have
play.
favored him.
Oh,
Oh, there's
okay.
the egg.
That's
There's the egg.
It's unnecessary though.
It's
Oh my
adding
God.
insult to injury. I mean, I think he's playing cards for Lumenstone.
I guess.
But yeah, I really did not need to go for that. Does
I really
anyway.
need to go over that.
The
Well-
skill is more than enough to take out Beeloo, and that is it. We are now 1-1 in this best of 3. This last one we're casting today, right?
Yes, this is the last match we're casting today. So this will
Of
be
course.
the one we go to the final match here.
And here's some highlights here. But of course, we'll be
Yeah.
casting it tomorrow as
Yep.
well. Super excited for that.
Yeah, and not just
Finishing up
this
Group A.
weekend. A couple more weekends coming up too. I think me and you are going to be casting each day, right?
Yes.
We might see some new faces coming in, rotating through as
Yeah.
well. So look forward to
But
that.
you'll see
Can't
us
say
on
much.
every day.
Yeah, we'll be on every day, every single day. You'll be with us, TCG. But yeah, this okay. So remember when Yelan swapped the Yelan there, and then they got caught like this?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't believe it took me so long to catch that. You know, the sheer cold. It would have been fine without the sheer cold, I
Yeah.
think, because Yelan was at 7 HP. Without the melt, Senor's Burst only does 6.
Yep.
So basically, the sheer cold made it so Yelan just could not use her burst. And I mean, that is kind of the advantage you have playing this Mona variation of this deck. Like, you
Yeah.
don't have as much Hydro application, so you have to use it carefully, but it's more aggressive.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think Freeze is always going to be very strong in any deck or just this game in general because there's no other way you can remove it until you just wait a turn, other
So
than getting
here's-
hits.
So here's the problem for Robot Wizard, though. Wait, I see 2 decks on Beeloo's side. I'm not sure what the band deck is, but it looks like we're gonna see Yelan OTK versus that Xingqiu Chongyin Razor deck.
Let's see.
But yeah, I do think that Robot Wizard is going to run into some trouble here. Yelan OTK is definitely favored, but for now, let's pay attention to our raffle winners. So let's see if I point in the right direction this
You
time.
did
Yeah,
it!
let's go. So down here, the bottom left corner of your screen, you will see your UID if you have won. Congratulations, you have won a Welkin Blessings of the Welkin Moon. So if you're interested in entering the raffle, head on over to Aster Carnival's Twitch channel. If you're watching from Aster Carnival YouTube or Genshin Official, the raffles will not be on those channels. You have to go to the Aster Carnival Twitch. And once you're there, before the match starts, if you type !pick and then the name of the player you want to win and your UID, you will be entered into a raffle. Make sure it's all in one message. You can kind of monitor chat and see, you know, what everyone else is doing if you're a bit lost. But yeah, good luck, have fun.
Yeah, there'll be 3 winners, and this will be the last one today, since this will be the last of the best of 3. So make sure to keep an eye out for the call in chat. There is someone in there who will let you know when to type, and then when they close. So you can't type it in the middle of a match. So you can't try to like, oh, they're gonna win because of this. No. It's not gonna work like that. So
Yeah, you should make sure you get it typed before the match starts.
yes.
Put your predictions in.
Speed up. How's this matchup gonna go?
I think that Robot Wizard is at a disadvantage. Yelan OTK is just a bit faster than the Xingqiu Chongyin Razor deck. I think it's going to depend on what lines they take.
Are you a fan of Catherine in this deck?
Yes.
Okay. Just
Yes.
curious.
So Judgment was popular for a while, right?
Right. Yeah.
Judgment stops the event card quick swap, leave it to me. It does
Right.
not stop Catherine.
Because Catherine is a robot.
And we have Robot Wizard playing with
I'm
Robot
telling you,
Catherine.
Robot
It's-
Wizard with their non-GMO dice. Oh.
And here's
Anyway.
Beeloo's deck. If we just saw this in action, right? So I mean, there's
Yeah.
no Gilded. I feel like, you know, Robot Wizard having Gilded in his deck really put him at an advantage as well. Last round, we actually saw free Gilded equipped with Boar for an entirely free action. But here we go. This is the last game of the day. Robot Wizard versus Beeloo. Please enter your predictions into chat for our last raffle.
You know, you realize I'm really tired, and I've been saying non-GMO. I've been meaning to say GMO dice this entire time. Sorry, I just thought of that now. It's like, wait a minute. Anyway, I think people understand my joke, so. All right. Speaking of, all right, let's see what we got here. Probably throw all those, not all the artifacts back. Probably keep
You
Arena
can keep
here.
Lumen Stone here.
Yeah.
The question is, you keep Catherine.
Do you keep Catherine here?
Against Yelan OTK, you
Yes.
really want to manage freezes. I wonder if you keep Catherine in your
You
hand.
definitely should.
Yeah, we keep Catherine. Ooh, Tobias and another heart. I feel like that's pretty good for Robot Wizard. I need to look at
Yeah.
Beeloo's hand.
It's time to
Paying
pull the
attention to
trigger.
Robot Wizard's
Knowledge
hand. Of course, just a reminder for those of you watching, if you're not familiar with our players here, Robot Wizard was the Prince Cup champion last year during the America's Prince Cup, our very first Prince Cup, which, you know, I had the I had the honor of casting it alongside Bleb, who was casting earlier today. It was very fun meeting Robot Wizard in person. So he is in the lower bracket now, though.
Yes, with Beeloo, who doesn't quite have a history amongst the TCG, but they're here now, right? So they definitely have the skill for this.
Beeloo qualified through the EU Serious Showdown and has made quite the showing, despite this being his first showing, right? So, Lumen's still coming out on Robot Wizard's side, and we see normal attack on Xingqiu. Now, the thing is, Robot Wizard has to be careful to not let Xingqiu fall.
Yes, I believe that was the problem last time. Wasn't sure if it was this matchup, but an earlier matchup where Xingqiu got blindsided really quickly.
Yeah, that was against the double animal Farazan deck with Winnie.
Right.
Farazan was just able to take out Xingqiu with that.
Gotcha.
But here, I don't think it's gonna be the same thing here because Yulan does have to spend some time building up to that burst.
Yeah. Wonder did Robot Wizard have enough dice to do their own skill? Probably should have done
Skill
that.
here?
If they were just gonna get hydroed. Yeah.
I don't know if you really want to go for a skill here,
I think you do.
or at
Just
least
to keep
because
Hydra out on everybody, right? That way you
Beeloo-
can threaten a
Beeloo-
freeze.
Yeah, Beeloo could go to Signora and freeze though.
Right. I mean for Robot Wizard going to Beeloo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you can also prevent Yelan from bursting, and that was what kind of cost Beeloo last time. So.
Mm-hmm. But Robot Wizard does go for this skill here. And now Beeloo has 4 dice, but none of them are ideal. Having to tune that Lumen Stone, which hurts a lot. You know, Lumen Stone definitely helps you mill out your deck and get those treasures.
Yeah, too bad they just have too many dice here. Oh, hello there.
And actually, I think Robot Wizard is going to have an advantage going into round 2. Because he's going to get off Xingqiu's burst before Beeloo gets out Yulan's burst.
Right.
And there's a good chance that Yulan gets frozen before bursting.
Yes, definitely. Well, they both have their quick swaps now. Wonder if one's expecting the other. Because Beeloo's only carrying, I think, 1 in their deck. Is it the other? No, Robot Wizard was, sorry.
Yes, but Robot Wizard has Catherine,
Yeah.
which is already on the field. So, I mean, Beeloo knows Catherine is there. Beeloo knows. Switching to Thunder Manifestation, that is very interesting to me. Because Yulan doesn't have full energy yet.
Yeah, but I probably can't do much either, right? Probably just gonna get frozen anyway, or get taken out
can't.
really hard.
You really can't do anything in this
Yeah.
situation. I think
So
we're gonna see some different lines here from Beeloo.
Yeah, Manifestation here can definitely like start applying damage to Robot Wizard's side, which is also a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Robot Wizard's most certainly gonna go for Xingqiu Burst here. Has a perfect dice for it.
Rank cutter.
There we go.
Does happen. Burst is out.
Applying 2 Hydro damage to Thunder Manifestation and threatening Thunder Manifestation with a freeze if Beeloo stays on him.
Treasure going in the deck.
I love Treasure. I love Treasure. It's so much fun. I love Treasure.
I think that's a good move, the skill. That way, if you can get another application onto somebody else, then you can gamblers and get them just from the reaction.
I think Beeloo is just trying to get damage out right now because, like, there's no way that Beeloo can set up for Yulan Burst with that Hydro Aura on her.
Yeah, no. Definitely can freeze Manifestation though. But they could right after that. Oh, how would they do this? So Robot's probably gonna go to Chongyun.
Yes.
Likely. Yeah.
Yes,
To get the
yes.
frost field down.
Yeah,
After
Robot
that-
Wizard has to think about what to do here, but I think you
Yeah.
definitely go for Chongyun and
I think
skill
that's
the
the
Frost
play
Field.
there. That's gilded in their deck too, right? But nothing. Yeah, no Lyre songs or anything yet. But
You
they could play
could play
Timaeus.
Treasure.
You could play Treasure too, yeah.
I think you don't play Timaeus because to swap over to Chongyun is gonna take 1 dice.
Yeah.
And then skilling is gonna be another 3. So you have to play something 1 cost, and it's probably gonna be
Yeah.
treasure.
Feel like, yeah, you're gonna swap over Chongyun, skill. Beeloo. Oh, they do play
Ooh.
Timaeus. Proving us wrong.
Interesting. We're taking things a bit slower, I think. Which is fine. That's good. I think maybe
Yeah.
Robot Wizard's trying to proc Lumenstone here.
Hmm.
And also, playing Timaeus now, you don't use his stacks this turn, and then he gets
Yeah.
1 more stack for next turn, and that's a free gilded. So actually, you're right, he does play Timaeus.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
or princess?
wait.
What's up? What do you think of?
You don't do that, right?
What are we doing?
Well, you could still skill on Chongyun if you wanted to, but you would have to replace
You have to replace 1 artifact.
with Boar,
Boar,
which
yeah.
is a bit of an investment.
Section the war fasting check stream. Oh, just didn't want to slow swap. I see what they're doing. Okay. Interesting.
Very interesting.
All right. Well, now given that situation here. Maybe they are trying to bait Beeloo to go onto Yelan.
But even then, you don't have another action unless I'm miscounting. I think Lumenstone was already procced.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
did.
think you have another action. But I think Robot Wizard is maybe threatening another action.
Yeah.
This is some mind games here.
This is definitely a mind game match here. Okay. Treasure.
There's treasure. Maybe Robot Wizard is planning to end on Xingqiu.
Who's our target
I think
this
so,
time?
yeah. Off to Yelan. All right. Okay. So the Yelan
Now,
does
what
come
do you
out.
do here? What do you do here?
I think you... Yeah, because you can't burst yet, right? I don't think you have the
Can't
dice
do
to burst yet.
anything.
No.
You just have to jet pass.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna take turn advantage here because Yelan won't be able to burst this turn, so Chongyun can just freeze.
Yeah, I don't think the dice work out for Beeloo to burst his turn because you still have
No.
to do 1 action on Yolan, and I
Yeah.
think if that is a Minty in hand, it's still 1 dice off. Maybe
Yeah.
if Beeloo had a 0 cost artifact.
Hmm.
1. No, even then. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you need way more than that. You need 2 more dice.
Hmm.
So, I mean, Beeloo can really only go for something like a skill here.
I think Beeloo's best move is to go to Senora here.
I think what Beeloo can do is skill, apply, or no, you normal attack for the breakthrough. So you draw
Yeah.
a card, you normal attack.
Yeah.
It applies Hydro to Chongyun, and then you swap away from Yelan and quick swap burst next turn.
Yeah. Exactly. You can get the heck out of there and go somewhere else. Run, Yelan. Get out. Manifestation. Okay. I think just to like say, hey, use your freeze on me. It'll be fun. Then
And I
will
think
do your
this is
burst.
fine. Either way,
Yeah.
Robo Wizard definitely has to go for a skill next turn on Chongyun, right? So
Yeah.
Thunder Manifestation will be frozen. But then we know Beeloo has that quick swap over to Yelan to get the burst off. So I think it's gonna be the only unfortunate thing is there's no quick swap from Yelan to Senora. So it's gonna be a battle of
No.
the freezes. I think Robot Wizard is currently coming on top of that.
Hmm. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Chongyun now could just cross field, prevent manifestation.
Boar Princess into a free gilded replace. That is another 3 free dice. Oh, and then with treasure, maybe at 12 dice. It's 4 actions. Jeez, and then elemental reaction with the freeze is gonna draw another card. Oh, there's Minty. Do you play Sealy?
Yep.
Yeah.
You do play Sealy.
One with my blade.
And yeah.
Right. Frozen Manifestation.
Frozen Manifestation. Ooh,
Yeah.
Chang. I feel like you're not gonna. You could proc Chang. You could proc Chang.
You don't
You're not
really
gonna play
need
Tamaya today. You
Timaeus,
can replace
yeah.
it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, you want to build jet stacks. So I mean, you still have stacks on jet that you build up to, but instead of giving 4 Omni upon bursting, it's just a free skill.
Hmm.
So it works a bit differently.
Right. Chef Bao, another northern chicken.
Don't know if that's what Beeloo wanted. We're definitely gonna see quick swap to.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a
somebody.
mountain of dice to like come up against, so that's the problem here.
Yeah, I think Beeloo's Yelan burst is still too delayed, even with that quick swap. It's too delayed for Beeloo to really take advantage of it. I think Robot Wizard is set up to mow Beeloo's team down this round.
Yeah.
Because even quick swapping to Yelan, you don't have another quick swap on the Senora, so you can't freeze in response.
No.
And Robot Wizard, even if you froze Chongyun, Robot Wizard has that Catherine just sitting there,
Yeah.
threatening Beeloo, like staring Beeloo in the face, like freeze me, I dare you.
Hmm. But
But yeah, here we go.
to Yelan or Senora though?
Should be Yelan.
Maybe Senora for the freeze?
It could be Senora, but
Yeah.
Chongyun's Frost Field's already out. I think this is the only
But-
chance you have to get Yelan's burst
But
out.
hang on, let me think here. They freeze with if they freeze Chongyun, then they have to swap, thus using Catherine. And then they could probably go over to Yelan after that. Maybe take a hit. I think they have Lotus, so they can protect her. Then they can use their burst that way.
I think the problem is Chongyun's Frost Field's already on the field, right? So
Right. Oh yeah. That's true.
you swap off of Chongyun to either Shinto or Razor, and
Yeah.
you still freeze. You
You
still
still get
have
frozen,
freeze
yeah.
set up. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So Robot Wizard is just one step ahead right now of Beeloo.
Lotus onto Yelan.
I think Beeloo's focus right now is going to be getting Yelan's burst off and then
Yeah.
having that survivability.
They are
Leave
one dice
next
short
round.
though. They need to tune something.
What do you tune here? Probably one of those food cards. You don't need them all. Tune NSC.
Probably Lumenstone, I think.
It's time to pull the
then Beeloo
trigger.
won't have another Lumenstone though.
Yeah, I know.
I think you could
Maybe-
tune Lumenstone,
Hmm.
but it'll probably be NSC.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All bursts at least.
Ooh, wait. I think Beeloo's planning on playing the other Lumenstone.
Here comes the cat.
I think they
Like,
wanted to
here we
keep that
go.
Omni, so when they do have to swap over to Senor or someone else, they have like an option. Otherwise, they would have gotten eaten there.
But here we go. Beeloo using Yelan's Elemental Burst, setting up for next round because unfortunately this round is not it for him. And this is Robot Wizard's time to shine, right?
Let's see. 9 dice.
9 dice that we see right now.
Yeah.
Does have, I think it's gilded on Chongyun. So, if Robot Wizard, whether he goes to Razor or stays on Chongyun,
Yeah.
this elemental reaction onto Yelan will draw another card.
I think, yeah, you normal. I think you can lethal Yelan this turn here.
Definitely.
If they stay on Yelan, that is.
Oh, there's treasure. No, it's Liar.
Oh my god. I think, yeah. So potentially here, I think Chongyun can eliminate Yelan now if they stay. Ooh, good
These
stop.
breakpoints are so good.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Beeloo drew into the other quick swap.
Right. Are they gonna do it? I don't think
I don't
they will.
know. No, I don't think you do.
I think Chongyun has to take out manifestation here with the dice that they can generate and the gamblers. So they can have their burst and then just lethal anybody else after that.
So the breakpoints are not great though, because I think each normal is going to deal 4.
Right.
It's 2 plus 2 from freeze. So
Yeah.
both Yelan and Thunder Manifestation are at really
Wouldn't
awkward points.
wouldn't the shatter from the Claymore add +2 more damage though?
There's no shatter because Chongyun's attack is infused with cryo.
Ah, I see.
Mm-hmm. It has to be physical damage to
Has to
shatter,
be
yeah.
physical, correct?
Yeah. Ooh, but Boar replacing that Gilded with Flowing Rings, normal will still draw a card, and it is another Boar.
Let's see what they got here.
Oh no! It wasn't replaced. It was just Liar Song Flowing Rings.
I think they can gamblers here though. Ooh, where do you go?
Ooh, the timer is counting down.
You don't swap the Senora either, because it's just big bursts coming in.
Playing the treasure now on Manifestation, this actually saves Manifestation from a very important breakpoint. So say Beeloo swaps to Yelan.
Yeah.
It would take, I believe, 2 actions to take out Yelan. And Rain Swords do 1 Hydro on their own. So bringing Thunder Manifestation above 1 HP helps. And then also at 3 HP, it's a new breakpoint.
Yeah.
Because it would take a Rain Sword and a normal to take out Thunder Manifestation at this point.
Yeah.
What do you do?
What do you do?
Ooh, drawing. I feel like Lumenstone should have been played, maybe.
Oh, wait. Hang on. No, they don't have another dice for that. Oh, wait, hang on.
Lumenstone.
Quick swap to Senora. Mao, Minty. Oh wait, Covenant, Mao, then Minty. Then freeze Chongyun from doing anything.
Yeah, there's
No.
Lumenstone. Now you
Yeah.
Covenant. Man, that timer, you could hear it, right? The timer is counting down on Beeloo's side. I have been in that position. It's so anxiety-inducing, especially on the big stage like this.
Yeah, no, they end their turn there.
Not
Okay.
ending here. Okay, well, let's see what Robot Wizard has here.
What wizard probably...
Treasure. He has treasure.
Yeah, he has treasure.
You could bore and replace the, I believe it's Flowing Rings on Chongyun.
Yep.
Strat.
Strategize.
Looking for more treasure? Oh,
was
there's a
one
treasure.
right there. Oh.
Oh, and there's Rhythm of a Great Dream.
Yeah.
That further discounts Gilded by 1.
Yeah. Oh my god. Huge. Really big play right here.
So you bore Rhythm, Gilded,
Yeah.
treasure.
Treasure.
And
Yeah.
that
Don't
brings him
forget
up to 9
gamblers.
dice?
Gamblers too, then.
Oh, there is Gamblers. So you
Yeah.
Gamblers instead. Or does it even matter? I think you still Rhythm.
I mean, for the elimination, for the dice,
Mhm.
though. So I think Chongyun Seal does 3 damage?
I think it does do 3. I think you're saving that burst.
Yeah, you do. You want to do skill. You just want to keep the burst, for sure.
Chongyun is definitely a powerhouse. You know, his Frost Field lasting 2
Yeah.
rounds rather than usages.
Hmm. The treasure.
There's a treasure. All these Hydro dice.
It's okay. Rhythm and
You-
Gilded.
You definitely Rhythm Gilded here, right? You definitely Rhythm Gilded here, right?
Yeah. Rhythm Gilded. Yeah. put
Rhythm?
them there. Gilded.
Waiting for it? He's thinking. He's thinking.
Thinking about it. Yeah.
Do you Gilded or Gamblers? I didn't do the calculations with
I think you
Gamblers.
Gilded because
but...
you get 2, and then you spend 1. For
If you play
gamblers, then
Rhythm,
you
you're-
get 1.
Yeah, if you play Rhythm, you're definitely playing Gilded.
Yeah.
But the question is, do Gamblers after?
If you can get in a limb, yes. It's just too bad they can't get it. Well, they can get it on their normal, I think, can they? Yeah.
There we go.
Normal
9
should be able
dice.
to take manifestation out.
Now here's
think-
the thing. Keeping Gilded,
Yeah.
every reaction, at least 2 reactions this round, will draw 2 more cards.
True.
So do you
Oh,
prioritize
yeah.
that, or do you
Maybe
want
they might
the
prioritize
Omni?
that, yeah. Let's see here. Well, if they play Gilded. Or sorry, they already did. Play Gamblers. The limit, so that's 8. Limit, so if they do normal 6, get 2 dice back at 8.
I'm actually sure not. I'm not sure how many stacks Jet needs to make a skill free on burst.
I think full stacks now, no?
What
They
is that?
draw.
A Chang.
Oh, hang on. Just let me
No
double
more
check it here.
artifacts left in Robot Wizard's deck. There's the
Gamblers was on.
gamblers.
Swift and merciful.
Yeah, you need
Yep,
6
the
points.
skill.
You need 6 points on Jet.
Unfortunately, Beeloo didn't have that third treasure to bring Thunder Manifestation
Yeah.
above the skill breakpoint because the skill is all you need here. And it doesn't, I think you have to go Signora.
Yes. Otherwise, you just feed 2 more dice and it's just GG.
Mm-hmm.
Who's our target this time?
Ooh,
So Jet needs how many stacks?
6.
6.
So that's 5.
Yeah, we're at 5. But one more normal attack or one more elemental reaction, actually. It's not normal
Yeah,
attack,
just-
it's physical damage.
Yeah.
One more reaction draws 2 more cards from Chang.
Oh.
If any of them is something you can replace, you can have 6 jet stacks. You burst on Chongyun and have
Yeah.
a free skill. And if any of them's treasure, then
One
you
with
have
no
more
end.
actions.
Right, reaction there. What do we
Ooh.
get? Get in there.
Did we get Lumen Stone? Wait, but
There's a
because
treasure.
Chang is gone. No, because Chang is
Chang's
gone.
gone now. Yeah. So you normal here. You get 2 dice back.
Mhm.
Then you burst.
You
and You get
treasure.
a free skill in the next turn.
You
Oh my god.
treasure. And then you normal.
Yeah.
And then the Hydro goes on to Signora, actually.
Yes,
So
yeah,
it's another reaction
Yeah.
for more card draw.
Yeah. So normal
Chang.
here.
How was I so
So 2 more dice comes back
Mhm.
right there.
The Rain Swords
You're
goes on to
traveling.
Signora.
Yeah. Then we burst.
Then we burst, and we get a free skill with Jet.
Chet coming back in saying, I'm not done yet. I got 1 more in me, you guys. Watch
You mean
this.
I haven't lost yet?
I haven't lost yet, but it's Jet now. But yeah, you burst here.
You burst
Got it.
here.
You have
burst
to.
here for the free skill. You have to.
I
Yes,
think
exactly.
Tongyun is what, 7 damage on burst? So reaction with?
So it won't be a reaction at that point. This is a reaction here, so it's gonna
Yeah.
be.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Minus
yeah.
minus 8. No more
Yeah,
Rain
7.
Sword, so it needs 2 actions. Oh wait, I think the Gilded
Swift and
Cartels are
merciful.
done.
I never asked
We there.
for redemption.
There's the free
That.
skill. What do you do here? You just play Lumen Stone?
Minty's not infected anymore, right? That's gone now.
Yeah, that's gone. That's
Normals are
gone.
done,
You
yeah.
would see the status there.
Yeah. Yeah, you just end your turn there.
You just Lumen Stone. You have the perfect dice for it. You win.
Yeah. That's
Ooh,
wow.
swapping.
What an eraser? Huh. I guess. It's okay. Everyone can get a turn in this at least, I guess. Well, I think Robot
That-
Wizard has this match.
That is it. I think. I mean, there's no way to come back for this from Beeloo's side, right? Like, Signora's at 1
Wait,
HP.
isn't there an
that
egg in Beeloo's hand, or was that tuned away earlier?
is. That might be egg there. The two.
Yeah, okay, you still have egg, but what would you do with it?
What
you
do
got-
you do with it?
You
I don't
can't,
know.
because you can't. The person you revive, you can't give food to after.
So here's the problem. I think this is why Robot Wizard swapped to Razor, actually, because with that cryo aura on Signora, even if you egg someone, it's gonna be superconduct reaction
Yeah.
with Razor's skill, and so it'll still take out both characters. Beeloo has to play around the superconduct as well,
Ah, yes.
so you would have to quick swap to that character.
That is
but then
such
even then,
Massive, like 5 steps ahead move there. Oh my gosh.
but even then, Robot Wizard just has to do 2 actions to take you out.
Right, but to think like that far ahead still.
Definitely.
Just closing down the amount of like chances that you could possibly give Beeloo. Just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's the
The
egg.
egg does come out though.
There's treasure. A bit too late. I think you still play it. You
quick
really
swap-
want that
maybe
healing for the
quick swap
breakpoints.
the manifestation.
You have to. You have
Yeah.
to. No, gamblers! Because Lightning Rod is on Chongyun, so you take out Xingqiu and you get 2 dice back.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, go. Oh my god, this game's not over yet.
Treasure? It's not over yet. I mean, there are things Beeloo can do. We're gonna
Yeah.
have to see.
What the heck? Hang on a second here. This is exciting now. Hang on.
This is a really fun match to watch.
Yeah. Lotus on. Okay, they still have their Lotus, or is that Minty in their hand there?
So I
I'm
think
not-
it might be, they might have Minty, they might have Lotus. It
Yeah.
could be one of each.
They can't do it on Manifestation though, but they do have to get off Manifestation.
They can't do it on Senora either. It's a little Eden sign on Senora.
It's just I'm wondering, like, if you do apply Electro
Treasure?
to Chongyun and eventually go back to Senora, you have to overload onto Xingqiu. Wait, no, but where's the probe right now? It's on Chongyun, right? No?
It's on Chongyun, so
Yeah.
you quick swap
You could get rid
Thunder
of.
Manifestation.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about getting frozen then.
It's not frozen, there's no
No.
hydro.
What I mean is, like, if you go, so eventually Manifestation has to hit somebody on that side, right?
Right.
It's gonna hit Chongyun, so Xingqiu gets out. I was worried that if you put Electro onto Razor, and then you have to overload inevitably later onto Xingqiu, who might still be alive, then you can just freeze,
Mm.
right? But
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
if
it
that's
also
the case,
it avoids the superconduct reaction from Razor.
yeah,
So that's the important thing, because right now,
Yeah.
without any healing or anything, if Razor skills onto Senora, it takes out both Thunder Manifestation and
yeah,
Senora.
exactly.
So you're quick swapping onto Thunder Manifestation, going for that skill, or even just a
That
normal
Lumen
attack.
Stone actually being right there is really good right now. All of a sudden,
Mm-hmm.
oh my gosh. Yeah, you
Even
do
just a
put-
normal attack would take.
I mean, you gotta use the skill to hit Chongyun, right?
Yeah, if you want to hit Chongyun, but you still have
Yeah.
Yolon's burst from last round,
Right.
so you could minty
Yeah.
normal as well.
Maybe you gotta play 3 cards that proc Lumen Stone too, right? Did that
I
happen
think-
yet?
I think Lumen Stone might have already been proc.
Huh. Yeah, I can't tell because it's a little bit harder to see here.
And normally, if a card hasn't been used yet, it'll be like nice and shiny.
Yeah, they have that little glow, kind of like on Timaeus right now.
Oh no. No
Where's that?
treasure.
Oh,
No gamblers though?
blade.
Well, there's another treasure, but didn't use the treasure on Thunder Manifestation. Only 2 dice left on Beeloo's side, but of course 3 dice in hand, also Covenant and Gam. Yo, I
Yeah.
wonder why no gamblers.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. He was running low on time. The nerves might be getting to him. Like, keep
Maybe.
in mind, this is the lower bracket, right? So,
Right.
whoever loses this is completely out of the tournament,
Right,
and this
right,
is
right.
like very nerve-wracking match, especially after last round.
Hmm. Well, let's see here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they still have Lotus on Senora.
Sweet immolation.
They're definitely gonna play all 3 of their dice there.
You have
Yeah.
2 more actions on Beeloo's side, but will it be enough? That superconduct reaction with Razor's skill is actually more than enough, even at 4 HP. I wonder if the treasure should have been used on Manifestation. But the thing is, I think the 3rd treasure was only drawn after Manifestation did something, if I remember correctly, so the breakpoints weren't there. That's it.
I don't
That's
know
it.
what those, I don't know what that food is. I think
If
that
it's a Lotus,
debuff right now.
But you
is-
can't use it.
No, they can't be revived. That's the thing. That's not.
Oh, you can. That's
yeah,
that's
a
that
different
one.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's just minty. It's just minty.
Yeah. Oh, that's still not enough.
Oh,
little
that,
too
that
late.
could have been enough, but it is.
Yeah.
It is 1 turn too late. And elemental skill
Ah,
from Razor is
man.
just the amount of damage needed. Beeloo falls and also falls out of the tournament. Robot Wizard continuing to advance. As expected of our last year's Prince Cup champion, but Beeloo made a very, very good showing. So, congratulations to both of these players.
That
Here's
jet
the
card
highlights.
coming in toward the end there for Robot Wizard.
I
though.
know! Jet! We saw Jet!
Yeah, Jet still had a perfect, like the one you said Jet is there for actually coming in clutch on that one turn there. I just thought of it. It's not like
Aw.
you know how Noel's is I haven't lost yet? Or is that Ito, sorry? Yes, Ito. I haven't lost
Yeah,
yet,
it's Ito.
right?
Ito, I haven't
Yeah,
lost
I
yet.
haven't lost jet. Get it?
Oh. Oh.
Aha.
Oh.
What do you mean? It's great. But anyway, that was really big, actually.
You can't not make puns in a Genius Invocation TCG stream, considering Sino is the poster child, right?
Yeah, the poster child of this whole game. But we don't see him anymore, unfortunately. Sad.
Oh, no, we've seen a lot of data though in Lynette. I really love the new art for this Prince Cup, but
Yeah.
oh,
That was
people
a pretty...
really tried to stay in here at the end watching these highlights.
I like that Beeloo did try right to the end though.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
Right? Against all odds. Still almost was getting close. But yeah, just maybe that one extra treasure right toward the end would have been nice. Right, so here is our bracket.
Yeah, here's the updated bracket. So the upper bracket final will be DVDia versus Hakuo tomorrow, and one of them will make it out as the top 8, advancing to the live event in Los Angeles. The lower bracket, we have Robot Wizard versus Shan, and then the loser of the upper bracket final will go on to the lower bracket final, fight the winner of the lower bracket round 3, and the winner of the lower bracket final will also advance to the top 8. So we're gonna have to see. I mean, we have 3 Prince Cup participants from last year. Hakuo, top 8 EU, Robot Wizard, champion of Americas. Shan, top 4 of Americas, actually lost to Robot Wizard. And DVDia is actually, a community veteran. But this is his first tournament showing, I believe. But very hyped matches for tomorrow. Yes, more winners. So speaking of winners, we have our raffle winners at the bottom. Point the right way. Bottom left here. Congratulations! If you see your UID there, you have won Welkins. And
another winner right there as well for the EU.
Another winner for EU.
Yeah. Maybe one more for Asia, just to balance it out.
Oh,
see it? Aw.
It's another EU. That's okay.
Well,
that's okay.
Next time we'll be giving out more tomorrow, though, for sure. Yeah.
Hopefully. I mean, we'll have to double check on that, but I believe there might be more raffles tomorrow. So definitely tune in tomorrow for the finals. We're gonna see who actually promotes, and we'll see us in Los Angeles. It's so exciting. But congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to the winners today, and good luck tomorrow for the remaining participants.
And we do have confirmation. There will be raffles tomorrow.
Oh yes, raffles tomorrow, and not just this weekend. A couple weekends from now, there'll be more TCG going on, and then the weekend after that, more TCG going on. So if you want some Welkins, it's coming. There's gonna be lots of TCG coming up, so don't go away for sure.
Also, if you're watching from Genshin Official or anything, this is your first time tuning into a Genius Invocation TCG stream. There's actually the first community tournaments, Cat Sales Gathering. This is how it all starts. A lot of our players here today qualified through the Cat Sales Gathering. First place for winning Cat Sales Gathering in your region is 1,000 USD. So if you are interested in making it on the great stage and having us cast over your matches, please head on over to the Genshin Impact Tavern Discord server. You can sign up right now. Registration is open for that. So hope to see you.
All right. And well, with that, I believe that is the end of the show. So once again, I am Rin Taicho.
And I am Leah, aka Windflower Leah. It was a pleasure to be casting with you, Rin.
Yep, likewise. Hopefully again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah, hopefully again soon. We will see you guys tomorrow. Maybe not in the same caster pairings, but thank you again to Sumi and Bleb for casting earlier today. And that is it from us. See you later.
Have a good night, good evening, and good day, everyone. Bye.
Bye.